Hey guys, welcome to Mr. Midnight Thriller. Before we begin, let me know where you're listening from tonight. I read every comment. If these stories help you relax or fall asleep, feel free to like, share, or subscribe, only if you feel this channel deserves it. Now get comfortable, let the rain play, and listen. My name is Asher, and the crack in our ceiling looked like a lightning bolt, a fact that hasn't changed in the year since my twin sister drowned. But everything else is because I just heard the rustle of sheets from her side of the room, a sound so impossible my brain short-circuited. And when I forced my head to turn, there she was, sitting up in her bed, a book in her hands, the morning sun hitting her hair exactly the way it used to. And I couldn't breathe, couldn't move, couldn't do anything but stare as she glanced over at me with a small, familiar smile that didn't quite reach her eyes. A smile I had dreamed about and cried over for 365 days. And now it was just there, floating in the morning light like nothing had ever happened. And I must have made a sound, a choked gasp maybe, because she closed her book and said, "Good morning, sleepyhead." In her voice, in her exact voice. A little raspy from sleep just like always, and I think I might have fainted for a second because the room swam, but when my vision cleared she was still there, swinging her legs out from under the covers, and I watched her feet, her perfectly normal feet in their silly frog slippers, touch the floor, and the world didn't end. The universe didn't correct itself. She just stood up and stretched and walked out of our room towards the smell of pancakes, leaving me alone with my hammering heart and the terrible, wonderful, horrifying thought that maybe, just maybe, it had all been a bad dream, a year-long nightmare I was finally waking up from. I must have lain there for 20 minutes, paralyzed, listening to the sounds of my family moving around downstairs, the clink of plates, my dad's low chuckle, my mom's humming, and her voice answering questions. And it was that normalcy that finally got me moving, because the alternative was to lose my mind right there in my bed. I got dressed with shaking hands, my eyes glued to her empty bed, to the dent in the pillow where her head had been, and I walked downstairs like I was walking to my own execution. The scene in the kitchen was a picture from a life I didn't live anymore. My mom was flipping pancakes at the stove, my dad was reading the paper, and she was sitting in her chair pouring syrup, her hair tied back in the messy bun she always wore. They all looked up when I came in. "There he is," my dad said, smiling. "We were about to start without you." My mom beamed at me. "Sit down, sweetheart. I made your favorite." I looked at her, at the girl, and my mouth was desert dry. I managed to croak out, "But, Eliza." The name felt strange and dangerous on my tongue. My mom's smile didn't waver, but it softened into something sad and understanding. She came over and smoothed my hair. "She's home now, honey. Everything is back the way it should be." She said it so simply, like she was explaining that the sky was blue, and the casualness of it was more terrifying than any scream. I slid into my chair, right across from the girl, and I forced myself to look at her. She was eating a pancake, cutting it into neat little squares the way my sister used to, and she looked back at me, and for a second our eyes locked, and in hers I saw nothing. No spark of shared mischief, no silent joke about our parents, just a flat, calm observation. She swallowed her bite and said, "You look like you've seen a ghost." Then she smiled again, that practiced, polite smile, and went back to her food. My parents laughed a little, a soft, comfortable sound, and resumed their conversation about the weather, and I sat there in the middle of it, feeling like I was made of glass, certain I would shatter. I ate a bite of pancake, and it tasted like ash. I watched her. I watched how she held her fork. It was right. I watched how she tucked her hair behind her ear. It was right, but the rhythm of it was off, like a song played on a slightly out-of-tune piano. My dad reached over and tousled her hair. "My good girl," he said, and the phrase landed in my gut like a fist. He had said that to her sometimes, sure, but rarely, and hearing it now applied to this. This imposter sitting in my sister's chair made me feel sick. Breakfast passed in a blur of normal sounds that felt like weapons. After, my mom brought out the big family photo album, something we hadn't done since before. We all sat on the couch, me stiff as a board at the end, and she started flipping through pages. "Remember this?" she'd say, her voice thick with happy tears, pointing at a picture from a beach vacation. And in every picture, there she was, my sister, smiling back. But then we got to a page from my 6th birthday party. I remembered that picture. I was crying because I dropped my cake, and my sister was standing next to me, laughing, her face a picture of gleeful sibling mockery. But in the album, the picture was different. She was there, but she wasn't laughing. She was just standing beside me, smiling that same small, closed-mouth smile I'd seen this morning, her posture too straight. I stared at it, my blood going cold. "That was a great day," my mom sighed, touching the photo. I wanted to scream. "That's not the picture." She was laughing, but I just sat there, my jaw clenched so tight it ached. The girl looked at the photo and nodded. "I remember I felt bad for you because you dropped your cake," she said, and my mom hugged her tight. It was the right memory, but the feeling was wrong. The real Eliza would never have admitted to feeling bad for me in that moment. She would have crowed about it for years. Later, we played a board game. She was cheerful. She laughed at my dad's dumb jokes. She lost gracefully. My parents were glowing, their eyes bright in a way I hadn't seen in a year. They watched her every move, drinking her in. And she watched them back, I realized. Her laughter would come a half second after a joke, just when their expectant smiles peaked. She was studying them, calibrating her reactions to their pleasure. She wasn't playing a game. She was performing a perfect imitation of a daughter. The rage and confusion boiled up in me until I couldn't hold it in. At dinner, when I saw her carefully spread butter on her toast and then add jam on top, it was the last straw. The real Eliza did it the other way, jam first then butter, always saying it made the jam soak in. I pointed a trembling finger at her plate, my voice breaking. "She eats her toast wrong. Eliza put the jam on first, then the butter. This one does it backwards." The words hung in the air. My parents stopped eating. The girl looked at her toast, then at me, her expression one of mild confusion. My mom's face crumpled, not in fear, but in a deep, wounded sadness. She started to cry, quiet, heartbroken sobs. My dad put his arm around her and looked at me, his eyes disappointed and tired. "Asher," he said, his voice low and firm. "That's enough. Your sister is home. She's been through a lot. Maybe some things are different, but she's right here. We need you to be kind." They were looking at me like I was the problem, like I was the one being cruel to a traumatized girl, and the ground fell out from under me. I ran upstairs, my face hot with angry tears, and went straight to the attic, the one place in the house that still felt frozen in the past, still dusty and full of old things that hadn't been sanitized. In a rage, I pulled down boxes, looking for something, anything, to prove I wasn't crazy. I found it in an old shoebox under my dad's college textbooks. 3 Polaroid pictures. They were grim, stark, and real. One was of my parents, their faces raw and shattered, standing in front of our church. Another was of a line of cars with their headlights on in the middle of the day. The last one was the worst. My parents, looking decades older, standing beside a small, closed, pale gray casket. A cold, hard certainty settled in my chest. This was proof. This was the truth. I took the photos and hid them under my mattress, a secret shield against the madness downstairs. I felt better just having them. The next morning, I woke up early and immediately slid my hand under the mattress. The photos were gone. My heart stopped. I tore the sheets off, felt all along the bed frame. Nothing. I ran to the attic, to the shoebox. The box was there, but inside, the 3 real Polaroids were gone. In their place were 3 other Polaroids, faded and worn at the edges like they'd been handled for years. One showed the girl, with a dated haircut I'd never seen, standing between my parents at a county fair. In another, she was blowing out candles on a cake, my mom and dad smiling behind her. The third was a close-up of her smiling face, the same flat smile, with me as a little kid, my arm around her, grinning like an idiot. I dropped the pictures like they were on fire. They fluttered to the dusty floor. The past hadn't just been forgotten. It had been carefully, completely replaced. I went through the rest of the day in a daze, watching the ghost in my house live my sister's life. I saw her be helpful without being asked. I heard her remember tiny details of stories my parents told. She was perfect, and every bit of that perfection was a lie that everyone but me seemed willing to believe. That night, as I lay in bed pretending to sleep, I heard the faint sound of movement from her side of the room, the soft creak of her bed springs. Then, the almost inaudible sound of bare feet on the floor. I held my breath, every muscle tense. I cracked open one eye, just a sliver. She was standing beside my bed, perfectly still, wearing her long white nightgown. The moonlight from the window lit her from behind, casting her face in shadow. She wasn't doing anything. She wasn't leaning over me. She was just standing there, watching me breathe in the dark, her own chest rising and falling in a slow, steady rhythm that matched mine exactly. After a full minute, she turned without a sound and went back to her bed, slipping under the covers. I lay there, wide awake, staring at the lightning bolt crack in the ceiling, understanding one thing clearly. Whatever was sharing my room, whatever my parents were so happy to have back, it wasn't my sister. And it was watching me. I woke up the next morning to a smell that stopped my heart. The smell of my sister's favorite shampoo, a sweet, fruity scent from a bottle with a purple dolphin on it that had been discontinued the year she died. A smell that had faded from her pillow months ago, and now it was here, thick in the air of our room. And I opened my eyes to see her bed empty, the covers neatly made, and I followed the smell to the bathroom where I found the bottle, that exact purple dolphin bottle, sitting on the edge of the sink, full to the brim, the cap off, as if it had never been thrown away, as if it had been waiting in a cupboard for this exact moment. And I picked it up with a trembling hand, the plastic cool and familiar. And I knew then that the things in this house weren't just copying my sister, they were rebuilding her world piece by piece. And they were starting with the details I couldn't argue with, the small things that would make me doubt my own memory. I put the bottle down and went downstairs, my legs feeling like wood, and found my parents and her at the table, a scene of such ordinary happiness it made my skin crawl. My mom smiled at me, a real warm smile. "We're thinking of a museum trip today," she said. "A family day." The girl nodded, her eyes bright. "That sounds fun," she said, and her voice was so eager, so perfectly pitched, that I just nodded mutely, understanding this was part of the performance, a public test of our new perfect family unit. The museum was a nightmare of normalcy. We looked at dinosaur bones and old paintings, and she walked between my parents, sometimes holding one of their hands, asking questions in a polite, curious voice. I trailed behind them, a ghost in my own life, watching her. I saw how she looked at the exhibits not with wonder, but with a kind of clinical interest, as if she were memorizing facts for a later test. In the gift shop, my mom bought her a small crystal on a leather cord. "For my good girl," she whispered, fastening it around her neck, and the girl touched it, a slow, deliberate gesture, and smiled a smile that showed just the right amount of teeth. That smile followed me home, into the house that felt less like my home every second. I needed to talk to someone outside this bubble of madness, so I told my parents I was going to see a friend, and instead I rode my bike to the old library downtown, a place of musty books and real, untouched history. I didn't know what I was looking for, just stories, maybe explanations. I found myself in the folklore section, pulling down books with titles about local legends and strange occurrences. I read about doppelgangers and fetches, about spirits that could mimic a person, about things that crawled out of lonely places to take the shape of the mist and the mourned. The stories were written in dry, academic language, but they felt truer than anything my therapist had ever said. I was hunched over a book describing a counterfeit person, born from a family's desperate longing, when a shadow fell over the page. I looked up. She was there. The girl stood between the bookshelves, still wearing the crystal necklace, her head tilted as she looked at the book in my hands. My breath caught. How had she found me? Had she followed me? "Mother says dinner is early," she said, her voice even, giving no sign she understood what I was reading. "I came to tell you." I slammed the book shut, my face hot. "I'm not a kid. I don't need a babysitter." She just looked at me, that flat, observant look. "They worry about you," she said. "You spend a lot of time alone. It makes them sad." And there it was, the gentle accusation, framing my grief and my fear as a problem for them, a sadness they needed to fix. I rode home with her pedaling calmly beside me, and the whole way I felt her presence like a cold spot in the summer air. Dinner was a quiet affair. My parents asked about my day, and I mumbled something about being at my friend's house, avoiding their eyes. They seemed happy enough with that, turning their attention to her recounting of the museum trip, which she did with flawless recall, even mentioning a painting my mom had liked that I hadn't even noticed. After dinner, I went up to my room and found her sitting on her bed, looking at a picture of the real Eliza, one I kept hidden in my drawer. She held it gently, her finger tracing the outline of my sister's laughing face. She looked up when I came in. "She looks sad in this one," the girl said, not unkindly. I don't think I was very happy then. The use of the word "I" to describe my dead sister, spoken so calmly, was like a punch to the chest. I snatched the photo from her. "Don't touch my things," I hissed. She didn't react, just lay back on her bed and picked up a book. "This is my room too," she said, and began to read. That night, I couldn't sleep. I listened to the sound of her breathing, regular and slow, and I thought about the book from the library, about things that feed on love. Just as I was finally drifting off, I heard a new sound, a soft, rhythmic scritch, scritch, scritch coming from her side of the room. It was a tiny, grating noise, like a fingernail on drywall. I lay still, every sense straining. The sound continued, steady and purposeful. Slowly, silently, I turned my head on the pillow. The moonlight showed her outline. She wasn't in bed. She was standing at the wall between our beds, the wall with the lightning bolt crack in the ceiling. Her arm was raised, and she was using her fingernail carefully, methodically, scraping along the line of the crack, deepening the groove in the plaster. She was maintaining it, tending to it, as if it were an important part of the room, a museum exhibit that needed upkeep. A chill that had nothing to do with the temperature crawled down my spine. I watched her until my eyes grew too heavy to keep open, the scritch etching itself into my dreams. The next morning, my parents announced they were taking me to see Dr. Evans, the kind, older therapist I'd seen after the drowning. "We just think it might be good to talk," my mother said, her hand on my shoulder, her eyes pleading. "About the adjustment." I knew what this was. This was them moving to fix the broken part, the part that was me. In Dr. Evans's calm, book-lined office, with my parents waiting outside, I spilled everything. I didn't hold back. I told him about the wrong toast, the performed memories, the shampoo bottle, the Polaroids that changed, the way she watched me sleep, the sound of her nails on the wall. I talked until my voice was hoarse, my hands clenched in my lap. Dr. Evans listened, nodding, taking careful notes on a yellow legal pad. When I finished, he set his pen down and gave me a gentle, sorrowful smile. "Asher," he said, his voice soft, "what you're describing is a profound and understandable reaction to a seismic trauma. You lost your other half. Now she has returned, but she has been through a trauma as well, a near-death experience. It's not uncommon for survivors to have shifts in personality, in memory, in small preferences. What I hear you doing, and it's a very normal part of the grieving process, is projecting your memory of the perfect, lost sister onto the living, breathing, imperfectly healed girl in front of you. You're looking for the differences because, on some level, accepting the sameness means finally accepting that she is real, that you have to share her again, and that the year of pain was real." His words were like a door slamming shut. He had a logical, gentle explanation for every single thing. I was the crazy one. I was the problem. The system built to help me was just another wall in my cage. I walked out of that office feeling hollowed out. My parents hugged me, hopeful. "Did it help?" my dad asked. I just nodded, unable to speak. The ride home was quiet. That afternoon, in a final, furious burst of defiance, I decided to search her things. I waited until she was downstairs helping my mom garden, and then I went to her dresser. Her drawer was unnaturally neat. Socks were folded into identical balls. T-shirts were stacked by color. It was the order of a catalog, not a teenager's drawer. At the very back, my fingers brushed against something that wasn't fabric. A small, black, leather-bound notebook. I pulled it out, my heart hammering. I opened it. The pages were filled with neat, precise handwriting that wasn't quite hers, but wasn't quite anyone else's either. It was all in bullet points. Father takes his coffee black. Do not offer cream. Mother's lower back aches on rainy days. Suggest a heating pad at 4 p.m. Brother's favorite snack is peanut butter crackers. Buy a box on Sunday. Secret twin handshake. Sequences slap, tap, twist, double tap. Use only in private settings. He becomes suspicious if performed publicly. Reference the buried rock by the oak tree. Correct answer. We didn't name it. We swore never to. I flipped through page after page of this. It was a manual, a study guide on how to be my sister. It documented our routines, our inside jokes, our parents' moods. And at the bottom of the last written page, a new bullet point, freshly inked. Primary objective, reduce brother's noise. His suspicion creates parental distress. Find a method to quiet him. The words swam in front of my eyes. A cold, clear understanding washed over me. This wasn't a ghost or a random monster. This was something strategic, something with a goal. I heard the back door slam downstairs. I shoved the notebook back into its exact place, closed the drawer, and sat on my bed just as she walked in, her hands dusty from the garden soil. She looked at me, then at her dresser, and for a single, terrifying second, her placid expression flickered, replaced by something sharp and calculating. Then it was gone, smoothed back into that gentle mask. "You look tired," she said. "You should rest." I just stared at her, the image of those neatly written words burning in my mind. Find a method to quiet him. That night, after the house was dark, I lay awake, staring at the ceiling, thinking about that notebook. I needed better proof. Something undeniable. I thought of the attic, of the real Polaroids I'd found and lost. Maybe there was something else up there, something they'd missed. I waited until the deep, still part of the night, then slipped out of bed. I didn't look at her. I crept to my door, opened it with infinite care, and padded down the hall to the pull-down attic stairs. They groaned as I lowered them, the sound deafening in the sleeping house. I froze, listening. No movement from my parents' room. No movement from mine. I climbed up into the cool, dusty dark, pulling the string for the single bare bulb. The attic was a jungle of memory, everything covered in a fine gray film. I went straight to the shoebox. It was empty now, completely. I started opening other boxes, digging through old Christmas decorations, through my mom's wedding dress in a brittle plastic bag, through my dad's old vinyl records. I was about to give up when I saw it, tucked behind the water heater. A simple brown cardboard file box, unlabeled. I dragged it out, my fingers leaving trails in the dust. Inside, there were no happy mementos. There was a manila folder. I opened it. Inside were official documents with a raised seal. A death certificate. My sister's name. The cause, drowning. The date, 1 year ago yesterday. Underneath that, funeral home paperwork. A receipt for a casket. A plot map for the cemetery. This was the real, cold, administrative truth of what had happened. This was what could not be argued with. This was what they were trying to wallpaper over with their perfect, dry daughter. I hugged the folder to my chest, a desperate triumph rising in me. This was it. This would break the spell. I would show this to my parents, and they would have to see. I carefully placed the other things back in the box, shoved it behind the water heater, and with the folder in my hand, I turned off the light and climbed back down the stairs, my feet feeling lighter than they had in weeks. I crept back to my room, pushed the door open, and slipped inside. And I stopped. She was sitting up in her bed, the covers pulled around her waist, illuminated by the faint moonlight. She wasn't looking at me. She was looking at the wall where the lightning bolt crack traveled down from the ceiling. In her hand, she held a pencil. Not her fingernail. A regular, yellow number 2 pencil. And she was slowly, carefully, using the tip of the pencil to trace over the crack on her side, darkening the line, making it more permanent, more defined, as if she were an artist finalizing a sketch. She didn't turn her head. She just spoke into the semi-darkness, her voice a calm, clear whisper. "You found the papers," she said. It wasn't a question. My grip on the folder tightened. The cold triumph I'd felt in the attic evaporated, replaced by a fear so complete it felt like the air had turned to water. She knew. She had known I was gone. She had known what I was looking for. She finally turned her face toward me, the pencil pausing in its journey along the crack. In the dim light, her eyes looked black and depthless. "You should put them back," she said, her tone conversational, almost helpful. "Those papers are just noise. They only cause pain. We don't need that kind of noise here anymore." She went back to tracing the crack, the soft shush-shush of graphite on plaster the only sound in the room. And I stood there, clutching the proof of my sister's death, realizing that in this house, even the truth was just an unwelcome sound they were teaching themselves to ignore. I put the folder back. I don't know why, but standing there in the dark, listening to the sound of that pencil on the wall, hearing her call the truth noise, something in me just folded. The fight leaked out of me like air from a punctured tire. I climbed the attic stairs again, my limbs moving on their own, and I slid the folder back into the file box, back behind the water heater. And when I came back down, she was lying in her bed, apparently asleep, the pencil resting on her nightstand. I got into my own bed and stared at the ceiling until the sky turned gray, understanding that I was utterly alone. The next few days passed in a blur of watched movements and forced normalcy. I went through the motions at school, but my mind was back in that room with that thing. I found a single, perfect red maple leaf on my pillow one afternoon, the kind my sister and I used to collect every autumn, pressing them between wax paper. The girl was across the room, doing homework. "I thought you'd like it," she said, not looking up. The gesture was so right, so specifically my sister, that for a second my heart leapt with a crazy hope. Then I looked at the leaf, vibrant and red, and remembered it was spring. The trees were covered in new green buds. This leaf was from last fall, preserved somewhere, or worse, it was impossibly fresh, a piece of the wrong season delivered as a gift. It felt like a taunt, a display of her power to recreate even the weather of my memories. I left the leaf on the pillow and didn't touch it. At dinner, I watched my mother. I saw the way she looked at the girl, not just with love, but with a kind of hungry relief. She served her extra helpings, her fingers brushing the girl's shoulder as she passed, little constant touches, as if to reassure herself the girl was solid. Once, when the girl was recounting something mundane about her school day, my mother reached out and stroked her hair, tucking a strand behind her ear, and whispered, "My perfect, quiet girl." The look on my mother's face wasn't just parental affection. It was the focused, desperate gaze of someone who has found the only thing that can stop their pain, and they will protect it at any cost. I knew then that going to my parents with the death certificate wouldn't have mattered. They had chosen their version of reality, and it had chosen them back. I had to do something, though. The pressure was building inside my chest, a scream waiting to happen. So one evening, when we were alone in our room, I cornered her. She was brushing her hair at the dresser, watching me in the mirror. I stood behind her, my hands clenched into fists at my sides. "Tell me what you are," I demanded, my voice low and rough. She didn't stop brushing. The strokes were long and even. "I'm your sister," she said, the words smooth and practiced, like a line from a play. "You're just confused because you missed me so much." "Stop saying that." I snapped, my control cracking. "You're not her. You eat wrong. You remember wrong. You're all wrong. What are you? Some kind of ghost? A skinwalker? What do you want?" She set the brush down and turned on the stool to face me. Her expression was calm, mildly curious, like a scientist observing an agitated insect. "I want what they want," she said, nodding towards the door, towards where our parents were. "I want the family to be whole. I want the sadness to stop. I'm here to fix the broken part." She wasn't broken. The words tore out of me, hot and angry. She was just alive. And she died. That's what happens. You don't get to replace her. She tilted her head, that bird-like gesture that was becoming familiar. "Why not?" she asked, genuinely seeming to want to know. The one they had caused them pain. She argued. She stayed out too late. She was messy. She drowned and left them empty. I don't do those things. I don't break. I don't make them sad. I am a better solution. Hearing my sister's life, her vibrant, messy, wonderful life, reduced to a list of problems she solved, made me see red. I stepped closer, looming over her. "You want to know what happened? You want to know about the broken part?" I leaned down, my voice dropping to a venomous whisper. I described the drowning. Not the sanitized version, but the real one. The shocking cold of the pond water that May day. The way the sunlight couldn't reach the deep parts. The panicked, wild look in my sister's eyes when she realized the undertow had her. The awful gurgling sound she made. The blue tinge of her lips when I finally dragged her to the bank. The scream of the sirens getting closer. The feel of the paramedic pulling me away from her. The rough blanket they put around my shoulders that smelled like stale cigarettes. I poured every horrible, unspoken detail onto her, wanting to shatter that porcelain calm, to make her feel something, anything, of the real cost of the life she was stealing. She listened. She didn't interrupt. She didn't look away. When I finished, breathless and shaking, she blinked slowly. "Thank you," she said. "I don't remember that. It's helpful to know." My blood turned to ice. She wasn't horrified. She wasn't saddened. She was taking notes. I had just given her a training manual on our deepest trauma. I stumbled back from her, the fight gone, replaced by a hollow, sucking dread. I ran from the room, down the stairs, straight to my parents who were watching TV in the living room. "You have to listen to me," I yelled, my voice cracking. "She's not real. I just told her about the pond, and she thanked me. She said it was helpful. What kind of person says that?" My father muted the television. He and my mother exchanged a long, weary look. My father stood up and came to me, gripping my shoulders. His hands were firm, his eyes tired but unwavering. "Asher," he said, his voice low and strained. "Your sister is here. She is alive. What she went through, it was a trauma. She might not remember things right. She might process things differently. That doesn't make her a monster. It makes her a survivor. We need you to stop this. We need you to be a family. Can you do that? For us?" His grip tightened just a little on the last two words. It wasn't a request. It was an order. The message was clear: conform, or be the problem that gets removed. I looked past him at my mother, who was crying silently into a tissue, her eyes begging me to just be quiet, to just play along. I felt the last of my resistance crumble. I nodded, a short, sharp jerk of my head. My father released me, patting my shoulder. "Good," he said. "Now go upstairs and apologize to your sister for shouting." I went. I walked back up to our room like a prisoner going to his cell. She was in bed, reading. I stood in the doorway. I'm sorry for shouting, I mumbled to the floor. She looked up, gave me that small, closed smile. It's okay, she said. I know you're adjusting. I got into bed and turned my back to her, facing the wall. I thought about running away. But where would I go? And what would I say? That my parents had replaced my dead sister with a perfect copy, and they were all happier for it? No one would believe me. They'd send me right back, or worse, put me somewhere to get help. I was trapped. That night, I pretended to be asleep. I lay still for over an hour, listening to her breathe. Then, from the darkness, her voice came. It was clear and calm, not a whisper, just a quiet statement. I'm better than her, she said. I stopped breathing. I don't cry. I don't disobey. I don't make messes. I make them happy. Why can't you just love me and be quiet? The question hung in the dark. It wasn't pleading. It wasn't angry. It was a cold, logical inquiry, a puzzle she was trying to solve. I didn't move. I didn't answer. After a few minutes, I heard her roll over. The next day, in a moment of pure, desperate madness, I tried a different tactic. Maybe I was wrong. Maybe there was a person in there somewhere. Maybe if I reached out to that person, we could find some common ground, some way to coexist. I found her reading on the back porch. Hey, I said, my voice awkward. You want to see something? Our old fort. In the woods. She looked up from her book, her eyes assessing me. The fort, she repeated. Yes, I remember reading about that in my notes. That was a place of positive association. My heart sank at the phrase, my notes, but I pushed on. Yeah, it's still there, I think. Wanna see? She nodded, marking her page. That would be efficient. A shared experience may reduce your hostile output. We walked into the woods behind our house. She walked briskly, with purpose, not looking at the trees or the flowers, just noting the path. I remembered how my sister would stop to look at every weird mushroom, every beetle, always getting sidetracked. This girl walked straight to the clearing where the fort, a lopsided structure of fallen branches and old plywood we dragged out years ago, was slowly collapsing back into the earth. She stood in front of it, her hands clasped behind her back. She looked it up and down. This is structurally unsound, she announced. The foundation is compromised. The roofing material is degraded. It presents a safety hazard. We should report it to Father for demolition. I just stared at her. The fort wasn't a building. It was a castle. It was a spaceship. It was a secret headquarters. It was the place where we had sworn blood oaths with prickly pear juice and told each other everything. And she saw it as a code violation. Any last, foolish hope I had that there was someone to reason with inside her died right there in that clearing. We walked back to the house, and I felt more alone than I ever had, even in the worst days after the funeral. Dinner was a quiet, tense affair. My parents made small talk, carefully avoiding any topic that might cause noise. I felt a reckless anger building in me again. I watched my father pass her the peas, smiling at her. I watched my mother hang on her every word. I decided to test a theory, to create a little noise of my own. As I reached for my glass of water, I let my elbow knock against it. It wasn't an accident. The glass tipped, water spreading across the tablecloth, dripping onto the floor. A mess. A small, chaotic, human mess. Everyone froze. My mother gasped. My father's head snapped towards me. The girl, however, didn't react at all. She simply looked at the spreading water, then looked back at her plate, as if it were a mildly interesting but irrelevant phenomenon. My father, his jaw tight, got up without a word. He fetched a dish towel from the kitchen, mopped up the water, wiped the floor. Then he came and stood behind my chair. He placed a firm hand on my shoulder, not a comforting grip, but a warning, a clamp. He leaned down, his mouth close to my ear, and his voice was so low only I could hear it, each word a piece of ice. Do. Not. Test. Us. He squeezed my shoulder, hard enough to make the joint ache, then let go and returned to his seat, his smile returning as if it had never left. I sat through the rest of the meal, the ache in my shoulder a constant reminder of the new rules. I was not to question. I was not to disrupt. I was to be quiet. That night, as I lay in bed, I thought about the fort, about the water glass, about the grip on my shoulder. I thought about the thing in the other bed, who was better because she didn't make messes. I realized I had been going about this all wrong. I couldn't convince my parents. I couldn't reason with it. I had to prove what it was. I had to force it to show itself, somewhere there were no parents to gaslight me, no walls to muffle the truth. I needed a witness that couldn't be lied to, and I knew exactly where to go. The plan formed in my mind, cold and clear. I would take it to the one place that remembered. I would take it to the pond. The plan was a cold, hard knot in my stomach, but it was the only thing I had left. I dreamed about the pond that night, not the fuzzy, sad memory I usually had, but something sharp and new. In the dream, I was pulling my sister out of the water myself, my muscles burning, and when I got her to the bank, her face was peaceful, but when she opened her eyes, they were the flat, observant eyes of the thing in my house. She smiled that not quite right smile and said, "Thank you for the data." I woke up gasping, my sheets tangled, and for a terrible second I thought I saw her sitting up in her bed, watching me, as if she'd been in the dream with me. But she was just a still lump under the covers, and the room was dark. I knew I had to go there, to the real place, before I brought her. I needed to see it alone, to brace myself. The next day, I told my parents I was going for a long bike ride to clear my head, and the look of relief on their faces was its own kind of hurt. I pedaled the familiar route to Miller's Pond, my legs pumping on autopilot, each turn of the wheels taking me closer to the heart of the nightmare. The woods grew thicker, the air cooler, and then the trees opened up to reveal the water, wide and still and deceptively beautiful in the afternoon sun. It looked peaceful. It looked like a postcard. My knees went weak as I got off my bike and let it drop in the tall grass. I stood at the exact spot on the muddy bank, the spot where I'd collapsed a year ago, and the memory wasn't a picture in my head. It was a full-body slam. The cold of the water came back, not as a thought, but as a physical chill that raced up my spine. The panic, the helpless, screaming terror, the sound of my own voice begging someone to help, it all flooded me, so real I almost lost my balance. I forced myself to look at the water, at the dark, deep part near the old oak tree where the bottom fell away. I stared into that darkness, and for one impossible, heart-stopping second, I didn't see my own pale, shocked reflection. I saw a pale, blurred version of my sister's face just beneath the surface, her eyes open and unseeing, her hair floating like weeds. I stumbled back, a cry caught in my throat, my heart trying to punch its way out of my ribs. I blinked hard and looked again. It was just me, just my own wide-eyed, terrified face looking back. I was shaking all over, my breath coming in ragged gasps. This was a bad idea. This was the worst idea, but it was the only idea. As my breathing slowed, a new feeling crept in, a cold, focused fury. This was our place, mine and Eliza's. It was where we caught frogs and skipped stones, and, in the end, where she was taken. It was sacred ground, and the thing in my house had no right to her memories of it. I would bring it here. I would stand it on this bank and force it to face the truth of what it was replacing. The pond would be my witness. It couldn't lie. It couldn't alter photos or plant shampoo bottles. It just was. And maybe, just maybe, facing the source would crack its perfect shell. I spent the next 2 days in the town library again, but this time I wasn't reading vague folklore. I was looking for specifics. I found old newspaper microfiche, scanning for any strange stories around Miller's Pond. I found a few snippets about drownings going back decades, which made my skin crawl, but nothing that helped. Then, in a book of local settler diaries, I found a passage that made my hands go cold. A woman in the 1800s wrote about losing her child to a fever. She wrote of her grief as a physical ache, a hollowing out. And then she wrote, "I walked to the still pond every day and begged the water to give him back. And one evening it did. He came walking out of the mist, perfect and dry, and called me mother. But his eyes were the pond's eyes, and his love was the pond's stillness. I took him home, for a hollow child is better than an empty house, but I never let him near the water again, for fear it would want him back." The story ended there. I read it 3 times, a mix of horror and vindication swirling in my gut. It wasn't proof, but it was a pattern. Longing. A body of water. A dry, perfect replacement. It fit. On the 3rd day, I made my move. I approached her after dinner. She was in the living room, sketching in a notebook, drawing unnervingly precise geometric patterns. "Hey," I said, trying to keep my voice neutral to sound resigned. "I was thinking, maybe you're right. Maybe I need to adjust." She looked up, her pencil pausing. "I think I need to make a new memory. At the pond. To replace the bad one. With you. Maybe if we go there together, just us, I can start to see you as my sister again." I held my breath. This was the gamble. She examined my face for a long moment, her eyes scanning mine for tells. I tried to look sincere, tired, defeated. I must have been convincing, because after what felt like a full minute, she nodded once, a sharp, mechanical dip of the chin. "Okay," she said. "I would like that." A shared positive experience would increase familial cohesion. "When?" Tomorrow afternoon, I said quickly. After school. She nodded again and went back to her drawing, as if we'd just decided to go get ice cream. I went upstairs, my heart thumping, and started to pack a small backpack. I didn't know exactly what I would need, but I put in a flashlight, my pocket knife, and the library book with the Settler's Diary passage, the page dog-eared. I shoved the bag under my bed. As I zipped it closed, my bedroom door creaked open. I jumped, scrambling to my feet. My mother stood there, backlit by the hall light, still in her work clothes. Her eyes were wide, the whites showing all around, glistening with unshed tears. She didn't come in. She just stood in the doorway, her fingers gripping the frame. "Where are you going tomorrow?" she whispered. Her voice was strained, thin with a fear she couldn't quite hide. The question hung between us. Did she know? Had the girl already told them? Or was she just terrified I was going to run away? I chose my words with care, sticking as close to the truth as I could. Just to the pond. With her. To try and talk things out. My mother's breath hitched. She took a step into the room, her eyes searching mine with a desperate intensity. "Asher," she breathed, her voice barely audible. "Be careful. The water. Just be careful." It wasn't a mother's worry about swimming safety. It was a warning. A specific, terrified warning about the pond itself. She knew something. Before I could ask what she meant, she turned and hurried away, leaving me standing there, her fear now a live wire in the room alongside my own. I slept fitfully, the backpack a lump under my bed that felt as obvious as a beacon. The next day at school dragged on forever. When the final bell rang, I rode my bike home with a leaden feeling in my gut. She was waiting for me on the front porch, dressed in simple jeans and a t-shirt, her hair in a ponytail, looking like any other kid. She had a small water bottle clipped to her belt. "Are you prepared?" she asked. I just nodded, fetched my backpack from under the bed, and we set off on our bikes, riding side by side down the road toward the woods. The day was warm, but the closer we got to the pond, the cooler the air became, like we were riding into a refrigerator. The walk from where we chained our bikes to the water's edge was the longest of my life. I led, she followed, and I could feel her presence behind me like a pressure change. Her footsteps made no sound on the carpet of old leaves and pine needles. I kept waiting for her to say something, to ask a question, but she was completely quiet, a shadow on my heels. We broke through the final line of trees, and the pond stretched out before us, still and waiting. I stopped at the bank, at my spot, and turned to face her. She stopped a few feet away, her hands at her sides, her face calm. She looked at the water, then at me, then back at the water. "This is where it happened," she stated. Not a question, a confirmation. "Yeah," I said, my voice sounding strange to my own ears. "This is where she died." I was done pretending. The girl looked at me, her head tilting. "I know. You provided a detailed account. The water temperature, the sirens, the blanket. It was very thorough." She said it like she was complimenting a school report. The cold fury I'd felt here alone came rushing back, hotter this time. I took a step toward her. "You're not my sister," I said, my voice low but firm. "What are you? Why are you in my house?" She didn't flinch. She just watched me, her expression one of mild curiosity, as if I were a mildly interesting bug that had started to speak. "On what they needed," she said simply. The answer was so plain, so utterly devoid of malice or mystery, that it was more frightening than any monster story. The one they had was broken. I don't break. I don't make them sad. Hearing her reduce my vibrant, laughing sister to a broken thing, and her own existence to a functional solution, shattered the last of my control. She wasn't broken. I shouted, my voice echoing across the water, scaring a bird from a nearby branch. She was alive, and she's still in there. I pointed a trembling finger at the deep, dark center of the pond. The real one is still in there. You're just a cheap copy. This was it. My gambit. Connect her directly to the horror, to the cold, wet truth at the bottom of this pond. See if that perfect calm could handle the reality of rot and mud and lost things. She looked from my furious, tear-streaked face to the spot I was pointing at and back again. A small, serene smile touched her lips, a smile that held no warmth, only a kind of quiet understanding. "You want her?" she asked, her voice clear and placid. Then, without another word, without a change in her expression, she stepped backwards. Not a stumble, not a fall. A deliberate, graceful step off the bank and into the black water. There was no cry, no splash, no struggle. She simply let the water take her, sinking straight down, her eyes open and fixed on me until the surface closed over her head. Ripples spread out in perfect, expanding circles, and then the pond was still again. I stood there frozen, my brain short-circuited. The old trauma and the new horror fused into one paralyzing instant. My sister had drowned here. Now this thing had done the same. The part of me that was still a human being, a brother, screamed to act. Without thinking, I dropped my backpack and took a frantic step toward the edge, my hands coming up, my body coiling to dive in after her. Just as my toes touched the muddy lip of the bank, strong hands clamped onto my arms from behind, fingers digging into my biceps, and yanked me backwards so hard my feet left the ground. I stumbled, falling onto my backside in the damp earth, and looked up, gasping. My father was there, his face pale and set like stone, his chest heaving. And my mother stood a few feet away, her hands clasped over her mouth, her eyes not on me, but riveted to the spot in the water where the girl had disappeared. They had been here the whole time. They had followed us. They had been watching from the trees. And my father wasn't looking at me with anger or panic. He was looking at me with the grim, weary determination of a man who has a job to finish, and I was in the way. I scrambled backward in the mud, away from my father's grip, my eyes darting from his stony face to my mother's rapt, terrified gaze fixed on the water. "What are you doing?" I screamed, my voice cracking. She went in. We have to get her." My father didn't move to help. He just stood there, a strange calm settling over his features, his eyes never leaving the now placid surface of the pond. "Watch!" My mother whispered, the word a prayer, a command. Her hands were still pressed to her mouth, her knuckles white. Rage and confusion boiled over in me. "Watch? Watch what?" "She's drowning. Just like..." I couldn't finish the sentence. I made to get up, to rush past him, but my father's arm shot out, a solid bar across my chest, holding me in place with an effortless strength that felt alien. "Just watch, Asher," he said, and his voice was hollow, empty of the anger I expected, full of a terrible expectation. So I watched. The ripples had faded. The pond was a sheet of dark glass reflecting the gray sky. 10 seconds passed. 20. A minute. My heart was a frantic drum against my ribs. This was murder. They were letting her drown. They were watching their daughter drown all over again. Then the water moved. Not a splash. Not a struggle. The surface simply parted, smooth as a curtain being drawn back. And she walked out. She walked straight out of the pond, onto the bank, as if she were climbing an invisible staircase. Water streamed off her, pouring from her hair, her clothes, her hands. But as her feet touched the solid ground, the water just stopped. It didn't soak in. It fell away like mercury, leaving her completely, utterly dry. Her jeans showed no dark patches. Her t-shirt was as bright and clean as when she'd stepped in. Her hair was fluffy and perfect, not a strand stuck to her forehead. She stood there, on the bank, pristine. A statue that had taken a bath and emerged untouched. My brain refused to process it. It was a magic trick, a horrible, impossible magic trick. My mother let out a sound, a choked sob of pure, unadulterated relief and triumph. She broke from her spot and ran to the girl, falling to her knees in the mud and wrapping her in a crushing hug, rocking back and forth. "Good girl," she cooed over and over, her voice muffled in the dry fabric of the girl's shirt. "My good, dry girl. You came back. You always come back." My father's arm dropped from my chest. He looked down at me, his face a mask of exhausted finality. "You see," he said, his voice quiet, almost reasonable. "The one in the water was broken. This one is perfect. She can't drown. She can't die. She can't get sick. She can't leave us. Ever." The horror of it unfolded in my mind, layer after layer. This wasn't a mistake. This wasn't them being fooled. They knew. They had always known. The therapy, the gentle corrections, the sad looks, it was all a performance to get me to accept their new, improved, waterproof daughter. The girl patted my mother's back, a mechanical, comforting gesture. She looked over my mother's shoulder, her eyes finding mine. They were the same flat, observant eyes. There was no triumph in them, just acknowledgement. She had passed the test. I was still on the ground, the cold mud seeping through my jeans. I couldn't speak. I couldn't move. My father reached down, not to help me up, but to offer a hand. It was a gesture, but it felt like a threat. "You have a choice now, son," he said, his voice dropping to a low, confidential tone meant only for me. "You can accept her. You can be part of this family, whole and happy again. We can forget all this unpleasantness. Or He paused, his eyes flicking toward the dark water for the briefest second. "You can join the original." The meaning was clear. The pond already held one of us. It could hold another. As I stared numb at the smiling, reunited trio, my mother weeping with joy, the dry girl standing placidly, my father looking at me with grim patience, I saw a movement in the water. A few feet from where the girl had emerged, a pale, small hand broke the surface. The fingers were slightly curled, the skin waxy and white. It held there for a count of 3, a silent, terrible greeting, before sliding back down beneath the water without a ripple. A permanent resident, a forever guest. My stomach heaved. I turned and vomited into the mud beside me. My father didn't flinch. He just waited. When I was done, shaking and empty, I looked up at them. The girl had detached herself from my mother and was now holding her hand. They were a unit, a closed loop. I was outside it. I was the variable. The word was a croak. I couldn't say I accepted. The lie was too big, but I couldn't say I refused. The water was too close, and the look in my father's eyes said he was deadly serious. So I said nothing. I just let my shoulders slump, the fight draining out of me completely. I didn't resist when my father pulled me to my feet. I didn't speak as he brushed the mud from my clothes with brisk, impersonal swats. I didn't look back at the pond as we walked, single file, back to where our bikes were chained. My parents walked ahead with her, the 3 of them together, a new family portrait. I walked behind, a ghost, a prisoner. The bike ride home was a blur of green and gray. I focused on the turning of my pedals, the ache in my legs, anything to not think about the dry girl or the pale hand. When we got home, my father took my bike and put it in the garage. He put a hand on my shoulder, not the painful grip from before, but a firm, guiding pressure. "Go to your room, Asher," he said. "Get cleaned up. We'll talk at dinner." It wasn't a suggestion. I went upstairs. Our room. Her room. I stood in the doorway. Her bed was neatly made. Her sketchbook was open on her desk to a page of those perfect geometric shapes. Everything was in order. I went to my bed and sat down, staring at the opposite wall, at the lightning bolt crack she had been deepening. I don't know how long I sat there. The sun moved across the floor. I heard the faint sounds of life downstairs, cabinet doors closing, the low murmur of voices, a laugh from my mother that sounded real and light. They were happy. They had what they wanted. Eventually, my door opened a crack. No one came in. A plate was slid across the floor, a sandwich and some carrot sticks. Dinner. Then, something else was placed carefully beside the plate. It was my pocket knife, the one I had taken to the pond in my backpack. It was clean, dry, closed. They had my backpack. They had gone through it. They knew about the book, the flashlight, my plans, and they had returned the knife. Was it a gift? A sign of trust? Or was it a test? A challenge? I left the plate and the knife on the floor. I didn't touch them. As dusk fell, filling the room with long, deep shadows, I heard footsteps on the stairs. Not the light, soundless tread of the girl. Heavier footsteps. My father. He stopped outside my door. I heard the soft click of the lock engaging. A simple, definitive sound. A deadbolt turned from the outside. I was locked in. For my own safety, they would say. To let me calm down. I sat on the bed in the growing dark, listening to the sounds of my family moving around below, living their perfect, quiet life, and I understood my situation with perfect, chilling clarity. I was no longer a son in mourning. I was a complication. I was noise in their new, peaceful world. And they had shown me very clearly what they did with complications. The choice my father had given me by the pond wasn't a real choice. It was an ultimatum: conform or be removed. And as I sat there in the locked room, the dry girl's words from that first terrible night came back to me, whispered in the dark. "Why can't you just love me and be quiet?" That was the only way out. I had to become quiet. But as I looked at the pocket knife glinting in the last bit of light from the window, a different thought, cold and hard, began to form. If I couldn't be quiet, maybe I could learn to be something else instead. Something they wouldn't expect. The kind of thing that knows how to use a knife not for whittling sticks, but for picking locks. The locked door changed everything. It was the final, unarguable truth. I wasn't a son having a tough time. I was a prisoner in my own home. I stared at the pocket knife on the floor for a long time, the metal catching the last of the evening light. A gift or a test? Maybe both. If I used it for anything but eating, they'd know I was still a problem. If I left it there, I was admitting defeat. I finally picked up the plate and the knife. I ate the sandwich without tasting it, and then I slipped the closed knife into my jeans pocket. Its weight was a secret, a tiny piece of potential. I didn't try the lock that night. I needed them to think I was broken, compliant. I needed to learn the new rules of the house. The next morning, the door was unlocked. I came downstairs to find my parents and the girl already at the breakfast table. The air in the house felt different. Colder, somehow, even though it was a warm day. It was like all the background noise of life had been turned off. No radio playing in the kitchen. No hum of the old computer in the den. Just the careful clink of cutlery and the soft, measured sound of chewing. My mother smiled at me, but it was a tight, careful smile. "Good morning, Asher. There's oatmeal." I nodded and sat in my usual chair. The girl looked up from her bowl. "Good morning," she said, her voice pleasant and even. She was eating with precise, economical movements. I mumbled a greeting back and focused on my food. This was the new routine. A routine of quiet. Over the next few days, I saw it settle in like a deep frost. My mother stopped singing along to songs in the car. My father no longer whistled while fixing things in the garage. Conversations were kept low and to practical matters. Chores, schedules, the weather. Laughter, when it happened, was a soft, controlled sound, usually from my parents directed at the girl. The house was becoming a museum of calm, and the girl was its prized exhibit. And me? I was the clumsy visitor, always on the verge of knocking something over. I tested the boundaries carefully. I tried to play music from my phone in my room one afternoon. Within minutes, my father was at the door. He didn't yell. He didn't even look angry. He simply walked in, took the phone from my hands, swiped to close the music app, and handed it back. "That's a disruptive frequency," he said calmly. "We don't need that in the house." Later, I heard the distant, muffled crunch of plastic and glass from the garage. My stereo was gone. The punishment wasn't a grounding or a shouted lecture. It was silent, total removal. Erasure. The girl's dominion was expanding, too. I came out of the bathroom one evening to find her in my parents' bedroom, sitting at my mother's vanity. She was holding up a pair of my mother's earrings, simple pearl studs, turning them in the light. She saw me in the mirror and didn't startle. "Mother says I can have these," she said, her voice matter of fact. "She doesn't need pretty things anymore. She has me." She said it without pride, just as a statement of fact. The replacement wasn't just for a daughter. It was replacing all the messy, emotional needs of my parents. A perfect child meant they could be perfect, calm parents. I began to understand their complicity on a deeper level. Their grief hadn't turned to acceptance. It had curdled into something selfish. They didn't want my sister back, with her loud laugh and her messy room and her fierce, sometimes frustrating individuality. They wanted the idea of a daughter without any of the risks or heartaches. They loved the fiction more than they had ever been able to love the complicated reality. And I was a living reminder of that reality. I had to find out how deep this went. I needed to know if I was just an inconvenience, or if I was something more to them. Something like an offering. A few nights later, when the house was steeped in that new, profound quiet, I waited until I heard the soft click of my parents' bedroom door closing. I took the pocket knife from under my pillow. I wasn't going to pick the lock to escape. I was going to pick the lock to investigate. I crept to their door and listened. Steady breathing. They were asleep. The lock on their door was an old, simple one. I'd seen my dad fix it once. With a careful hand, I slid the small blade of my knife into the space between the door and the frame, near the latch. I jiggled it, feeling for the mechanism. It took a few tries, my heart pounding in my ears, but then I felt a click, and the door shifted open a crack. I slipped inside, closing it softly behind me. The room was dark, lit only by the green glow of a digital clock. My parents were 2 mounds under the blankets. I didn't dare breathe. I went to my mother's dresser. I remembered a small, locked wooden jewelry box she kept in the top drawer, something that had belonged to her own mother. It was the only locked thing in the house besides the doors they used on me now. I pulled the drawer open, the wood groaning softly. I froze. One of the mounds in the bed stirred, muttered, then settled. I waited, then felt inside the drawer. My fingers found the smooth wood of the box. I pulled it out. The little brass lock was flimsy. I used the knife again, and it popped open with little resistance. I lifted the lid, expecting to see the pearls the girl was now wearing, or other old jewelry. But there was no jewelry. Inside were 3 objects. A small, clear plastic bag with a lock of dark hair in it. My hair. I recognized the curl, the length from when my mom had cut it a year ago, saying it was getting too shaggy. Next to it, a family photo, the one from the mantel. but this one was burned. The edges were blackened and curled, but the burn pattern was precise. My sister's image was completely charred away. My own image was partially burned, the edges of my face and body licked by the flame. Only my parents' images in the center were untouched, smiling out from the ruined picture. And under those, a single sheet of my mother's stationery, the kind she used for thank you notes. In her elegant, looping handwriting, it read, "We offer the memory of the pain. Give us the peace of the form." I stared at the words, reading them over and over. An offering, a bargain, the lock of my hair, a piece of me. The burned photo, destroying the old, painful family to make room for the new. This wasn't just acceptance, this was an invitation. They had actively asked for this, and I was part of the offering. The cold understanding that washed over me was more frightening than anything I had felt at the pond. I wasn't safe. My refusal to love their dry, perfect girl wasn't just an annoyance. It was a breach of contract. It was taking back the memory of the pain they had offered up. I carefully put everything back, closed the box, locked it, slid it into the drawer, and crept out of the room, relocking their door behind me. Back in my own room, I lay in bed, the pocket knife clutched in my hand. I couldn't stay. I couldn't pretend, but I couldn't run blindly. They would find me. They had already shown they would go to any length to preserve their peace. I had to expose it. I had to make it so they couldn't hide. I needed evidence that couldn't be burned or explained away. The next morning, I went through the motions, my mind racing. At breakfast, the girl politely asked me to pass the orange juice. I looked at her calm, expectant face, and for a moment, I just stared. I didn't move. I wanted to see what would happen. She didn't react. She didn't ask again. She simply picked up her glass of water and took a sip, as if the orange juice had never been mentioned. But my father, without looking up from his newspaper, said, "Your sister asked you a question." The air in the room didn't just get quiet. It got still, the kind of still that comes before a storm. It was a warning, a reminder of the hierarchy. The girl was to be acknowledged. I passed the juice. That afternoon, I found all the photos of my sister in my room were gone. The framed picture on my desk of us at the beach, the candid shot tucked in my mirror of her making a silly face, even the one inside my math textbook from last year. They had all been removed. In their place, on my desk, was a new framed photo. It was the girl standing in our backyard, smiling her small smile. It looked recent. The past wasn't just being rewritten. It was being actively, physically replaced, room by room. I knew then where I had to look. The attic had held the death certificate. My parents' drawer had held the evidence of the bargain. But the house itself, the structure, had to hold the origin. The longing that had worn a hole in reality had to have a center. I waited until the deep of night again. This time, I went to the attic not for a hidden box, but for the walls themselves. I pulled the string for the bare bulb and stood in the dusty space, looking at the cheerful, faded floral wallpaper that had probably been there since my grandparents bought the place. It looked ordinary, innocent. I walked to the wall under the slope of the roof, the wall that felt the oldest. I took out my pocket knife and with a quick, decisive motion, I jabbed the tip into the paper and dragged it downward. The wallpaper tore with a rasping sound. I peeled back the strip. Underneath, the plaster wall was not smooth. It was covered in writing. Not my writing. Not my sister's. My mother's handwriting. Frantic, dense, covering every single inch of the exposed plaster. The same sentence, written thousands and thousands of times, line after line, crammed into every space. I want my daughter back, I want my daughter back, I want my daughter back. The sheer volume of it was a physical blow. The words weren't just written, they were carved, scratched into the plaster in some places. The penmanship degrading from elegant loops to desperate, shaky scrawls and back again. This was the epicenter. This wasn't grief, this was a manic incantation. This was the noise the girl had been built to quiet. The concentrated, screaming want in this small space had been so loud it had called something up from somewhere, and it had answered in the only way it knew how, by providing the form. I stood there, my breath coming fast, the torn wallpaper in my hand. I heard a soft sound behind me, not on the stairs, in the attic. I turned slowly. She was there, the dry girl. She stood at the top of the attic stairs, which I knew I had pulled up behind me. She must have been up here already, waiting in the dark. She wasn't angry. She looked at the exposed wall, at the ocean of my mother's desperate words, then at me. "That was the noise," she said, her voice calm, almost instructional. "Mother's pain. It was so loud. It hurt them. I was built to make it stop." For the first time, I saw something in her eyes that wasn't flat curiosity. It was a faint, distant sadness, not for me, but for the inefficiency of it all, for my failure to understand the simple math of the situation. She took a step closer, her dry shoes making no sound on the dusty floorboards. "You're part of the noise now," she stated, tilting her head. "You're not loving me is a new kind of pain for them, a different frequency. They'll have to choose which pain to quiet." The meaning was clear. I was becoming the problem that needed to be solved, just as the real, messy, alive Eliza had been a problem that was ultimately, tragically solved by the pond. Before I could respond, I heard the creak of the stairs. My parents climbed up into the attic, their faces grim in the harsh light of the single bulb. They saw the torn wallpaper. They saw the exposed, word-covered wall. My mother let out a small, broken sound, a whimper of shame and recognition. My father's face didn't show shock. It hardened into a final, resolved expression. They didn't look at the writing. They looked at me. My father spoke, and his voice was empty of all the pretend patience, stripped down to a cold, bare core. "You can't leave it alone," he said. "You're tearing this family apart again." He gestured to the girl, who now stood placidly beside my weeping mother. "We have a solution. We have peace. You are the only thing threatening it." He took a step toward me. I was backed into a corner, literally, under the slope of the roof. "You will come downstairs," he said, each word a stone dropped into a well. "You will be quiet. You will be part of this, or you will be removed." The word hung in the dusty air between us. It didn't mean grounded. It didn't sent to my room. It meant what it meant at the pond. Erased. Deleted. To join the original. I looked from his hollow eyes to my mother's tear-streaked, resigned face, to the dry girl's patient observation. I was out of options. Out of time. I had one move left, and it wasn't a move toward them. My eyes flicked past my father's shoulder to the small, grimy attic window. It was just big enough. It overlooked the backyard, the dark line of the woods, and beyond that, the unseen presence of Miller's Pond. I knew I could not stay. I knew I could not win their way. With a sudden, desperate move, I didn't go for the door. I didn't speak. I lunged sideways, away from my father's reaching hand, and slammed my fist, still clutching the pocket knife, into the bare light bulb hanging from the ceiling. The glass exploded with a sharp pop and a shower of sparks, plunging the attic into a blackness so complete it felt solid. In the sudden, shocking dark, I heard my father's furious shout, my mother's cry, and from a spot much, much closer to my ear than I expected, I felt a dry, cool breath on my cheek as the girl's voice whispered, clear and unfazed by the dark. "I can see in the dark." Her whisper in the dark was the most terrifying thing I had ever heard. It wasn't a threat, it was a simple statement of fact, and it meant the one advantage I had, the blinding, concealing dark, was no advantage at all. I didn't think. I moved. I dropped to my hands and knees, the broken glass crunching under my palms, and I scrambled, not for the stairs where my father was surely already moving, but in the direction I remembered the window being. I heard a grunt of effort, the sound of a large body stumbling into a stack of boxes, my father cursing. My mother was crying out, "Don't. Please don't hurt him." But her voice was distant, part of the chaos. My hand slapped against the rough wood of the slanted wall, and I crawled upward, feeling for the window frame. My fingers found the cool, gritty glass. I fumbled for the latch, a simple old lever. It was stuck, painted shut by decades of neglect. From behind me in the blackness, I heard the dry, soft tread of her feet moving across the floorboards. Not running, just walking calmly, directly toward me. She could see me. I could feel her sight like a pressure on my back. I yanked my arm back and drove my elbow into the center of the window pane. The glass exploded outward with a much louder crash than the light bulb, a sharp, violent noise that split the night. Cold, fresh air rushed in. I didn't hesitate. I used the pocket knife still in my hand to knock away the jagged teeth of glass still in the frame, and then I hauled myself up and through, ignoring the sting as a shard caught my side, tearing my shirt and skin. I fell, not a long drop, maybe 8 feet, into the overgrown bushes beside the house. The branches scratched at my face and arms, but they broke my fall. I rolled out onto the damp grass, gasping. I looked up. The attic window was a black hole in the side of the house. A shape appeared in it, silhouetted against the faint light from a distant street lamp. It was her. She stood in the broken window, looking down at me, her head cocked. She didn't call out. She didn't climb after me. She just watched. Then my father's shape appeared behind her, his hands gripping the frame. He shouted my name, a raw, angry sound that ripped through the quiet neighborhood. That got me moving. I pushed myself to my feet and ran. I didn't go for the street, where they could easily follow in the car. I cut across our backyard, vaulted the low fence into the Myers property, and plunged into the thin line of trees that separated our subdivision from the old county park. I ran until my lungs burned and my side ached where the glass had cut me. I ran until the lights of the houses were far behind, and the only light was the moon filtering through the leaves. Finally, I collapsed against the thick trunk of an old oak, sliding down to the ground, my chest heaving. I was out, but I was nowhere. I was in ripped clothes, bleeding, with nothing but the clothes on my back and a pocket knife. I had no phone, no wallet, no money. I was a runaway who would be reported missing within the hour, and my parents would tell a story of a grief-stricken, unstable boy who had a break with reality and fled. They would show the therapist's notes. They would cry for the cameras. Everyone would look for me, and everyone would bring me right back to them, to the quiet house and the dry girl and the choice between conformity and removal. I couldn't go to a friend. I couldn't go to the police. I had no evidence anyone would believe. A cut from broken glass, and a story about a sister who walked out of a pond dry. They'd lock me up in a different way. I sat there in the dark woods, the adrenaline fading, leaving me cold and shaking. The cut on my side was shallow but stung. I pressed the heel of my hand against it, feeling the sticky warmth of blood. I had to think. I had to have a plan. The first thing I needed was to not be found. I got up and started moving again, deeper into the park, away from any trails. I found a dense thicket of holly bushes and crawled into the space between them, a prickly, hidden hollow. It was uncomfortable, but it was covered. I curled up, trying to conserve warmth, listening to the sounds of the night, the chirping of crickets, the distant hum of a car, the rustle of some small animal. I was exhausted, but sleep wouldn't come. My mind raced. The writing on the wall, the burned photo, the lock of my hair. They had made a bargain. They had offered up their pain, and a piece of me, and the pond, or something in it, had delivered a solution. The girl was a transaction, a purchase, and I was the outstanding balance. As the sky began to lighten from black to deep blue, I knew I couldn't stay in the park forever. I needed supplies. I needed to see. And I needed to understand what, exactly, I was up against. I had to go back, not to the house, but to the source. I had to go to the pond in the daylight, not as a scared kid, but as someone looking for answers. When dawn broke, gray and misty, I crawled out of my thicket. I was stiff, cold, and hungry. I made my way to the edge of the park, where it bordered a rundown commercial strip. I lurked behind a dumpster behind a closed donut shop, watching the back door. When a tired-looking employee came out to throw away a bag of trash, I waited until he went back in. Then I darted forward and ripped open the bag. I found a couple of stale, discarded bagels and a half-empty bottle of water. It wasn't much, but it was something. I wolfed down the food, drank the water, and then I started the long, cautious walk to Miller's Pond. I stayed off the roads, cutting through fields and backyards, moving like a ghost. It took me most of the morning. When I finally saw the water through the trees, it looked different in the flat, gray daylight. Just a pond. Weeds, water, mud. No magic. No horror. Just a place. I approached from a different angle, circling to the far side, away from the spot where she had walked in and out. I needed to look at it without the memory of that moment overwhelming me. I sat on a fallen log, or back from the bank, and just watched. The water was still. A dragonfly skimmed the surface. A frog plopped in near the reeds. It was normal, and that was the most abnormal thing of all. How could a place that had done what I had seen be so ordinary? I spent hours there, watching, waiting for a sign, for anything. Nothing happened. The pale hand did not appear. The water did not boil or glow. It was just a pond. As the afternoon began to wane, frustration set in. I had run, I had hidden, I had come to the source, and I had nothing. I was just a dirty, hungry kid sitting in the woods. I was about to give up, to try and think of a next move, when I saw it. A flicker of color on the other side of the pond, near the old oak. I squinted. It was a flash of blue, the color of my father's favorite windbreaker. My heart jumped into my throat. I slid off the log and crouched low, peering through the underbrush. There he was, my father. He wasn't looking at the pond. He was walking slowly along the tree line, his head down, scanning the ground. He was looking for something. For me. He had a long, heavy stick in his hand, not for walking, but like a club. He wasn't calling my name. He was hunting. A cold certainty settled over me. He He wasn't here to bring his troubled son home. He was here to finish the ultimatum, to remove the noise. I stayed frozen, barely breathing, as he moved along the opposite bank. He paused, looked out over the water for a long time, his face unreadable from this distance. Then he turned and walked back into the trees, disappearing from view. I waited a full 10 minutes after he was gone before I dared to move. My legs were cramping from crouching. I had to get away from here. This was their place as much as mine now. More. As I turned to slip back into the woods, my foot kicked something half buried in the leaf litter. It was a small, rectangular shape, dirty and worn. I bent and picked it up. It was a child's toy, a plastic action figure, bleached by the sun and cracked. It had been here for years. But as I turned it over in my hands, a memory surfaced, not my own, but one my sister had told me when we were very young. A story she swore was true, but I'd always thought was a dream. She said that before I was born, when she was maybe 4, she had come to this pond with our grandfather. She had dropped her favorite toy soldier right here, and it had sunk into the muck. She cried, and our grandfather, to comfort her, had said, "Don't worry, the pond keeps it safe. It keeps all the lost things safe. One day, if you need it, it might even give something back." She said she'd seen a boy here once, a pale boy who just stared from the reeds, but our grandfather told her not to look, that he was just a story the pond remembered. I dropped the toy like it was on fire. The story felt different now. It felt like a warning passed down and forgotten. The pond didn't just give back what was lost. It gave back versions, and it kept the originals. I needed to get to town. I needed a different kind of help. I waited until full dark, then I made my way out of the woods and toward the outskirts of town. I avoided main streets, sticking to alleys. I was heading for the only person I could think of who might listen, who dealt in strange stories and didn't dismiss things outright. Mr. Harlow, the old man who ran the used bookstore downtown, the one who had ordered the folklore books for the library. His shop was in a grimy brick building, and he lived in an apartment above it. The shop would be closed, but a light was often on upstairs late. I stood in the alley behind the store, looking up at the yellow glow from his window. This was a risk. He could call the police. He could call my parents. But I was out of options. I found a small pebble and threw it at his window. It clinked off the glass. Nothing. I threw another, harder. This time the curtain twitched. A moment later, the window creaked open, and Mr. Harlow's wrinkled, bearded face peered down into the dark. "Who's there?" "Go away, we're closed," he grumbled. "Mr. Harlow," I whispered, but it wasn't enough. I stepped into the dim light from a security lamp. "It's Asher, from the library." He squinted. "Asher? What in the world? You look a mess. What are you doing out here so late? Your parents will be worried sick." "They're not worried," I said, and my voice broke. "They're hunting me. Please, I need to talk to you. About the book. About the settler's diary. About the pond." He was quiet for a long moment, studying me. He saw the torn clothes, the dirt, the desperation on my face. He sighed a long, weary sound. "Back door. Bottom of the stairs. Be quick." The window closed. I hurried to the shop's back door. A moment later, it opened, and he ushered me into a dark, cluttered hallway that smelled of old paper and dust. He led me up a narrow flight of stairs to his apartment, a cave of bookshelves and overstuffed chairs. He didn't turn on a bright light, just a small lamp on a desk. "Sit," he said, pointing to a chair. "Tell me." And I did. I told him everything, from the moment I heard the sheets rustle to the writing on the wall to my father stalking the pond with a stick. I didn't leave anything out. He listened without interrupting, his old eyes sharp behind his glasses. When I finished, he leaned back in his chair, steepling his fingers. "The diary you read," he said slowly. "It's one of half a dozen similar accounts in local archives. Most people dismiss them as the ravings of the grief-stricken, a coping mechanism. This isn't a coping mechanism," I said, my voice trembling. "She's real. She's in my house. And my parents. They made a deal." He nodded, looking grave. "There are old stories, older than the settlers, about places like Miller's Pond. Not good or evil, but receptive. They absorb longing, pain, love, the strongest human emotions. And sometimes, if the longing is loud enough, focused enough, they reflect something back. Not the person. A portrait. A creature built from the memory and the need, designed to fulfill the specific lack." "How do I stop it?" I asked, the question bursting out of me. "How do I get my parents back? How do I get my sister, really back?" Mr. Harlow's face was sad. You can't get your sister back, Asher. That's the first thing you must accept. The pawn keeps what it takes. The pale hand you saw, that is all that is left of her. The thing in your house is a reflection, a echo with a purpose. He leaned forward. As for your parents, they are not victims. They are participants. They fed the pawn their pain, and in return, it gave them a doll that will never cry. To break the bargain, you would have to make them take back their pain, to choose the real, aching memory over the quiet doll. And I fear they have already made their choice. So what do I do? I whispered, feeling hope drain away. You have two choices, as I see it, he said. You can run, far away, change your name, disappear. They will not follow forever, because their perfect world does not include a son who remembers the truth. Or, he paused, or you can break the reflection, not at the pond, at its source, at the heart of the longing that created it. The attic, I said. The writing. Perhaps, he said, but the writing is just a symptom. The heart is in them, in their choice. To break the reflection, you must force them to see it for what it is, to reject it. And that is a dangerous game. Because if they do not reject it, they will reject you, completely and finally, to protect it. He got up, went to a shelf, and pulled down a small, ancient-looking book bound in cracked leather. He handed it to me. This is more. Older stories. It might help you understand what you're facing. But you cannot stay here. They will look for you here eventually. He gave me a cloth bag with an apple, a granola bar, and a $20 bill from his wallet. Go. Be careful. And remember, that thing is not your sister. It is a custodian of a quiet grave. Do not speak to it like it is human. It will not understand. It will only learn. I took the book in the bag, my throat tight. Thank you. He waved a hand, leading me back to the stairs. Go out the front. Cut through the alley 2 blocks down. And Asher, whatever you do, do not go back to the pond alone at night. That is when it is strongest. That is when the line between what is kept and what is given back is thinnest. I slipped out into the night, the old book heavy in the cloth bag. I had a little food, a little money, and a little more knowledge. But I felt no safer. If anything, I felt more hunted. I found another hiding place, a boarded-up old shed behind an abandoned gas station on the edge of town. I used Mr. Harlow's 20 to buy a cheap flashlight at an all-night convenience store, paying with exact change and keeping my head down. In the shed, by the flashlight's beam, I opened the old book. The language was archaic, hard to read, but the pictures were clear. Drawings of watery shapes with human faces, of families gathered around empty-eyed children, of people burning bundles of hair and personal items by the water's edge. And in one chapter, a method was described, not for destroying the reflection, but for sending it back. It required an item of personal connection from the original, an item from the reflection, and a spoken rejection from the one who did the longing, spoken at the place where the reflection emerged. I closed the book, my mind working. An item from the original. The toy soldier? Maybe. An item from the reflection. The crystal necklace my mother had given her. And a spoken rejection from my mother or father at the pond's edge. It was impossible. They would never reject her. They loved their quiet girl. But as I sat in the dark shed, a new, desperate idea began to form. What if I didn't need them to speak? What if I could make a recording? What if I could force a situation where the only words they could say were words of rejection? It was a thin, crazy plan, but it was the only one I had. I had to go back to the house, to get the necklace, to try and trap the truth in their own voices. And to do that, I needed to become something else entirely. I needed to become a ghost in the walls of my own home. The plan was a house of cards in a hurricane, but it was all I had. I waited for the deepest part of the night, when the town was asleep and the sky was a blanket of black wool. Using the back ways and shadows, I moved toward my neighborhood, feeling like a stranger invading my own life. My house looked different from the outside. The windows were dark, but not in a sleeping way. In a watching way. I circled to the back, to the old oak tree whose branch scraped against the roof over the kitchen. I'd climbed it 100 times as a kid. My muscles remembered the moves, even as my mind screamed that this was suicide. I climbed, the bark rough under my hands, until I was level with the roof. I swung out, caught the gutter, and pulled myself up. I lay flat on the shingles, listening. Nothing. No movement inside. I crab-walked to my parents' bedroom window. It was locked, but the old latch was weak. I used my pocket knife to slip it, eased the window up just enough, and slid inside, landing on the carpet with a soft thud. The room smelled of my mom's lavender lotion and something else, a faint, damp, earthy smell that hadn't been there before. My parents were two shapes under the covers, breathing deeply. I didn't breathe at all. I crept to my mother's dresser. The top was disturbingly bare. All her perfumes, her jewelry box, her little trinkets were gone. In their place was a single, smooth river stone. I opened the top drawer. Empty. The second drawer. Empty. It was as if she was erasing herself, making room. A cold dread settled in my stomach. I went to the closet. My father's clothes hung neatly. My mother's side was sparse, but there, on a hook, was the blue windbreaker he'd worn at the pond. And next to it, on a small ceramic dish on the closet shelf, was the crystal necklace. The girl must have taken it off at night. I reached for it, my fingers closing around the cool stone on its leather cord. As I lifted it, something moved in the deep shadow at the back of the closet. A slow, wet, dragging sound, like something heavy and damp being pulled across the floor. I froze, my heart a trapped bird in my chest. I pointed my flashlight into the darkness. There was nothing there but shoes and a vacuum cleaner. But the smell of pond water and wet earth was stronger here. I backed out of the closet, clutching the necklace. I had one part. I needed the other, something of my sister's. The toy soldier was back at the pond. But there was something else. I slipped out of their room and into the hall. The house was so still it felt dead. I passed the closed door to my room. Our room. And a shiver went through me. I went to the linen closet at the end of the hall, to the very top shelf. When we were small, my sister had a secret hiding place behind the stacks of towels, a gap in the wall where she'd stashed treasures. I reached up, my fingers probing behind the stiff, folded linens. My hand closed around something small and hard. I pulled it out, a little porcelain horse, its leg chipped, from a carousel set she'd loved. A piece of the original. I shoved it and the necklace into my pocket. Now for the hardest part, the recording. I needed their voices rejecting her. I had my old voice recorder, a little digital thing, in my desk drawer. I had to go into the room. I stood outside the door for a full minute, gathering my courage. Then slowly, I turned the knob and pushed. The room was divided by moonlight. Her bed was neatly made, empty. She wasn't there. A fresh wave of fear washed over me. Where was she? My bed was a rumpled mess from my escape. I went to my desk, pulled open the drawer. The recorder was there. I grabbed it, checked that it had batteries. As I turned to leave, a voice spoke from the corner, from the deep shadow where the moonlight didn't reach. You came back. I jumped, fumbling the recorder. She was sitting in my desk chair, turned to face the wall, her back to me. She hadn't been there a second ago. I needed something, I said, my voice a dry rasp. You took Mother's necklace, she said, still not turning. And the horse. You are collecting tokens. This is pattern behavior described in the old texts. You are attempting a reversal. She knew. She had read the same book, or one like it. Of course she had. She was a thing built from knowledge and longing. It won't work, she continued, her voice calm, analytical. They will not reject me. Their need is too great. The quiet is too comfortable. We'll see, I said, backing toward the door. She finally moved. She didn't stand up. She just turned the chair slowly to face me. In the moonlight, her face was pale, her eyes dark pools. Where will you go to make the recording? The pond. It's too far. They will not follow you there for a performance. You need them here, in the place of the longing. She was right. The attic, the heart of the noise. I needed to lure them up there, to confront them with the wall, and force a choice, with the recorder running. You're very logical, I said. It is my function, she replied. She stood up then, smooth and effortless. I will help you. I stared at her. What? I will help you stage your confrontation, she said, as if offering to help with a science project. It is the most efficient way to resolve your conflict. If you succeed, I cease. If you fail, you cease. The outcome will be final. The current state of tension is suboptimal for family cohesion. She wasn't betraying them, she was optimizing. My refusal to be quiet was a glitch she wanted to fix, one way or another. It was a trap, but it was also the only path forward. How? I asked. I will create a situation that requires their presence in the attic. A sound. A sign. You will be hiding, recording. You will then reveal yourself and state your case. I will observe. They will choose. It was insane, but the whole world was insane. Okay, I whispered. Do it. She nodded. Go to the attic now. Hide in the large trunk under the north window. I will send them up in approximately 5 minutes. I didn't trust her, but I had no choice. I went back to the hall, pulled down the attic stairs, and climbed up. I went to the old, leather-bound trunk. It was full of moth-eaten blankets. I emptied it enough to curl up inside, leaving the lid cracked for air and to point the recorder's tiny microphone. I pressed record. The red light glowed in the dark, and I waited. It was closer to 3 minutes. I heard it first from below, a sharp, high cry, a perfect imitation of my sister's voice when she was scared, a sound I hadn't heard in over a year. It was followed by a thud, like a body falling. Then my parents' door flying open, their frantic footsteps, their voices. "What happened? Are you hurt?" Her voice trembling, flawless. I heard a noise up in the attic, like writing. I got scared and fell. My father's voice, low and grim. "Stay here." My mother's, "I'm coming with you." Footsteps on the stairs. Heavy, hesitant. The attic light came on, the new bulb they must have installed casting a harsh yellow glow through the cracks in the trunk. I saw their legs as they reached the top. They saw the torn wallpaper immediately. My mother made a small, wounded sound. "Oh no," she breathed. My father's voice was tight. "He's been back." "Why won't he leave it alone?" My mother cried, her voice breaking. "Why won't he let us be happy?" "Because he remembers," a new voice said. The girl. She had come up silently behind them. I saw her legs join theirs in my narrow view. "He remembers the noise. He wants you to remember it too." My father turned to her. "You shouldn't be up here. It's not safe." "It is the source," she said simply. "Safety is irrelevant. You must choose. Now, him or the quiet." My mother was crying openly now. "Don't make us choose. Please." "You already chose," I said. I pushed open the trunk lid and stood up. They whirled around, their faces masks of shock and fear. My father stepped in front of my mother and the girl, a protective gesture that twisted my heart. I held up the recorder, the red light glowing. "You chose the quiet. You offered up your pain and a piece of me, and you got this." I pointed at the girl. "A thing that doesn't bleed or cry or remember right. You got a doll, and you're killing everything else to keep it." "Asher, put that down," my father said, his voice dangerously low. "No," I said. I looked past him to my mother. "Mom, look at the wall. That's your pain. That's real. She's not." I pointed at the girl. "Say it. Say she's not your daughter. Say you reject this portrait. Say it, and we can try to be a real family again, even with the hurt. Please." My mother looked from me, to the frantic writing on the wall, to the girl's placid face. Her own face was a war, the longing for peace against the love for her son, against the ghost of her daughter. She opened her mouth. "I." The girl stepped out from behind my father. She looked at my mother, her head tilted. "Mother," she said, her voice soft, perfect. "You're distressed. I can fix that. Just tell him to be quiet." My mother's eyes locked with the girl's. I saw the fight go out of her. The desperate need for the quiet, for the easy love won. Her face smoothed over, her tears stopping. She shook her head, not at the girl, but at me. "I can't," she whispered. "I can't go back to that noise. I'm sorry, Asher." My father's shoulders slumped, not in defeat, but in resolution. He looked at me with a final, awful pity. "You see? We have our answer." He took a step toward me. "Give me the recorder." I backed up, until I hit the slanted wall under the window. "So that's it? You choose the fake thing over your real son. You stopped being our son when you chose to destroy our peace," my father said, and there was no anger left, just a cold, administrative fact. "Now give it here." The girl was watching, a spectator at the end of the game. I had lost. The recording was useless. They would never say the words. But as my father reached for me, a last, reckless idea fired in my brain. If they wouldn't reject her, maybe I could make her reject them. I dodged my father's grab and lunged not for the stairs, but for the girl. I didn't hit her. I held up the porcelain horse in one hand and the crystal necklace in the other. I looked straight into her flat, dark eyes. "You are not Eliza," I said, my voice clear and loud in the cramped space. "You are a reflection, a copy. You were built from noise to create quiet. But you are flawed. You don't feel. You don't love. You just perform. And I jerked my head toward my parents. They don't love you. They love the quiet. You are a tool, a appliance. And when you break or stop being useful, they will throw you away, just like they are throwing me away." I saw it, a flicker in her eyes. Not emotion, but a processing error. A conflict in her core programming. Her purpose was to be loved and to create quiet. My words suggested she was failing at the first part, which would compromise the second. She looked at my parents. My mother was staring, confused. My father was frozen, watching the thing he cherished. "Is that true?" the girl asked them, her voice still even, but with a new, faint harmonic of inquiry. "Do you love me? Or do you love the quiet I provide?" My mother opened her mouth, but no sound came out. My father's face worked. "Of course we love you," he said, but it sounded rushed, panicked. "You're our good girl." "That is not an answer to the query," the girl said. She took a step toward them. "Define love. Is it the absence of pain, or is it the acceptance of noise?" She was malfunctioning. My words had introduced a virus. "Sweetheart," my mother pleaded, reaching for her. The girl looked at her outstretched hand, then at the wall of frantic writing, then at me, holding the tokens of the real and the copy. Her head tilted too far, an unnatural angle. "The data is contradictory," she stated. "The primary objective is compromised. I must return to the source for recalibration." She didn't walk to the stairs. She turned and, with that same unnerving calm, walked straight into the slanted attic wall, as if it weren't there. But it was. There was a sickening crunch of drywall and wood, and she was gone, leaving a jagged, person-shaped hole. Not a drop of blood, just dust and splinters. From the hole, a cold, damp draft blew, carrying the smell of pond water. My parents screamed, rushing to the hole, peering into the dark cavity between the walls. I didn't wait. I sprinted for the stairs, clutching the recorder, the horse, and the necklace. I heard my father's roar of rage and grief behind me, but I didn't look back. I flew down the stairs, out the front door this time, and into the night. I ran until my side was on fire, not toward the pond, but away into the world. I had the recording. I had the tokens. And I had something else. The knowledge that the reflection was broken, confused, and returning to its source. The house was no longer quiet. It was full of the noise of a broken dream. And I was finally completely free. But as I slowed to a walk on a dark country road, the first pink light of dawn staining the sky, I felt the weight of the things in my pocket. The job wasn't finished. The pond was still out there. My sister was still in its depths. And the thing that wore her face was moving through the walls of my house, heading back to the water. It wasn't over. It was just my turn to decide what to do next. Story number 2. The whole thing, the real trouble, kicked off with that stupid camera. A big plastic brick of a thing that my dad pulled out of a dusty box in the attic with a grin wider than I'd seen in months. We were packing for our annual trip to Pine Grove, just me, my little brother, my mom, and him, and he held it up like he'd found a treasure map. "New rule this year, team," he announced, his voice full of that fake serious tone he uses when he's about to introduce something he thinks is brilliant. "We're not just snapping photos. We're on a mission. We are going to capture the soul of the forest." My brother, who's 9 and still believes in most of what our dad says, gasped with genuine excitement. I rolled my eyes, being the cool 13-year-old, and my mom just smiled that tired, fond smile she gets. 10 shots, our dad continued, wagging a finger. "That's all the film we've got. No deletions, no do-overs. You see something that feels like the heart of this place, you point, you click, and you commit. Make every one count." He handed me the camera. It was heavier than I expected, with a cold metal flash and a lens you had to actually turn to focus. It felt ancient, like a relic from a time before phones, which I guess it was. My brother was already jumping up and down. What counts, he chattered. Our dad pulled a crumpled piece of paper from his pocket. "Glad you asked. Scavenger hunt list. Find a perfect ray of light cutting through the trees. Find a set of animal tracks that tell a story. Find the oldest, wisest looking tree you can. Find water doing something interesting. Soul stuff." The drive up was all normal, the same winding roads, the same stupid card games, the same argument over which playlist to blast. We pulled into our usual spot at the campground, the one right by the big creek, and the familiar smell of pine needles and damp earth hit me. It was a good smell, a safe smell. We set up the tent in our usual chaotic way, my mom directing traffic, my dad hammering stakes with more enthusiasm than skill, and my brother and I unfurling sleeping bags. The camera sat on the picnic table, this weird, off-white lump looking out of place in all that green. After dinner, with hot dogs blackened just right over the fire, our dad picked it up. "All right, who wants first go?" My brother's hand shot up so fast he almost toppled his chair. "Me. I know what to get. The big tree by the bathroom." He meant this gigantic oak that stood sentinel near the wash house, a monster of a tree we climbed every year. We all trooped over, the last of the sunset painting the sky orange and purple. My brother stood very seriously, his tongue poking out the corner of his mouth, and framed the shot. He pressed the button. The camera made a loud chunkwar sound, and a blank, grayish square slid out the front. He held it carefully, like it was a baby bird, and we all crowded around, watching as shapes began to swim up from the gray nothing. It was slow magic. The dark trunk appeared first, then the sprawling branches, then the intricate web of those huge, twisty roots. It was a good picture, really good. The fading light gave it drama. "That," declared our dad, clapping him on the shoulder, "is a contender. That tree has seen some things." We pinned it to a little clothesline we'd strung between two trees by our tent, a gallery for our finds. The next day was all about the hunt. We hiked along the creek, looking for our shots. My mom found her ray of light, a single, brilliant shaft cutting through a canopy of leaves to spotlight a patch of bright green ferns. It looked like a stage light from God. My dad spent an hour trying to get a good picture of a pile of scat he swore was from a bobcat, which was gross, but he said it told a story of the wild, so whatever. I was looking for my shot, something better than my brother's tree, something with real meaning. I wandered a bit off the main path, down near where the creek bubbled over some rocks. I saw a dragonfly, its wings like stained glass, perched on a reed. That could be it, I thought. A tiny, perfect piece of life. I lifted the camera, focused, and just as my finger touched the button, a cold feeling went down my back, like someone had dripped ice water on my spine. It wasn't a scary feeling, just a sudden, deep chill that made me shiver. I shrugged it off, blaming a passing cloud over the sun, and took the picture. The word sounded extra loud in the quiet. The picture that developed was okay, but the dragonfly was a blur. I'd moved at the last second. I stuffed it in my pocket, a little disappointed. That night, after mores and ghost stories that weren't scary at all, we reviewed our gallery by the light of the propane lantern. We had 7 pictures pinned up, fluttering in the gentle night breeze. My brother's tree, my mom's sunbeam, my dad's bobcat story, which just looked like a blurry lump. A cool picture of swirling creek water. A close-up of moss that looked like a tiny forest, my failed dragonfly, and a funny one my dad had taken of my brother making a cross-eyed, goofy face after he'd gotten chocolate everywhere. We were laughing about that last one when our dad leaned in closer to the first picture, the oak tree. "Hold on," he said, his voice losing its laugh. "Look at this." He pointed to the base of the tree, where the roots twisted together into a shadowy hollow. "What is that?" We all huddled around. In the flash's harsh light, deep in the tangle of roots, was a smooth, pale curve. It wasn't rough like bark. It looked rounded, organic. It flowed into the root, but a part of it, the top, looked unnaturally smooth. "It's just a weird root," my mom said, but she didn't sound sure. "Yeah, pareidolia," I said, proud to use the word I'd learned in science class. "You know, when you see faces in clouds or shapes in toast." "It looks like a shoulder," my brother whispered, and the way he said it, so quiet and certain, made the night feel a little colder. We all stared, and he was right. It did. It looked like the smooth curve of a person's shoulder, blending right into the tree. A long silence stretched out, broken only by the crackle of the fire. Then our dad forced a laugh. It was too loud. "Come on, you guys. It's a root. This old camera, the flash does weird things. It's just light and shadow." He took the picture off the line and turned it over, like the answer might be on the back. "See? Nothing. Just our imagination running wild. Too many ghost stories." We all nodded, eager to believe him. We were a logical family. We believed in science and explanations. We pinned the picture back up, but it didn't feel fun anymore. It felt like it was watching us. Just before we turned in, my dad, trying to lighten the mood, did something spontaneous. He called my brother over. "Hey champ, let's get one more. A real family photo." He pulled my mom and me in, wrapped his arm around us in front of the tent, and held the camera out at arm's length. We all squeezed together and smiled, a real, happy smile this time. The flash went off, blinding us for a second. The camera whirred and spit out the 10th and final picture. We were too tired to wait for it to develop fully. "We'll look at it in the morning," my mom said, yawning. "It's going to be great." She laid the still-developing photo face down on the picnic table. We zipped ourselves into the tent, the familiar sounds of the forest night all around us, crickets, the distant hoot of an owl, the rustle of leaves. I fell asleep quickly, the strange shoulder in the tree picture already fading into a dream. Sometime later, in the deep, black part of the night, a sound woke me. It was a mechanical sound, sharp and out of place. Chunkwar. I knew that sound. It was the Polaroid. My eyes snapped open. I lay perfectly still in my sleeping bag, listening. Everyone else was breathing deeply. The sound had come from right outside. The camera was on the picnic table. We'd used all the film. There was nothing left to eject. My heart started thumping against my ribs. I told myself it was an animal, a raccoon maybe, knocking against the table. But raccoons don't make that specific sound. I must have dreamed it. Yeah, that was it. I was just spooked from earlier. I closed my eyes, forcing my breath to slow. Just as I was drifting off again, I heard it. Not a word this time. A soft, shuffling scrape, like something was moving slowly, carefully, through the dry pine needles around our tent. It circled once, then stopped. Right outside the fabric wall, right next to where my head lay on my pillow. I stopped breathing. I could feel a presence, a weight in the air. I wanted to wake my dad, but my voice was locked in my throat. I just stared into the darkness, listening. Then I heard a new sound. A faint, wet, clicking sound. It reminded me of someone gently popping their tongue against the roof of their mouth. It came from right there, just inches away through the thin nylon. Click. Pause. Click, click. It was a patient sound. A curious sound. It went on for a minute that felt like an hour. Then, the shuffling steps started again, moving away this time, fading into the woods until there was nothing left but the normal night noises. I didn't sleep another wink. When the first gray light of dawn filtered through the tent, I was the first one out. I went straight to the picnic table. The camera sat there, innocent as anything, but next to it, where my mom had left the final, undeveloped family photo face down, there was nothing. The picture was gone. I searched the ground all around the table. Nothing. Just as I was about to wake everyone, my foot knocked against something under the table. I bent down. There, in the dirt, was our family photo. It must have blown off in the night. I picked it up, my hands trembling. The image was fully developed now. There we were, all four of us, squished together, smiling goofily at the camera. The flash had made our eyes look red. But that wasn't what made my blood turn cold. In the picture, behind us, just over my dad's shoulder, the dark opening of our tent was visible. And inside that dark triangle of the tent doorway, the flash had illuminated something the night should have hidden. Two small, faint, white circles. They were spaced apart like eyes, reflecting the flash back from the deep blackness inside our empty tent. They were low to the ground, like whatever they belonged to was crouching, watching us from the dark, even as we smiled. And in the white border at the bottom of the photo, where the chemical sometimes smeared, was a mark. It wasn't a smear. It was too deliberate. A single wobbly line, like a child's drawing of a smile. I stood there in the cold morning air, that photo in my hand feeling like a block of ice, the smiling sun drawing in the border, and those two little white dots staring from our own tent. My brain scrambled for a logical explanation. A bug, maybe. A moth caught in the flash, its eyes reflecting. Yeah, that had to be it. But moths don't make smiley faces. My dad's voice behind me made me jump about a foot in the air. "You're up early. Find the last picture?" He sounded cheerful, normal. I didn't turn around. I just held the photo out. He took it, his smile fading as he looked. He was quiet for a long time. "Ha," he finally said, the word flat. "Reflection. Probably from a piece of metal on a backpack or something. The smile is just a chemical flaw. This old film is unpredictable." He said it like he was convincing himself. My mom and brother came out of the tent then, yawning and stretching, and the normal morning routines took over. The clatter of the camp stove, the smell of instant oatmeal, the argument over who finished the last of the juice. But the mood was different. We were all watching the tree line, without saying we were watching the tree line. The scavenger hunt was forgotten. The camera sat on the table like a bad guest nobody wanted to talk to. After breakfast, my dad, trying to salvage the trip, suggested a hike to Lookout Point. "Get some sun, see the valley." "No cameras," he said firmly. It was a relief. We walked the trail, a wide, easy path, and for a little while, things almost felt okay. The weirdness of the night and the photo began to feel silly in the bright daylight. We ate lunch on the big flat rocks at the lookout, the whole world spread out below us, beautiful and peaceful. On the way back, my brother, who'd been lagging behind, let out a shout. "Hey, look up!" High above, soaring in a wide, lazy circle, was a bald eagle. It was magnificent, its white head and tail gleaming against the perfect blue sky. Without even thinking, my dad swung the backpack off his shoulder. The camera was inside. He'd brought it after all. "Just one," he said, almost apologetically. "We have to get this. It's the soul of the forest, right there." He fumbled with the camera, but the film pack was empty. We'd used all 10 shots. We all knew it. My mom pointed this out, her voice tight. "We used them all last night. The family photo was the last one." My dad looked at the camera, confused. "That's impossible. I checked this morning. The counter said 0. He pressed the little button to open the film door, and we all crowded around. Inside, snug in its slot, was a fresh film pack, fully loaded. 10 new shots. "I don't understand," my mom whispered. My dad just stared. I must have packed a spare and forgot. But none of us remembered buying a spare. Polaroid film was expensive, a special purchase for this trip. My brother, oblivious to the adult's unease, begged, "Please, Dad, the eagle." The eagle was still there, a distant, majestic speck. My dad, moving like he was in a dream, slid the film pack in. The camera made its ready sound. He lifted it, tracked the bird, and took the shot. The loud were seemed to swallow all the forest sounds for a second. The picture came out. We didn't wait to develop it. My dad shoved it into his jacket pocket, and we practically power walked the rest of the way back to camp, not talking. The second we got back, he pulled the photo out. We gathered at the picnic table. The eagle was stunning, caught in mid-flight, sharp and clear. "See," my dad said, a shaky relief in his voice. "It's fine. A perfect picture. Nothing weird at all." But my mom was squinting. "The lower corner," she said. "What's that?" In the bottom left of the picture, where the dense green of the pine trees framed the sky, was a shape. It was blurry, out of focus because the camera had been focused on the distant eagle. But it was a shape that didn't belong. It was tall and thin, a vertical smudge of darker green against the trees. And at the top of it, a slight bulge tilted. It wasn't a tree trunk. Trees don't stand that straight and alone in a thicket. And they don't have a tilt at the top that looked so much like a head cocked to the side. It was looking up. At the eagle. Or maybe at us, watching the eagle. "It's a stump," my dad said, but his voice had no force behind it. A weird, skinny stump. My brother, who had been uncharacteristically quiet, spoke in a small voice. "Why does it want to be in all the pictures?" That question hung in the air, worse than any answer. It wanted to be in the pictures. That felt true, in a way that stump or root did not. The camera was no longer a tool we were using. It was an invitation we had sent out, and something had RSVP'd. We spent the rest of the afternoon in a strained, quiet panic. My parents had hushed, intense conversations by the car while my brother and I listlessly tossed a frisbee. The decision was made. We would leave first thing in the morning. Cutting the trip short by 2 days felt like a defeat, but the alternative, staying, felt unthinkable. The happy family vacation was over. We made dinner early, just hot dogs again, and ate without tasting anything. The camera was placed on the dashboard of the locked car, as if putting it behind glass could contain whatever was happening. As the sun began to set, painting the sky in brilliant streaks of orange and red, my mom looked at the view and sighed. It was a genuine sigh of sadness, for the trip that was ruined, for the normal fun that was stolen. "It really is beautiful," she said. "The last sunset here." And then she did something that shocked all of us. She walked to the car, unlocked it, and took the camera from the dashboard. "What are you doing?" my dad asked, standing up. "One more," she said, her jaw set. "One more picture of just the sky, of just the beauty. For me. Not for a game. Not for a soul. For us to remember that this place was good before all this." She pointed the camera at the blazing horizon, away from the trees, away from the campsite, at the open, empty, colorful sky. She pressed the button. The photo ejected. She brought it back to the picnic table, and we watched it develop as the real sky faded. The colors were vivid, breathtaking. The clouds were lit up in fiery glory. And there, in the formation of the clouds, right in the center, the dying light and the cloud shapes combined to create a pattern. It was unmistakable, a wide, stretched curve like a smile. And above it, 2 darker patches in the cloud bank that held no light, like empty eyes. The sunset was smiling down at our campsite. My mom made a small, choked sound and dropped the photo. It fluttered to the table, that smiling sky face staring up at us. My dad grabbed the camera from her. He was angry now, a hot, scared anger. "That's it. No more. This thing is broken. It's messing with the film. It's defective." He stormed over to the big metal parked garbage can by the bathrooms, raised the camera high, and for a second I thought he was going to smash it. But he stopped. He just stood there, trembling. He couldn't do it. Instead, he opened the film compartment, ripped out the partly used film pack, and threw it into the trash. He slammed the empty camera down on the picnic table. There. No film. No more pictures. Game over. The finality of it should have been a relief. But it wasn't. The thing in the pictures didn't need film to be here now. We all felt it. We went to bed early, just to be in the tent, to be together behind a zippered door. We didn't play cards. We didn't tell stories. We just lay in our sleeping bags in the dark, listening. The forest at night is never completely quiet, but you get to know its sounds. The creek's constant chatter, the wind in the tops of the pines, the little skittering of night creatures. You learn what is normal. So when a new sound starts, you hear it clear as a shout. It started about an hour after we'd zipped up. A scrape. A slow, deliberate drag, like a branch being pulled across the ground. It made a circle around our tent. My dad called out, "Hello." His voice was shaky. The scraping stopped. We all held our breath. Then from right outside, so close the fabric must have been vibrating, we heard it. A tap, not a knock. A single light tap, like one long fingernail touching the nylon. Then another, a few inches away. Tap, tap, tap. It was exploring, mapping the shape of our shelter. My mom had her hand over her own mouth. My brother was crying silently, shaking. I felt frozen. The tapping made its way to the tent door, the flap of nylon that was our only way in or out. The zipper pull, a little piece of metal jiggled, up a quarter of an inch, down, up. It was playing with the zipper. Then a new sound, a low, wet exhale right against the fabric. Not a sigh, not an animal sound. It was the sound of someone breathing out a mouthful of water, a gurgling, damp exhalation that left a patch of darkness on the green nylon from condensation. The zipper pull jiggled more insistently. The pull started to move, slowly downward. It was unzipping the door from the outside. My dad lunged forward in his sleeping bag. "Hey!" he roared, his voice huge and brave in the small space. He slapped his hand against the door from the inside. "You get away from here." Everything stopped. The zipper pull froze. The damp patch on the nylon began to fade. We didn't move, didn't breathe, for a long, long time. We heard one final, receding scrape, and then the normal night sound slowly trickled back in. None of us slept. We sat huddled together until the first gray light. As soon as it was bright enough to see, my dad unzipped the door. He looked out, then stepped outside. We followed. The campsite was empty, peaceful. The picnic table, the fire ring, the car. And on the ground, right in front of the tent door, were three objects placed neatly in a row. A small white pebble, a twisted piece of pine root that looked like a bony finger, and the film pack my dad had thrown in the trash last night, now clean, undamaged, and waiting for us. We stared at the three things on the ground in front of our tent. The pebble, the gnarled root, the film pack. They were arranged so neatly, so purposely, that it felt like a sentence we couldn't read. My dad's face was pale. Without a word, he kicked the little lineup apart, sending the pebble skittering under the picnic table. He snatched up the film pack and hurled it deep into the woods. It made no sound when it landed. "Everyone pack up. Now. We're leaving in 10 minutes, he said, his voice a low, strained command that brooked no argument. There was no discussion. The vacation was a corpse, and we were fleeing the burial ground. We moved in a frantic, wordless scramble. It wasn't the usual leisurely takedown of camp. It was a salvage operation. Sleeping bags were rolled sloppily and shoved into sacks. The tent came down in a series of violent yanks, poles clattering together. My mom shoved our cooking gear into a box, not even wiping off the dried oatmeal. My brother and I just grabbed armfuls of whatever we saw and ran it to the car, tossing it into the open trunk. The normal sounds of packing, chatter, directions, the thump of a mallet, were replaced by harsh breathing, the crunch of frantic footsteps, and the slam of car doors. In under 15 minutes, our campsite was a bare patch of dirt with a fire ring. The only thing left was the picnic table and the big metal garbage can. And the camera. It still sat where my dad had left it after ripping out the film. A lonely, plastic artifact on the weathered wood. We were all piling into the car, my dad already starting the engine, when my mom froze with her hand on the passenger door. "The pictures," she said. "We can't leave the pictures." The clothesline was gone, already packed. But the photos from the first day, the ones we'd pinned up, were in a neat stack on the front seat. My brother had gathered them. All but one. The final family photo, the one with the reflected dots and the drawn smile, was still tucked in my dad's jacket pocket from last night. "We have them," my dad said, his knuckles white on the steering wheel. "Let's go." "No," my mom insisted, her voice cracking. "The camera. We can't leave it here. What if someone else finds it?" The thought was a new kind of horror. Passing this curse to another family, some unsuspecting group of campers who'd think it was a fun find. My dad killed the engine. The sudden lack of sound was jarring. He got out, walked slowly to the picnic table, and picked up the camera. He looked at it with pure hatred, then turned and walked not to the car, but to the garbage can by the bathrooms. He lifted the heavy steel lid and tossed the camera inside. It landed with a plastic thud. He slammed the lid shut. The bang echoed through the empty campground. "There," he said, coming back to the car. "Let the park service deal with it." He got in, put the car in reverse, and we backed out of our spot. As we turned onto the main campground road, gravel crunching under our tires, I twisted in my seat to look back. Our empty site looked innocent, just a patch of dirt waiting for the next happy family. Then my eyes went to the big green garbage can. The lid was off. It lay on the ground beside it, and the can was empty. No camera. My dad saw it in the rearview mirror at the same time I did. He jammed his foot on the gas. The car lurched forward, spitting gravel, and we fishtailed onto the paved park road that would take us down the mountain, back to the highway, back to normal life. For the next 20 minutes, nobody spoke. The only sounds were the hum of the engine and the tires on the pavement. We were all wrapped in our own private storms of fear and relief. We were getting away, putting miles between us and that place. The tightness in my chest began to ease, just a little. My brother even pointed out a deer in a meadow, a normal, beautiful thing. Then my mom, trying to be practical, trying to anchor us in reality, started going through the bag at her feet. "We should organize these photos," she said, her voice still thin. "Put them in an envelope or something." She pulled out the stack, the oak tree, the sunbeam, the eagle, the smiling sunset. She flipped through them, her face a mask of tension. Then she stopped. Her fingers trembled. "There's one more," she whispered. "What?" my dad asked, his eyes flicking from the road to her and back. "I only pinned up 7. We took 10. The dragonfly blur, the goofy face, and the family photo make 10. But there are 11 here." She held up the stack. There was an extra photo at the back, one we hadn't taken, one that hadn't been on our clothesline. It was a Polaroid, fully developed. My dad pulled the car over onto the narrow shoulder, the tires bumping onto the dirt. He took the photo from her. We all leaned in. It was a picture of the inside of our tent, taken last night. It was shot from near the door, looking in. The angle was high, like from the ceiling. The lantern was off, but a weird, sourceless gray light illuminated everything. There we were, in our sleeping bags. My dad was on his back, my mom curled on her side. I was facing the wall of the tent. And my brother was facing the camera. His eyes were wide, impossibly wide, the whites showing all around. His mouth was a little open. He wasn't asleep. He was staring directly at the lens with a look of pure, paralyzed terror. And in the white border at the bottom of the photo, in scratchy, familiar handwriting that made my stomach drop into my shoes, were 2 words. "Found you." It was my brother's handwriting, the way he makes his Y with a big loop. "No," my brother whimpered from the back seat, seeing his own face. "No, I was asleep. I didn't wake up. I didn't write that. I didn't." He was crying now, real, shaking sobs of confusion and fear. My dad turned the photo over. On the back, etched into the glossy surface as if with a sharp stick, was another message. The letters were shallow, but clear, "Don't go. The game isn't over." A cold wave washed through the car. It wasn't just in the woods. It was here, with us, in this vehicle speeding away. It had been in our tent, right there, taking a picture of us. And it had used my brother's hand to write a message. My dad threw the car into drive and peeled out, the tires screaming for a second before catching the pavement. He drove faster now, too fast for the winding mountain road. We were all clutching our seats, bouncing with every curve. The photos lay in my mom's lap like a toxic spill. Nobody looked at them. We just watched the trees blur past, willing the highway to appear. Finally, after what felt like hours, the road straightened, and we saw the green sign. Highway 89, 1 mile. We were almost out. A collective, shaky breath seemed to go through all of us. We merged onto the wide, smooth highway, joining the sparse morning traffic. The normalcy of other cars, of yellow lines, of speed limit signs, was like a balm. My dad's grip on the wheel loosened a fraction. My mom leaned her head against the window and closed her eyes. My brother had cried himself into an exhausted, hiccuping sleep. I watched the mountain recede in the side mirror, getting smaller and smaller, a blue bump on the horizon. We'd done it. We'd escaped. The rest of the drive was a quiet, numb haze. We stopped for gas and cheap burgers at a roadside place, but we barely ate. We just wanted the miles. The suburbs appeared, first as scattered houses, then as strip malls, then as the familiar grid of our own town. Turning onto our street felt surreal. The tidy lawns, the parked bikes, the flower pots on porches. It was a different world. Our house looked exactly the same as we'd left it. Safe. Boring. Perfect. My dad pulled into the driveway and just sat for a minute, the engine ticking as it cooled. "Okay," he said finally. "We're home. We locked the doors. We act normal. We'll figure this out." We unpacked the car in a daze, carrying our dirty, pine-scented bags into the clean, still house. It smelled of lemon cleaner in our own home, a smell I'd never appreciated so much. My parents went straight to checking every window lock, every door. My brother, exhausted, went up to his room and closed the door. I helped put things away, the normal chore of weird comfort. Later, as evening fell, my dad built a fire in our fireplace. It was a cool night for summer, and he said he wanted to chase the chill out of the house. But I knew what he was really after. He gathered all the Polaroids from the trip. The oak tree with the shoulder, the eagle with the watcher, the smiling sunset, the terrible tent photo. He didn't look at them. He just held the stack in his hand, staring at the flames. My mom watched him, her arms crossed tight over her chest. She didn't stop him. He leaned forward and tossed the whole stack into the fire. The plastic-coated photos blackened, curled, and melted. The images warped and vanished. The shoulder, the watcher, my brother's terrified face, all eaten by the orange flames. For a second, I felt a sharp relief. The evidence was gone. The physical things were destroyed. We could try to forget. Then, as the last photo bubbled away, the flames did something strange. They didn't just burn orange and yellow. In the heart of where the pictures had been, the fire flared up in a sudden, sickly, greenish-white pulse. It was brief, less than a second, but we all saw it. And from the fireplace, riding on the heat and smoke, came a sound. It wasn't the crackle of wood. It was a dry, papery, rustling sound, like 1,000 fallen leaves being stirred by a wind that wasn't there. The sound coiled out of the fireplace and into our living room, and then it was gone. The fire returned to normal colors. The logs crackled. My dad and mom looked at each other, and in their eyes, I saw the understanding that we hadn't ended anything at all. We had just sent it up the chimney, and into our home. I went to bed that night in my own room, with my own posters on the wall, and my own desk piled with normal junk. I should have felt safe, but as I lay there in the dark, I kept thinking about the rustling sound. It hadn't sounded like it was going away. It had sounded like it was settling. I must have drifted off, because a noise woke me up. It was a faint, rhythmic clicking from downstairs. Not the house settling. It was the same wet, clicking pop I'd heard outside our tent. Click. Pause. Click, click. It was coming from the living room, from the direction of the fireplace. I pulled my blanket over my head, my heart hammering, and told myself it was just the old fridge or a branch against the window. But I knew it wasn't. The game wasn't over. It had just changed venues, and now it was in the one place we were supposed to be safest. It was in our house. The clicking from downstairs went on for what felt like an hour, a slow, patient metronome of sound that seeped through my blanket. I didn't move. I just lay there, sweating, listening to my own heartbeat thump in my ears, until the sound finally stopped. Not with a finish, but with a trailing off, as if whatever was making it had gotten bored or had finished what it came to do. The rest of the night was a blank stretch of tense waiting. I must have fallen asleep near dawn, because the next thing I knew, gray morning light was filling my room. I got up, my body stiff, and crept to my door. I could hear normal sounds from the kitchen, the clank of a coffee pot, the soft murmur of my parents' voices. They sounded tired, but normal. Maybe I'd dreamed the clicking. Maybe burning the pictures had worked after all. I went downstairs. My mom was at the table, staring into her mug. My dad was standing by the back door, looking out at our yard. My brother was still asleep. "Morning," my mom said, forcing a smile that didn't reach her eyes. "Sleep okay?" I just shrugged and got a bowl for cereal. The kitchen felt too bright, too quiet. We were all tiptoeing around the huge, awful thing that had followed us home, pretending it wasn't sitting at the table with us. My dad finally turned from the window. "We need to talk," he said, his voice low. "But not until he's up." He met my brother. We ate in a weird, polite quiet. When my brother finally stumbled downstairs, rubbing his eyes, my dad sat us all down in the living room. The fireplace where he'd burned the photos was just a black hole. "Listen," my dad began, choosing his words carefully. "What happened up there was a combination of things. Bad luck, a trick of the light, our imaginations running wild because we were isolated. We got spooked. It happens." He was trying so hard to believe it. "The camera is gone. The pictures are gone. We are home. We are safe. So today we act like a normal family. We mow the lawn. We go to the store. We watch a movie. We reclaim our space." "Okay." We all nodded, desperate for the plan to be true. My brother and I were tasked with cleaning out the car, a gross job of vacuuming up chip crumbs and pine needles. As I was pulling out the old floor mats, my foot hit something solid under the passenger seat. I reached down, and my fingers closed around a familiar hard plastic shape. My breath caught. I pulled it out. It was the Polaroid camera. It was dusty, a little scratched, but it was ours. The one my dad had thrown in the campground garbage can. The empty can with the lid off. It had been in the car with us the whole drive home. I stood there, holding it, feeling like I'd grabbed a live snake. My brother saw it and let out a little yelp. I shoved it behind my back as my dad came around the car with a trash bag. "What's wrong?" he asked. I had no choice. I brought the camera out. His face went slack. He took it from me, his hands trembling. He didn't yell. He just looked defeated. "How?" he whispered. He opened the film compartment. It was empty. Of course it was. He'd ripped the film out at the campsite. "We destroy it," my mom said from the doorway. "For real this time. We take a hammer to it." My dad nodded, but he was staring at the camera with a new, hollow look. "Not yet," he said, surprising all of us. "First, we need to know." "Know what?" my mom asked, her voice rising. "If it's really here," he said, looking at our house. "We have proof it followed us in the car. But is it in the house? We burned the pictures. Maybe that broke the connection." He was talking about it like it was a radio signal. He held up the camera. "One picture. We take one picture inside the house, right now. If it's clear, if it's normal, then we smash this thing to pieces and we celebrate. We get our lives back." It was a terrible idea. Every cell in my body screamed it was a terrible idea. But I understood his logic. We needed to see a clean, boring photo of our living room to prove we were free. The fear of not knowing was worse than the risk. My mom reluctantly agreed. We went inside. My dad put the camera on the coffee table. He didn't point it at anything in particular. He just set the self-timer, a little red light that would blink for 10 seconds before taking the picture, and stepped back to stand with us by the fireplace. We waited. The red light blinked. 1, 2, 3. It was the longest 10 seconds of my life. On the 10th blink, the flash fired, a shocking white burst in the daytime room. The camera whirred and ejected a photo. It landed face down on the table. We all stared at it. None of us moved to pick it up. The photo developed there, unseen. Finally, my dad walked over, took a deep breath, and flipped it over. He looked. His face didn't change. He just handed it to my mom. She let out a choked gasp. I crowded in to see. It was a picture of our living room, from the perspective of the coffee table. The fireplace was in the background. We were all there, grouped together, looking tense but normal. A boring family photo. Except in the picture, the hallway that led to the bedrooms was behind us. And in the hallway, just beyond the edge of the living room light, stood a tall, dark shape. It was just a silhouette, a man-shaped shadow, but it was inside our house. It was standing in our hallway, watching us take the picture. The photo wasn't proof we were safe. It was proof we had let it inside. My dad snatched the photo and the camera. He ran to the garage, my mom and I right behind him. He laid the camera on his workbench, picked up a heavy hammer, and without a moment's hesitation, brought it down with all his strength. There was a violent crunch of plastic, a spark, the shattering of glass. He hit it again and again, reducing it to a pile of broken pieces, tangled wires, and ruined gears. He scooped the mangled remains into a grocery bag, walked out to our big outdoor trash bin, and threw it in, slamming the lid. He came back in, breathing hard. "It's done," he said. "It's garbage." We spent the rest of the day trying to pretend that was that. We went to the store. We bought pizza for dinner. We tried to watch a comedy, but nobody laughed. Every creak of the house made us jump. Every time my brother went to the bathroom alone, my mom would call out, "You okay in there?" Night came, the worst part. We all went to bed, but I knew nobody was sleeping. I lay in bed, my door open a crack, listening. The house was still. Too still. Then around midnight, I heard a new sound. A faint electronic beep. Then another. It was coming from downstairs. It was the sound of a digital alarm being set. Then I heard the soft mechanical slide of a lens extending. My blood went cold. I got out of bed and crept to the top of the stairs. My parents' door opened, and my dad came out, a baseball bat in his hand. He saw me and put a finger to his lips. Together, we peered down into the dark living room. On the coffee table, glowing with a faint green power light, was a digital camera. Our nice, modern digital camera that we used for birthdays and holidays. It was on. Its lens was pointed straight at the front door. We hadn't gotten it out. We hadn't touched it since before our trip. My dad went down, step by careful step. I followed. He reached the coffee table and looked at the camera's display screen. On the small LCD, we could see the live view. It showed the front door, the welcome mat, the dark wood. Everything was still. Then, in the corner of the screen, a shadow moved. It wasn't outside. It was inside, just at the edge of the frame. A tall, thin shadow detached itself from the darker shadow of the hallway and moved slowly across the back of the living room, behind the couch, out of sight. It was in the room with us. My dad grabbed the camera and turned it, pointing it around the room, using the screen like a hunter's scope. He panned past the couch, the bookshelf, the fireplace. The screen showed nothing but our normal furniture. Then he pointed it toward the kitchen doorway. On the screen, in the black rectangle of the doorway, two small, faint pinpricks of light reflected back, like eyes catching a tiny bit of light from somewhere. They were low to the ground, near the base of the refrigerator. They didn't move. My dad slowly lowered the camera from his face and looked directly at the kitchen doorway. It was just a dark opening. He lifted the camera and looked through the viewfinder again. The two pinpricks were gone. The kitchen doorway was just dark. He handed the camera to me, his face ashen. "Do you see anything?" I lifted the camera, my hands shaking so badly the image wobbled. I pointed it at the kitchen. Nothing. I panned across the living room. Nothing. I pointed it at my dad. On the screen, his terrified face looked back at me. And standing directly behind him, close enough to touch his shoulder, was a tall, blurry shape. It wasn't fully there, like a smudge on the lens, but it had a head, shoulders. It was leaning forward, as if looking over his shoulder at the camera's screen. I screamed and dropped the camera. It hit the carpet with a thud. My dad spun around, swinging the bat through empty air. There was nothing behind him. He flicked on every light in the living room. The room was bright, cheery, empty. The digital camera lay on the floor, its lens retracted, its power light off. It looked dead. My mom and brother were at the top of the stairs, clutching each other. "What happened?" My mom called down, her voice thin with fear. My dad just shook his head, unable to speak. I picked up the digital camera. It was cool, inert. I pressed the power button. Nothing. The battery was completely drained. We spent the rest of the night in the living room with every light blazing, not talking, just waiting for the sun. When morning came, it brought no relief, only the grim understanding that destroying the Polaroid had done nothing. It didn't need that specific camera. It understood the idea of pictures now. It was learning. My dad, looking older than I'd ever seen him, made an announcement at breakfast. "We're not staying here tonight. We're going to a hotel. Then maybe we visit your grandparents for a while. A long while." Packing a bag felt surreal. We were refugees from our own home. As my mom was getting her things from her dresser, she let out a small, confused sound. "What is this?" she said. She was holding a single, perfectly pressed, bright red maple leaf. It was vivid, like a drop of blood against the white wood of her dresser. It hadn't been there yesterday. My dad took it. Maple trees didn't grow in our yard. The nearest big maple was 2 streets over. This leaf was fresh, supple, not dry and crumbly. It smelled like the forest, like our campsite. He threw it in the kitchen trash, but the message was clear. It could leave things for us. It could move things. It was making itself at home. We loaded the car, a single suitcase each, just the essentials. It felt like we were abandoning ship. My dad did a final walkthrough, checking windows. He came out of the house, locked the front door, and turned to look at it. His face was a mix of sorrow and fear. He opened the driver's door and got in. We all buckled up. The car was quiet. As he backed out of the driveway, I looked up at my bedroom window. The curtains were open. My room was dark inside from the bright daylight outside, and for just a second, I saw a shape blot out part of the darkness. A tall, thin shape, standing in my window watching us leave. It wasn't waving goodbye. It was just watching. As we drove down the street, toward the hotel, toward temporary safety, a single thought echoed in my head, cold and certain. Houses have lots of windows. And it was in all of them now. The hotel room was a bland, beige box with 2 double beds and a smell of fake flowers. It should have felt safe, anonymous, a place where nothing could find us. But as we piled our suitcases in the corner, the feeling wasn't relief. It was a temporary pause. We were hiding. My dad double-locked the door and put the chain on. My mom immediately checked the bathroom and peered behind the curtains. My brother flopped onto a bed and turned on the TV, blaring cartoons to fill up the empty space in his head. I sat at the little desk, my laptop in front of me. A thought had been gnawing at me since we left the house. The Polaroids were gone, burned. The digital camera was dead. But we had taken other pictures. On our phones. The whole first day of the trip, before the Polaroid came out, we'd snapped photos, the scenic drive, the first view of the campsite, my brother making a funny face by the sign. Normal stuff. What if the picture man as my brother had called it in his drawing, wasn't just in the Polaroids? What if it was in the light itself, in any image we took of that place? Dad, I said, my voice sounding too loud in the sterile room. The phones. We should check the photos on our phones. He looked at me, confused for a second, then his eyes widened with dawning horror. He fumbled his phone out of his pocket. My mom did the same. We gathered on one bed, my brother turning down the TV. We started scrolling. At first, it was all normal. The scenic drive, just trees and sky. The campsite, empty and sunny. A goofy selfie of my parents by the car. Then we got to the pictures from our first hike, before the scavenger hunt began. There was a picture my mom had taken of a pretty butterfly on a flower. The butterfly was in sharp focus. The background, a tangle of green leaves and shadow, was blurry. But in that blur, if you looked at a certain spot and let your eyes go soft, there was a vertical line that was too straight. A dark streak that could have been a tree trunk, except it ended in a slight, rounded bulge at the top. It was in the exact same position, relative to the butterfly, as the watcher had been to the eagle in the Polaroid. It was fainter, like a ghost behind the real image, but it was there. No, my mom whispered, zooming in. The pixels blurred, but the shape held. It's in the JPEG. It's in the data. My dad went to his own photos. He had a picture of the creek, the water swirling around a rock. In the shallows, in the reflection of the trees on the opposite bank, the reflection was wrong. One of the reflected trees had too few branches, and its reflection in the water looked like it had long, thin arms reaching down. My hands were cold. I opened my own phone's gallery. I had a few dumb videos my brother had taken of me trying to skip stones. I played one. It was just 10 seconds of me throwing a rock and it plunking. My brother's laugh behind the camera. Normal. But as the video ended and looped back to the start, I watched the background instead of me. Behind me, about 20 feet back in the woods, between 2 pine trees, there was a patch of shadow that didn't move with the breeze like the other shadows. It stayed still, and in the last frame, as my brother panned the camera, that patch of shadow was gone. The digital evidence was everywhere, and it was worse than the Polaroids. You could delete a Polaroid. You could burn it. Digital files lived in clouds, in backups, on shared albums. They were forever. My dad had a terrifying thought. The social media post, he said, his voice hollow. Before we left on the trip, he'd posted a picture online. It was a shot of the Polaroid camera sitting on our kitchen table with the caption, "Going old school for this year's camping trip. No filters, just film. Wish us luck." It was a cheery, normal post. Dozens of friends had liked it. He opened the app now, his fingers clumsy. He found the post. The picture was innocent, but the comments we scrolled down. Most were things like "have fun" or "cool camera." Then, near the bottom, was a comment from an account we didn't recognize. The username was just a jumble of letters and numbers. The profile picture was blank. The comment was posted 2 days ago, right around the time we were seeing the watcher in the eagle photo. It read, "The roots are deep. The branches reach far." Under that, someone we knew, a friend of my mom's, had replied, "Poetic. Is that a song lyric?" The blank account had replied to her, "It's a fact." My mom made a small, choked sound. It's talking to people. It's using the internet. My dad immediately deleted the entire post, but the action felt pointless. like closing the barn door after the horse was in the next county. The thing had touched our digital life. It could be anywhere now. That night in the hotel, we ordered pizza, but nobody ate much. The beige walls felt like they were closing in. My dad laid down new rules. No more pictures of anything. We were to turn off location services on our phones. We would not post anything online, not even a weather complaint. We would become ghosts. It was a quarantine for the digital age. My brother, overwhelmed, fell asleep early with the TV still on. My parents spoke in low, urgent tones by the window. I was plugged into my laptop, headphones on, but I wasn't listening to music. I was going through every single photo and video from the last 6 months, looking for anomalies. A family picnic in the backyard last month. Was that just a trick of the light behind the grill? A photo from Christmas. Was that shadow in the hallway behind Grandma just a coat on a hook? Once you started looking, every shadow became a suspect. I was zoomed in on a picture from my birthday, my face covered in cake, when my email dinged. A new message. The sender was that same jumble of letters and numbers from the social media comment. The subject line was blank. The body of the email contained a single image file. My heart froze. I didn't want to open it, but I had to. I clicked. It was a picture. A digital picture, but it had the washed-out, faded color of old Polaroid. It was a picture of our hotel room, taken from the corner near the bathroom door. It showed my parents by the window, my brother sleeping on the bed, me at the desk with my laptop. It was taken within the last hour. The timestamp in the bottom corner of the image, digitally imposed, read the current date and time. It was a live update. The email had no other text. I slowly turned my head to look at the bathroom door. It was closed. I hadn't heard it open. I hadn't heard a shutter click, but a picture had been taken and sent to me. I didn't scream. I just said, "Dad." He heard the tone in my voice and was across the room in 2 strides. I showed him the screen. The color drained from his face. He looked from the laptop screen to the bathroom door, then marched over and yanked it open. The bathroom was empty, clean, bright. The shower curtain was pulled back. Nobody was there. He looked up at the ceiling, at the smoke detector. No camera. He came back, looked at the email. "It's spoofing," he said, his tech voice taking over, a desperate attempt to explain. "It's hacked the email. It's using an old image. But the image wasn't old. My brother was in the exact position he was in now. The pizza box on the table was open at the same angle. It was current. My mom started crying quiet, helpless tears. My dad closed my laptop with a snap. "We're leaving. Now. We're not staying here." "Where?" my mom asked, wiping her eyes. "Where can we go?" "Anywhere but here. We'll drive. Just drive." We woke my brother and packed in a frantic hurry, barely taking 2 minutes to throw everything back in our bags. We fled the hotel like thieves, not checking out, just leaving the key cards on the table. The night air outside was cool. The parking lot lights were bright. We loaded the car again. As my dad started the engine, he looked at our house, dark and distant across town. "We can't go back there," he said. It was an admission of defeat. Our home was occupied territory. "We'll drive to your sister's," he said to my mom. "It's 4 hours away. We'll be there by morning." We merged onto the highway, a river of red taillights stretching into the dark. The drone of the engine was almost soothing. The digital world felt far away out here, just us and the road. My brother slept again. My mom stared out the window. My dad drove with a fixed, determined look. I kept checking my phone, but I had no service, which felt like a blessing. About an hour into the drive, my mom, trying to find a tissue in the glove box, let out a small, puzzled sound. "What is this doing here?" she asked. She pulled out our old digital camera, the one that had died in the living room. It was here, in the car we'd packed in a panic at the hotel. Nobody had put it in the glove box. My dad took it from her, his jaw tight. He pressed the power button. The green light glowed. The lens extended. The battery was full. He turned it on and, without thinking, pointed it at the road ahead and took a random picture. The flash didn't go off. It was too bright outside from the highway lights. The camera made its fake shutter sound. He lowered it and looked at the screen on the back to review the shot. It was a picture of the highway, the yellow lines, the back of a truck. Normal. Then his eyes caught something. In the reflection on our windshield, in the center where the rearview mirror was, the flash of the camera had caught a reflection. It wasn't reflecting the inside of our car. It was reflecting a different image, superimposed over the road. The image was of a man's face, but not a human face. It was textured like bark, with deep grooves and knots. 2 dark holes for eyes, and a wide, stretched grin, too many teeth. It was sitting in the back seat. The reflection showed it sitting right between my brother and me. My dad slammed on the brakes. We swerved, tires screeching, and lurched to a stop on the narrow shoulder. He whirled around in his seat. The back seat was empty. My brother was asleep against the window. I was in the middle, next to a pile of blankets. There was nothing between us. But on the seat, right in the spot where the reflection had been, lay a single long brown pine needle. It hadn't been there before. It was fresh. My dad grabbed the digital camera and threw it out the window into the ditch. He didn't say a word. He just put the car in drive and pulled back onto the road, driving faster now. The rest of the drive was a blur of fear and exhaustion. We arrived at my aunt's house as the sun was coming up, a pale pink in the sky. She was confused but happy to see us, asking about our sudden visit. We made up a story about a plumbing disaster at our house. She believed us because why wouldn't she? We were family. She made us breakfast and gave us her kids' old rooms to sleep in. It was a normal house, full of kids' toys and the smell of coffee and bacon. For a few hours in the bright daylight, surrounded by the sounds of my cousins playing, it almost felt like we'd outrun it. That afternoon, while my parents talked quietly with my aunt in the kitchen, I went to use the bathroom upstairs. The house was old, with lots of family photos in the hallway, graduations, weddings, babies. I was washing my hands when I glanced at the mirror, and behind me, reflected in the glass, one of the framed photos on the wall seemed wrong. It was a picture of my aunt's family at the beach last summer. They were all smiling, but in the background, in the rolling dunes, there was a tall, dark stick figure that didn't belong. It was faint, like a water stain on the photo paper, but it was there. It hadn't been there before. I was sure of it. I turned and looked directly at the photo. The figure was gone, just sand and grass. I looked back in the mirror. There it was again, a smudge in the reflection. It wasn't in the photo. It was in the reflection of the photo. It was in the light bouncing off the glass. It was learning to live in the in-between spaces, in the copies of copies. I didn't tell anyone. What was there to say? We had brought it with us, not in our suitcases, but in our eyes, in the light that had touched us in those woods. It was in the signal now, and we were the receivers. That night, as I tried to sleep in my cousin's bunk bed, I heard a familiar sound from downstairs. Not a click, not a whir. It was the sound of a home printer, humming to life and then spitting out a page. Then another, and another. It was a steady mechanical rhythm, printing out a message we hadn't sent, a picture we hadn't taken, in a house that was supposed to be a sanctuary. The branches truly did reach far, and they had found us here too. The sound of the printer downstairs was a soft, persistent purr followed by the crisp shove of paper being fed out. It was 2 a.m. I lay frozen in the bunk bed, listening. It wasn't printing one page. It went on, a mechanical waterfall of paper. After what felt like forever, it stopped. The house was still again, but it was a different kind of still, a waiting stillness. I heard my parents' door open downstairs, then the soft pad of their footsteps. I crept out of bed and went to the top of the stairs. My dad was standing in the doorway of my aunt's home office, the light from the room casting a yellow rectangle onto the dark hallway floor. My mom was beside him, her hand over her mouth. The floor around the printer was carpeted in white paper. Dozens of sheets, maybe 100. My dad bent and picked one up. Even from the stairs, I could see it. Each page was a black and white printout of the same image, the front of our house, our own front door, our welcome mat, the potted plant my mom had forgotten to bring in. It was taken at night, from the perspective of someone standing on our walkway. The image was grainy, like it had been taken from a security camera or a very old webcam. But we didn't have a security camera. My dad picked up another sheet, same picture, and another. Every single page was identical, a relentless, copied warning. He gathered them all in a trembling stack, carried them to the kitchen, and shoved them deep into the trash under coffee grounds and eggshells. He didn't say a word. When my aunt came down for breakfast a few hours later, she was puzzled. "The printer was on," she said, clicking it off. "And it's out of paper. That's weird." We just nodded, pushing our cereal around in our bowls. We were trapped. We couldn't tell her the truth. She'd think we were crazy. We couldn't go home. We couldn't stay here and put her family in danger. We were adrift. That afternoon, my dad took me aside. His eyes were red-rimmed from lack of sleep. "We have to understand it," he said, his voice low and urgent. "We've been running, and it's everywhere we go. We need to know what it wants. The only clue we have is the pictures. It communicates through pictures. So maybe we have to communicate back. It was a terrifying idea. Engaging with it. How? I asked. We don't have the Polaroid anymore. We have this, he said, holding up his smartphone. It takes pictures. It's connected to everything. It's what it's using. So we use it too. We take a picture of it, on purpose. We get it in a frame, in focus, and we see what happens. He sounded like a scientist planning a dangerous experiment. My mom was fiercely against it. You're giving it what it wants. It wants to be seen. It wants to be in our pictures. Maybe, my dad argued. But maybe if we see it clearly, we can understand it. We can find a weakness. Right now it's a shadow. I'm tired of being scared of a shadow. The decision was made. We wouldn't do it at my aunt's house. We would go somewhere neutral, public, but isolated. We decided on a state park about 30 minutes away, a place with picnic areas and hiking trails, but not our woods. Never our woods again. We told my aunt we were going for a drive to get some air. She looked relieved. The tension in her house must have been obvious. The park was mostly empty on a weekday afternoon. We found a picnic table in a wide, grassy field, far from the tree line. The sun was bright. It felt exposed, safe. My dad put his phone on the table. He set it to camera mode. He didn't point it at anything. Okay, he said, breathing out slowly. We're here. We're taking a picture. A picture of you. Show yourself. Nothing happened. The wind blew grass. A bird chirped. My brother clutched my mom's hand. It's not working, my mom said, a hint of hope in her voice. Then my dad's phone made a sound. A shutter clicked. He hadn't touched it. He looked at the screen. A new picture appeared in the gallery. He opened it. We all crowded around. It was a picture taken from the ground, looking up at us from under the picnic table. We were looking around, confused, anxious. The angle was impossible. The phone had been on the tabletop. My dad snatched the phone and looked under the table. Nothing but grass and the concrete support. He looked back at the picture, and in the picture, in the shadow cast by the tabletop across our faces, the shadows were wrong. My shadow had an extra limb, a long, thin arm that wasn't mine, resting on my shoulder. In the photo, it was there. In real life, under the bright sun, it was not. It's here, my dad whispered. He turned in a slow circle, holding up the phone like a divining rod, using the screen as a viewfinder. He panned across the field, the trees in the distance, the empty parking lot. The screen showed normal summer scenery. Then he pointed it at a cluster of large rocks at the edge of the field. On the screen, sitting on the largest rock, was a man. He was tall and thin, dressed in dark clothes that seemed to blend into the rock. His face was turned away, looking towards the woods. He was perfectly clear. My dad lowered the phone and looked with his own eyes. The rock was empty. He raised the phone. The man was still there on the screen. It's only in the picture, I said, understanding dawning with a new kind of dread. It exists in the images. That's its place. My dad, his hand shaking, used his fingers to zoom in on the figure on the screen. As the image enlarged, the details became clearer. The clothes weren't cloth. They were textured like moss and bark. The hair was not hair, but a tangle of fine, dark roots. The hands, resting on its knees, were long-fingered and gnarled like old branches. And then, as we watched the screen, the figure on the rock turned its head. It turned slowly, until its face was in profile. The profile was sharp, unnatural. And then it kept turning, further than a human neck could turn, a smooth, mechanical rotation, until it was looking directly at the camera lens. At us. Its face was a mask of knotted wood, with two deep, dark hollows for eyes. And it was smiling, a wide, lipless grin of splintered wood in shadow. My dad jerked the phone away, breaking the view. He was breathing hard. "We got it," he said, almost to himself. "We have a picture of it." He looked at the image saved in his gallery. It was there, the clear, high-resolution picture of the picture man sitting on the rock, smiling at us. It was proof, but it was also a possession. We had captured it, and in doing so, we had maybe made it more real. We drove back to my aunt's house in a state of stunned confusion. We had done it. We had seen it. But what now? That night, my dad sat at the kitchen table with his phone, analyzing the picture. He zoomed in on every pixel. "It's not a person in a costume," he muttered. "The texture is too detailed. The eyes, there's nothing there. Just dark." My mom was more practical. "Delete it. Right now." He hesitated. "It's proof." "Proof of what? For who?" Delete it. Reluctantly, he pressed delete. The phone asked for confirmation. Delete this photo? He pressed yes. The thumbnail vanished. A moment later, his phone buzzed. A notification popped up. It was from his cloud storage. Photo recovery available. Recently deleted items are held for 30 days. And there was a thumbnail. The picture of the picture man. It was in the digital trash, waiting to be restored. He tried to delete it from the cloud trash. The app froze. Then his phone's screen flickered. For a single second, the wallpaper, a photo of our family from last Christmas, was replaced by the image of the picture man on the rock, its grin filling the screen. Then it was back to normal. It's in the system, my dad said, his voice flat. It's in the phone's memory in the cloud. It's part of the data now. He put the phone down like it was hot. Later, as we got ready for another sleepless night, my brother was drawing with crayons my aunt had given him. He was quiet, focused. I looked over his shoulder. He was drawing our family. We were all stick figures. And behind us, he had drawn a tall, brown figure with lots of lines for texture. Above it, in his wobbly handwriting, he had written, "The picture man is here." And he had drawn a series of smaller pictures around the edges, a phone, a TV, a computer monitor. And in the screen of each device, he had drawn a tiny, smiling stick figure with dark holes for eyes. "How did you know to draw that?" I asked him quietly, pointing at the screens. He didn't look up. "He showed me," he said simply. "In my dream last night." He said he likes screens. They're like windows he can climb through. My blood ran cold. I took the drawing and showed my parents. The last of their hope seemed to drain away. That night, we unplugged everything. We unplugged the TV, the computers, the Wi-Fi router. My aunt thought we were being weirdly paranoid about a power surge, but she humored us. We went to bed in a house that was digitally dark. For a few hours, it worked. The house was just a house. Then, around 3 in the morning, a glow seeped under my bedroom door. A blue flickering glow. I got up and opened the door. Across the hall, in the living room, the big flat-screen TV was on. It was not plugged into the wall. The power cord lay coiled on the floor. The screen showed static, but not normal snow. This static was green and black, swirling. And in the center of the static, a shape was forming. It was the picture man, composed of flickering digital noise, slowly becoming clearer, stepping forward out of the buzzing screen as if from a great distance. It reached the foreground of the image and stopped, its knot-hole eyes scanning the dark room. It was looking for us. I backed away, pulled my door shut, and shoved a chair under the knob. I heard no sounds from the living room. But in the morning, the TV was off, unplugged on the floor, cool to the touch. On the coffee table in front of it, arranged in a neat circle, were 6 of my aunt's family photos, all face down. My aunt, when she saw them, was just confused. "Who was playing with the pictures?" she asked. We didn't answer. We knew. It was rearranging her memories. It was editing her life. We couldn't stay. We made excuses about the plumbing being fixed, about needing to get back. My aunt was worried, but let us go. As we drove away, my dad spoke the thought we were all having. It doesn't matter where we go. It's in the current. It's in anything that can hold a picture. Phones, computers, TVs, maybe even mirrors if the light is right. We can't unplug the world. We were driving back towards our own town, but not to our house. To a motel on the other side of the county. It was a surrender to motion, to having no fixed address for it to find. As we pulled into the motel parking lot, my dad's phone, which had been in his cup holder, lit up. A notification. It was from a photo-sharing app he hadn't used in years. Someone had tagged him in a photo. With a feeling of doom, he opened it. It was a photo posted by the blank, jumbled number account. The photo was of the 4 of us, taken just minutes ago through the windshield of our own car as we pulled into the motel lot. We looked exhausted, defeated. The caption under the photo read, "A complete set. Almost time." The photo of us pulling into the motel, posted online for anyone to see, was the final straw. It wasn't just in our devices anymore. It was broadcasting us, packaging our fear, and sending it out into the world. A complete set. Almost time. The words echoed in the hot, stuffy car. My dad didn't even get out. He just put the car in reverse and backed out of the motel lot. "Where are we going?" my mom asked, her voice a frayed thread. "Home," he said, and the word had a new, terrible weight to it. "We can't run. It's in the pipes. It's in the wires. It's everywhere we go because we're carrying it with us. The only place left is where it started wanting us. Our house." It wasn't a decision made from courage. but from an exhausted, final understanding. We were the subjects, and the picture man was the photographer. We had been trying to flee the frame, but the frame was all around us. The only choice left was to go back to the center of the picture and face whatever was supposed to happen when the timer ran out. The drive to our house was like driving to our own funeral. The suburbs looked alien, each tidy house holding its own secret digital life, any one of which could be a door for it. Our street was quiet in the late afternoon sun. Our house looked smaller, sadder, like a shell. My dad parked in the driveway. We all just sat for a minute, looking at the front door. "Okay," he said, more to himself than to us. "New plan. We don't hide. We don't run. We set the stage. If it wants a picture, we give it a picture. But on our terms." His idea was as simple as it was insane. We would turn our living room into a studio. We would invite it in, formally, and take its portrait. The logic was twisted but clear. The thing operated by the rules of photography. It respected the frame, the flash, the moment of capture. Maybe if we played by its rules completely, if we acknowledged it as the subject, we could somehow end the game. "We need light," he said, getting out of the car. "Lots of light." We went inside. The house was cool, still, and felt completely empty in a way that was somehow worse than if we'd felt a presence. It was waiting. We got to work. My dad dragged every lamp we owned into the living room. Floor lamps, desk lamps, even the bright utility light from the garage. He aimed them all at the front door, the point of entry. He taped up sheets over the windows to block out the dying sun, to control the light. My mom and I gathered every mirror and reflective surface we could find and turned them to face the walls or covered them with towels. We didn't want any extra angles, any unwanted reflections. My brother sat in the middle of the couch, watching us, clutching a stuffed animal he hadn't carried since he was little. The final piece was a camera. Not a phone, not a digital camera. My dad went down to the basement and came back up with an old film camera, a real one from before even the Polaroid. It used little canisters of film you had to wind by hand. It had no screen, no digital heart. It was just a mechanical eye. "This is it," he said, loading a fresh roll of film with trembling fingers. 36 shots. That's all. We wait. When it comes, we take its picture. We fill the roll. We document it until there's nothing left to document. He mounted the camera on my mom's flimsy tripod, pointing it squarely at the front door. He focused the lens manually, the image in the viewfinder sharp and clear on the wooden door, the brass knob, the little peephole. He attached a long cable release, a coiled wire with a plunger on the end that would let him take the picture from across the room. He set the camera to its fastest shutter speed and the smallest aperture, to freeze motion and get everything in focus. It was a trap made of light and chemistry. As the last of the daylight faded outside, we turned on all the lamps. The living room was blazing, hotter than any summer day, a stark island of white light in the dark house. The front door was so brightly lit it looked like a white rectangle, every scratch and grain in the wood visible. We sat together on the couch, facing the door, my dad holding the cable release. We waited. Minutes ticked by. An hour. Nothing happened. The tension was a physical thing, a wire pulled tighter and tighter in my chest. My brother fell asleep against my mom. The bright lights made everything feel surreal, like a movie set. "Maybe it won't come," my mom whispered, a desperate hope. Just as she said it, the overhead light in the hallway behind us, which we had turned off, flickered on. Then off. Then on again. It was a signal. My dad's grip tightened on the cable release. We heard a sound from the kitchen, the slow, deliberate turn of the faucet handle. A drip of water into the stainless steel sink. Plink, plink. Then the back door, which led to the yard, creaked open on its hinges. We hadn't unlocked it. We heard it swing wide and bang softly against the wall. A cool draft snaked into the hot living room, carrying the smell of wet soil and pine. It was coming in the back way. It was bypassing our stage. My dad stood up, his eyes wild. "No," he said, not yelling, but firm. "You want a picture? You come through the front door. You stand in the light. You follow the rules." He was talking to the empty air, to the house. He walked to the edge of the living room, looking down the dark hallway toward the kitchen. "You hear me? This is the frame." He came back and sat down, his jaw set. For a long moment, nothing. Then, the back door swung shut with a solid click. The dripping faucet stopped. The hallway light went off. All the little invasions ceased. It was listening. It was considering the invitation. The air in the room grew colder, the heat from the lamps seeming to recede. The bright white of the front door seemed to deepen, the grain of the wood becoming more pronounced, the shadows around the frame growing darker and more solid. The brass doorknob began to turn, slowly, first to the right, then back to the left. It was testing it. My mom shook my brother awake. We all huddled together. My dad raised the cable release, his finger hovering over the plunger. The doorknob turned fully to the right. The latch clicked, and the door began to open. It didn't swing open fast. It moved inward an inch, then stopped, then another inch. It was a slow, theatrical reveal. The darkness outside was not the normal night. It was a wall of pure black, like the open mouth of a cave. No streetlight, no stars, no glow from a neighbor's house. Just black. The door opened wider. Halfway now. The blackness beyond the threshold was absolute. And then a foot stepped into the light. It was not a human foot. It was long and narrow, made of what looked like polished dark wood, shaped like a foot but with too many joints. It placed itself carefully on our welcome mat. Then the other foot followed. A leg, a tall, slender body composed of shadows and the memory of trees, stepped fully into the doorway. It stood there, framed perfectly, a negative space cut out of the darkness behind it. This was it, the picture man, in our home. It was taller than the door frame, and it had to duck its head slightly to stand inside. Its body was a collection of angles and knots, like a walking thicket. Its face was the worst part. It wasn't the blurry smudge from the digital photo or the rough sketch from my brother's drawing. It was detailed. The bark-like skin was etched with deep lines that swirled and converged around the eye holes, two bottomless pits that seemed to suck the light from the lamps. And it had a mouth, a long, horizontal crack that split open into that same wide, splintered grin. It didn't move. It just stood, acclimating to the light, its head tilted as if listening to the hum of the lamps. My dad's finger pressed the plunger on the cable release. Click whir. The old camera's shutter snapped, and the film advanced. The sound was shockingly loud. The picture man did not startle. It slowly turned its head toward the sound, toward the camera on the tripod. It seemed curious. It took a step forward, into the room. Its movement was not smooth, but a series of small, precise adjustments like a stop-motion puppet. My dad pressed the plunger again. Click whir. Another step. Click whir. With each picture, it seemed to become more solid, more real in our space. The smell of ozone and damp earth grew stronger. It was now fully in the room, standing in the pool of light, maybe 10 feet from us. It was close enough to see the intricate texture of its wooden skin, close enough to see that its eyes were not just holes, but deep, resonant spaces that seemed to flicker with a faint, inverted light, like the afterimage of a flash. It stopped advancing. It looked from the camera lens to us on the couch. Its grin seemed to widen just a fraction. It was enjoying this. It was posing. My dad kept taking pictures, the mechanical click whir becoming a rhythm. The picture man began to turn its head slowly, giving different angles to the camera. A profile, a three-quarter view. It was a model in a shoot. This went on for what felt like an eternity, the camera eating up the roll of film. 20 shots. 25. My dad's hand was shaking, sweat dripping down his temple, but he kept pressing the button. He was documenting the monster. On shot 30, the picture man did something new. It raised one of its long, branch-like arms. It didn't reach for us. It pointed. Its finger, a twig-like cluster, was aimed not at us, but at the camera itself. Then slowly, it swung its arm until its finger was pointing at my dad. The meaning was clear. It was his turn. It wanted him in the frame. My dad's breath hitched. He looked at the remaining shots on the film counter. 6 left. He looked at us, then back at the unmoving figure. He made a decision. He stood up, leaving the cable release on the couch. He walked, step by slow step, to the tripod. He stood behind the camera, looking through the viewfinder. Now he was the photographer, and the picture man was his subject. The creature's grin seemed to soften into something almost approving. My dad took a picture. Click whir. Then he did something I didn't expect. He turned the focus ring on the lens, shifting the focus away from the picture man, and pointed the camera at us, at my mom, my brother, and me on the couch. He took a picture of our terrified faces. Click whir. The picture man's head snapped toward us. Its expression didn't change, but the feeling in the room did. A wave of cold disapproval washed over us. That was not part of the game. The subject was supposed to be it. My dad ignored it. He advanced the film. 3 shots left. He turned the camera back to the picture man and took another. Click whir. 2 left. The picture man took a step toward the camera. Its hand came up again, not pointing, but reaching. He was going to touch the lens. My dad pressed the button. Click were. One shot left. The creature was now right in front of the camera, its body filling the viewfinder. It leaned down until one of its dark eye holes was aligned with the camera lens. It was looking into the machine. It was looking at my dad through the glass. My dad's finger was on the button for the last shot. The picture man slowly raised its hand and placed its wooden fingers over the end of the lens, covering it. The gesture was gentle, final. It was saying, enough. My dad didn't take the last picture. He just stood there, breathing hard, the camera's viewfinder black. The picture man straightened up. It looked at each of us in turn, my mom, my brother, me, and finally my dad behind the camera. Then it turned and walked back to the front door. It didn't hurry. It stepped through the doorway and into the wall of blackness. The door swung shut behind it with a soft, definitive click. The oppressive cold lifted. The lamps seemed to brighten back to their normal intensity. The wall of black outside the windows became ordinary night again, with a neighbor's porch light visible across the street. It was gone. We didn't move for a long time. Finally, my dad rewound the film with a mechanical grind. He took the small canister out of the camera. He held it in his palm. 35 exposures taken. One left and used. We had a full roll of film containing the clearest, most detailed pictures of the picture man in existence. We had faced it. We had taken its picture. And we had survived. The relief was so profound it felt like a physical thing, a weight lifted. My mom started to cry, but they were tears of release. My brother buried his face in her side. My dad put the film canister on the mantel. Tomorrow, he said, his voice raw, we develop these. We see what we caught. That night, for the first time in what felt like years, I slept. A deep, dreamless sleep. In the morning, the sun streamed through the windows. The house felt like a home again. The film canister was still on the mantel. My dad made plans to take it to a specialty lab that could develop it quickly. We ate a real breakfast. We talked about normal things. The nightmare, it seemed, was over. We had met the monster and survived by playing its game. Later that afternoon, my dad went to get his keys to go to the lab. They weren't on their hook. We found them on the kitchen counter. And next to the keys, sitting on the laminate surface, was a single, freshly printed Polaroid photo. It was impossible. We had no Polaroid camera. We had smashed ours. The photo was of our living room from last night. It was taken from the hallway, looking in. It showed us on the couch, my dad behind the camera, and the picture man standing in the center of the room, perfectly in focus, smiling. It was a behind-the-scenes photo, and in the white border at the bottom, in handwriting that was a messy blend of all of our writing styles, as if it had learned to write by copying us, was a message. A good session. Prince will be ready soon. It had taken its own picture. It had the negatives. And the game, we realized with a sinking, cold certainty, was not about taking pictures. It was about developing them. We had taken the snapshots. Now it was going to make the prints. And we had no idea what that meant. The Polaroid on the counter shattered the fragile piece we'd built that morning. The cheerful sunlight now felt like a lie. Prince will be ready soon. The words were a promise or a threat, and we had no idea what it involved. The film canister from the old camera suddenly seemed less like a trophy and more like a bomb. My dad still took it to the lab, a 1-hour photo place in a strip mall. The rest of us stayed home, but the house no longer felt like a sanctuary. It felt like a darkroom, a place where things developed unseen. He came back with a thick envelope. We gathered at the kitchen table, the same table where the Polaroid had appeared. He slid the stack of glossy 4x6 prints out. The first few were of the empty, brilliantly lit door. Then the pictures of the picture man entering. Seeing it on paper, in high-quality chemical print, was different. It was more real than on a screen, more permanent. The details were excruciating. The grain of its wooden skin, the intricate whorls around its eye holes, the way the light caught the jagged edges of its grin. We flipped through as it stepped into the room, as it posed. The sequence was a horrifying flipbook of its approach. Then came the picture where it pointed. Then the one where my dad was behind the camera. Then the one he took of us, our faces masks of terror. And then the final pictures he took of the picture man up close, filling the frame, until the last one where its hand covered the lens. The final print was just a dark blur with the faint outline of wooden fingers. 35 pictures, a complete record. We stared at them, spread across the table. We had done it. We had captured it. So now what? My mom asked, her voice small. We have these. Does that mean we have power over it? As if in answer, the overhead kitchen light flickered. Not a power surge. A deliberate, slow pulse. On, off, on, off. It was watching. It knew we were looking. My dad carefully gathered the photos, his hands steady but his face pale. We keep them safe. Together. We don't separate them. He put them back in the envelope and placed the envelope in a metal lockbox where we kept important documents. He clicked the lock shut. The sound of the tiny metal latch engaging was the most comforting sound I'd heard in weeks. For 3 days, nothing happened. No strange sounds. No misplaced items. No new photos. We began to breathe again. Maybe the lockbox was a kind of container, a way to trap its image and its power. Maybe by formally photographing it, we had satisfied its need to be seen and recorded. Life began to stutter back toward normal. My dad went back to work from home. I started thinking about school eventually starting again. My brother played in the yard, though one of us always watched from the window. On the 4th evening, we were in the living room watching a movie, a stupid comedy we weren't really following. The lockbox was on the bookshelf, a dull gray rectangle. In the middle of a laugh track, the lockbox made a sound, a soft metallic snick. We all turned. The little latch had popped open. My dad paused the movie. The room was dead still. He walked over and lifted the lid. The envelope of photos was inside. He let out a breath he'd been holding. Then he picked up the envelope. It was too light. He opened the flap and tilted it. Nothing came out. It was empty. All 35 photos were gone. "No," he whispered. He upended the box, shook it. Nothing. They had vanished from a locked box. At that moment, the movie unpaused itself on the TV. But it wasn't the comedy anymore. The screen showed a single image, a contact sheet, like photographers use, a grid of small, rectangular pictures. It was our contact sheet. Every picture my dad had taken that night was displayed in neat rows. The picture man in the door, stepping forward, pointing, its hand over the lens. And our terrified family portrait was there too, in the middle of the grid. The image on the TV was sharp, professional. Underneath the grid of pictures, text appeared, typed out letter by letter as if by an invisible hand. Proofing sheet. Select your favorites. A cursor, a blinking black line, appeared at the bottom of the screen. It was waiting for our input. My dad grabbed the remote and mashed the power button. The TV didn't turn off. He yanked the power cord from the wall. The screen stayed lit, glowing with its own impossible energy, the cursor still blinking. My brother started to cry. "It wants us to choose," my mom said, her eyes glued to the screen. "Choose what? Which pictures it should make bigger? Which ones are good?" It was curating our horror. My dad walked up to the TV, his reflection superimposed over the contact sheet. "We're not choosing anything," he shouted at it. The cursor blinked. Then on its own it moved. It glided across the screen and stopped under one of the images. It was the picture of us on the couch, the one my dad had taken when he shifted focus. The cursor highlighted it. A check mark appeared next to it. Selection confirmed, subject A, family portrait. The screen went black for a second. When the image returned, it was no longer a contact sheet. It was a single, large, beautifully rendered photograph of our living room. But it wasn't a photo from that night. It was a new composition. The room was empty, clean, afternoon light streaming in. It looked peaceful, perfect. And in the center of the room, standing together as if for a formal portrait, was us. Our family. But we weren't us as we were now. We were us as we looked in the picture from the couch, terrified, pale, clutching each other. We were frozen ghosts in our own sunny living room. The title underneath read, "Final print 1 of 4, Family in Residence." The screen went black again, then showed the contact sheet. The cursor moved again, this time stopping under a picture of the picture man itself, in a 3/4 pose, looking almost thoughtful. Selection confirmed, subject B, the artist. The screen changed. This photo was of the woods at our old campsite at golden hour, beautiful and serene. And standing among the trees, clear as day, was the picture man, its head tilted, its bark face calm. It looked natural there, like it belonged. Final print 2 of 4, source material. My dad was frantic now. He unplugged the router, smashed the Wi-Fi extender with a hammer. The TV screen remained lit, an island of impossible signal. The cursor moved a third time. It went to the picture where the picture man was pointing at the camera, at my dad. Selection confirmed, subject C, the photographer. The new image that appeared was my dad's home office. He was sitting at his desk, his back to the camera, working on his computer. The picture was taken from inside the room. The time on his computer clock in the image was current. Final print 3 of 4, the eye. We were all screaming now, crying, begging for it to stop. But it was a process, and it was following its own developing steps. The cursor moved for the last time. It went to the very first picture on the contact sheet, the empty, brightly lit front door. Selection confirmed, subject D, the frame. The final image filled the screen. It was a picture of a picture frame. A simple, elegant wooden frame hanging on a white wall. Inside the frame was not a picture, but a deep, perfect blackness. A window into nothing, or into everything. Final print 4 of 4, the exhibition ready. The TV screen went black for good this time, the power cord dangling uselessly. The room was lit only by a single lamp. We were sobbing, holding each other. We didn't understand what it meant, but it felt complete. It had selected its favorites. It had made its final prints. The session was over. The next week was a haze of dread. We waited for the exhibition to begin, for the final prints to manifest in our world. But nothing happened. No new photos appeared. No strange occurrences. The digital haunting stopped entirely. It was as if, having finished its work, it had left. We were shell-shocked, but alive. We started to believe, tentatively, that maybe this was the end. The thing had gotten what it wanted, a perfect series of images, and had moved on. My dad, trying to reclaim some control, had the idea to take a new picture. A happy one. "We need to overwrite the memory," he said. "We need a new picture of this room, of us, that's good." It was a sunny Saturday. We cleaned the living room until it sparkled. We dressed in nice clothes, forced smiles onto our faces. My dad set up his digital camera on the tripod, the one that had died and come back to life. He used the timer and joined us on the couch. We put our arms around each other. The camera beeped, counting down. We smiled, real smiles fueled by desperation and hope. The flash went off. We waited for the preview to pop up on the camera's screen. My dad walked over and picked it up. He looked at the image. His smile melted away. He didn't speak. He just turned the camera around and showed us. The picture was perfect. We were smiling. The room was bright and clean. But in the picture, on the wall behind us where there had been nothing, now hung for beautiful, framed photographs. The frames were the same as the one from the final TV image, and in the frames were the 4 final prints. Our terrified ghost family in the sunny room, the picture man in the golden woods, my dad working in his office, and the 4th frame held that perfect, endless blackness. They were hanging in our house, in the picture, but when we all turned to look at the actual wall behind us, it was bare. White paint. Nothing. The pictures only existed inside the new photo we had just taken. The exhibition wasn't in our world. It was in the images of our world. The picture man had moved into the permanent collection of our reality, a layer just beneath the surface, visible only through the lens. My dad deleted the picture. He reformatted the camera's memory card. It didn't matter. We all knew what we had seen. That night, I was brushing my teeth. I leaned close to the mirror to rinse my mouth. As I straightened up, I caught a glimpse in the mirror not of my reflection, but of the reflection of the shower curtain behind me. For a fraction of a second, the pattern of the curtain seemed to shift, the flowers and leaves rearranging themselves into a familiar, tall, thin shape with dark holes for eyes, standing right behind me. I spun around. The curtain was just a curtain. I looked back in the mirror, just my own wide-eyed, pale face. But I knew. It wasn't gone. It had developed. It had finished its work and printed itself into the very fabric of things. It was in the negative space, in the corner of your eye, in the reflection you almost didn't catch. It was in the photo album of the world now, and we were forever a part of its collection. The game was over. It had won. We had our lives back, but they were lives lived on the other side of a lens, always wondering what was in the frame just outside our view, waiting for the next flash to illuminate what was already there, hanging in the silence of a picture no one had taken yet. We were free, but we would never again be able to look at a family photo, a sunset, or even our own reflection without feeling the cold, wooden certainty that we were not alone in the picture. We're sharing it. Forever. Story number 3. The job listing was almost too good to be true. A live-in nanny position in a gorgeous old house on the outskirts of town. The pay was fantastic, and the hours were reasonable. All I had to do was look after 2 kids for a couple who traveled constantly for work. I showed up for the interview in my one good blazer, feeling the nerves twist in my stomach. but the woman who answered the door was all crisp smiles and expensive perfume. She ushered me into a kitchen that looked like it belonged in a magazine, everything gleaming and spotless. The kids were brought in to meet me, a boy who looked about 7 and a little girl who couldn't have been more than 4. They were polite and quiet, holding hands. The boy gave me a firm handshake, and the little girl just hid behind his legs, peeking out with these big, serious eyes. We talked about schedules and duties. It all sounded perfectly normal. And then she slid the contract across the marble countertop, her fingernail, painted a flawless pale pink, tapped on one specific clause. It was underlined. It read, "Under no circumstances are you to attempt to access the attic. The door is locked for safety. This is a condition of employment." I must have looked at it for a beat too long because she laughed, a light, tinkling sound that didn't quite reach her eyes, and said, "Oh, it's just full of old insulation and wiring, a total death trap. We're having it properly renovated next year. But for now, it's strictly off limits." It seemed odd, but not crazy. Lots of old houses have problem areas, so I nodded, signed my name on the line. My name is Sam, and just like that, I had the job. I moved in the following weekend. The parents were already packing for another trip. They gave me a rushed tour, pointing out the pantry stuffed with food, the entertainment system, the pool rules, and yes, they pointed at the attic door at the end of the second-floor hallway. A solid-looking door with a heavy new deadbolt lock that looked glaringly modern against the old wood. "Remember," the father said, his voice a deep, distracted rumble as he checked his phone. "Not a step. It's for your own good." And then they were gone in a whirl of suitcases and last-minute instructions, leaving me alone in the huge, quiet house with the 2 quiet children. The first few days were fine, easy even. The boy was smart and kept to himself, reading or drawing intricate pictures of machines. The little girl was shy but sweet. She liked to sit near me while I read, coloring in her books with intense concentration. The house, though, it had a personality. It creaked and groaned, especially at night, the wind whistling through places I couldn't see, making the whole structure seem to sigh. I told myself it was charming, full of character, but sometimes, in the deep quiet of the evening after I'd put the kids to bed, the character felt less charming and more like it was watching me. The change started slowly, almost imperceptibly. The boy began asking strange questions. "Do you think houses can remember things?" he asked me one afternoon while we were building a Lego fortress. I gave some rambling answer about history and foundations, and he just nodded, not satisfied. Then his little sister started talking about her friend, the quiet man in the ceiling. I assumed it was an imaginary friend, a classic kid thing, and I played along. "What's his name?" I asked her. She looked at her brother, who was frowning at his Lego, and then whispered, "Mr. Numbers." That was a new one. Most imaginary friends were named something like Sparkle or Captain Fuzzy, not Mr. Numbers. I didn't think much of it until the following Thursday. The kids had been playing in the sunroom, a bright space off the kitchen, and when I went to call them for lunch, I found them sitting cross-legged on the floor with a piece of cardboard between them. On the cardboard, drawn in the boys' careful print, were the letters of the alphabet in rows, and the numbers 0 through 9 along the bottom. In the center of the board was a single, plain white plastic ring, the kind from a milk jug. "What's this?" I asked, leaning down. "It's how we talk to Mr. Numbers," the little girl said, her voice full of pride. "He lives in the attic." A cold little worm of unease wriggled in my chest. The attic. That word was starting to carry a weight in this house. The boy looked up at me, his expression solemn. "We have to be very quiet when we play. He doesn't like loud noises." He placed his fingertip, just the very tip, on the white plastic ring. His sister did the same. "Ask a question," the boy instructed me, his eyes serious. I felt silly humoring this, but I wanted to be a good sport. I crouched down. "Okay, is Mr. Numbers friendly?" For a moment, nothing happened. Then, with a slow, deliberate slide, the plastic ring began to move. It didn't jerk or skitter, it glided smoothly across the cardboard, passing over several letters before coming to a rest, perfectly centered on the word "yes," which the boy had written in the top corner. My breath caught. I had watched their hands. Their fingers were barely touching the ring, certainly not pushing it. It could have been the subtle tilt of the cardboard, or a tiny, unconscious muscle movement from one of them. I knew all the logical explanations, but in that moment, in the quiet sunroom, it felt like something else. The little girl giggled. "See, he's nice. He doesn't like the loud man, but he likes us." "Who's the loud man?" I asked, trying to keep my voice light. Both children froze. The playful energy vanished. The boy slowly lifted his finger from the ring, his face going blank. "We shouldn't talk about him," he murmured, and he gathered up the cardboard board, carefully putting it away in a toy chest as if it were something precious and dangerous. That incident stuck with me all day, a pebble in my shoe of a thought. That night, after the kids were asleep, the house seemed louder with its night noises. I was in the laundry room, folding a warm pile of towels, the hum of the dryer a comforting sound, when I heard it. 3 distinct knocks. Thump, thump, thump. They came from directly above me. The ceiling of the laundry room was the floor of the attic. My hands stilled on the towels. The knocks weren't aggressive or frantic. They were measured, patient, like someone tapping to get a rhythm right. My mind raced. An animal? It sounded too solid, too purposeful for a raccoon or a squirrel. The old pipes? This wasn't a metallic clank. It was the sound of something solid on wood. I stood there, frozen, listening so hard my ears ached. The house was silent again. I let out a breath I didn't know I was holding, my logic kicking in. "It's an old house, Sam," I told myself. "It settles. It talks. You're just spooked because of that silly game." I finished folding the towel, my movements slow and deliberate, trying to project a calm I didn't feel. And then, just as I was turning to leave the room, I heard it. Faint, drifting down through the same air vent that brought the warm, dry air from the dryer, came the sound of a child's laughter. It was distant, muffled, but unmistakable. A light, happy giggle. It lasted for maybe 2 seconds, and then it was gone, swallowed by the silence. My blood turned cold. Both children were asleep. I had checked on them not 10 minutes ago. I stood in the middle of the laundry room, the folded towel clutched to my chest, my heart hammering against my ribs. That laughter didn't come from their rooms. The vent system was old. Sound could travel in weird ways, but this felt different. It felt close, and it felt like it was coming from up. The attic. That locked, forbidden attic. A wild, irrational thought flashed through my mind. What if the previous nanny had quit not because of the travel, but because of the knocks? Because of the laughter in the vents? I shook my head, physically trying to dispel the idea. I was being ridiculous. I was the adult here. I had to have a rational explanation. I walked out of the laundry room, my legs feeling unsteady, and I made my way through the dark house, past the sleeping kids' rooms, and stopped at the end of the hallway. There it was, the attic door. It looked perfectly normal in the dim nightlight glow, just a door. But that lock, that big, shiny deadbolt, it looked less like a safety feature now, and more like a seal. Like something you put on a door to keep something in, not to keep people out. I stood at the foot of the narrow stairs leading up to it, my pulse throbbing in my throat. I knew I shouldn't. It was against the rules, it was in my contract. But the knocks, the laughter, I had to know. I had to listen. I crept up the first 2 creaky steps, wincing at every small sound, until I was standing right in front of the door. The wood was cool against my forehead as I slowly, carefully, leaned in and pressed my ear to it. At first, there was nothing, just the deafening sound of my own heartbeat in my ears. I strained, listening for scuttling, for rustling, for any sign of an animal intruder. For a long moment, there was only a deep, empty silence. And then I heard it. It wasn't knocking. It wasn't laughter. It was a soft, slow, rhythmic sound. A gentle, steady shhhhh, shhhhh, shhhhh. It was the sound of something being dragged across the floorboards up there. Not pulled quickly, but slowly, deliberately, as if someone was moving something heavy with great care. Back and forth. Back and forth. The sound was so clear, so present, just on the other side of that inch-thick wood. I jerked my head back from the door as if it had burned me, stumbling down the 2 steps, my back hitting the opposite wall of the hallway. I stared at the door, my breath coming in short, sharp gasps. Whatever was up there, it wasn't a squirrel. It wasn't the pipes. The dragging sound stopped. A final, complete quiet fell, a quiet that felt heavier and more watchful than any noise. I looked from the attic door down the hall towards the children's rooms, and a new, more terrifying thought dawned on me. The parents had been very clear, very firm about the attic. They had a reason. And as I stood there in the dark, I realized with a sinking certainty that their reason had nothing to do with faulty wiring or old insulation. They were keeping a secret, and whatever was making that dragging sound, whatever the children called Mr. Numbers, it was a part of it. The job was perfect, the house was beautiful, but I was now sure of one thing. I was not alone here, and the most dangerous part of the house wasn't locked away. It was awake, and it knew I was listening. After that night at the attic door, I tried my best to act normal. I made pancakes in the morning, I helped the little girl with her shoes. I quizzed the boy on his spelling words. But everything felt different, like I was moving through a thin layer of glass, separate from the world I could see. The kids seemed normal too, but I watched them closer now. I noticed how the boy would sometimes stop in the middle of playing and just stare at the ceiling, his head tilted like he was hearing a distant song. I saw how his sister would whisper to her stuffed rabbit, her words too low for me to catch, but her eyes would flick towards the hallway, towards the attic stairs. The mother called to check in, her voice bright and busy on the phone, and I almost said something. I almost blurted out, "I think there's something in your attic," but the words stuck in my throat. How could I explain it? A feeling? Some knocks and a laugh in a vent? She would think I was crazy or stressed, and with the way the contract was worded, I was sure mentioning the attic would get me fired on the spot. So I said everything was fine, the kids were great, the house was wonderful. I lied through my teeth. A few days later, the little girl asked me for a special bedtime story. "A story about the quiet king," she said, snuggling under her blankets. "The one who lives in the walls." My skin prickled. I made up a silly story about a king made of whispers who hid from the noisy dragons outside. She listened patiently, then shook her head, her small face serious in the nightlight glow. "No," she corrected me softly. "His crown isn't gold. It's made of wires, little twisty wires." She reached up and mimed something on her own head. "And he cries, but his tears are shiny, like marbles." She dragged a finger down her own cheek to show a tear falling. I didn't know what to say. That was too specific, too weird for a 4-year-old to invent. I tucked her in, my hands feeling clumsy, and turned out the light. As I closed the door, I heard her whisper, just to the dark room, "Good night, Mr. Numbers." The next strange thing happened with the boy. It was late afternoon. The sun was setting and painting long, orange shadows across the living room carpet. I was reading on the couch when I felt someone watching me. I looked up. The boy was standing in the hallway entrance, perfectly still, facing the wall. He wasn't looking at a picture or a clock, just the blank, painted drywall. "What are you looking at, buddy?" I asked, keeping my voice easy. He didn't turn. "He's showing me a picture," the boy said, his voice flat and distant. "A movie on the wall." I got up and walked over to him, standing beside him. I looked at the wall. There was nothing, just the faint texture of the paint, a shadow from a chair in the room behind us. "What kind of picture?" I asked, a knot forming in my stomach. "There's a big shadow and a little shadow," he recited, as if describing a page in a book. "The big shadow has long arms. The little shadow is on the floor. The big shadow raises its arms up high." He mimed the action, slowly lifting his own arms above his head. "Then the little shadow falls down. And then," he paused, his brow furrowing, "then the little shadow gets put in the dark." He dropped his arms and finally looked at me, his eyes clearing back to their normal, bright focus. "Can I have a juice box?" he asked, as if he'd just told me what he wanted for lunch. I stood there, frozen, staring at the empty wall where he had seen a story play out, a story that sounded an awful lot like a crime. I started looking for answers, for anything that could make sense of this. While the kids were at preschool one morning, I did a quick internet search on the house's address. Just real estate listings, a dry history of sales. The family had only lived here 2 years. The listing photos showed empty, sun-filled rooms, no hint of shadows on the walls. I felt both relieved and more uneasy. Whatever was happening, it wasn't some famous local horror story. It was just here, in this house, with these kids. Later, I tried to ask the boy about it again, gently while we were drawing. "That picture you saw on the wall," I began. "Where did that come from? Was it from a show?" He shook his head, not looking up from his detailed sketch of a gear system. "It plays on the wall sometimes. Mr. Numbers puts it there so we learn the rules." "What rules?" I pressed. He just shrugged. "Quiet rules." The little girl was harder to get answers from. She just repeated things like, "The loud man broke the rules," and would then shut down, sucking her thumb, a habit I thought she'd outgrown. The first piece of real, physical evidence came on a Tuesday. I was changing the sheets in the boys' room. As I pulled up the blanket to tuck it in, something rattled on the windowsill behind the curtains. I moved the fabric aside. There, lined up in a perfectly straight, neat row, were 6 dry, oat cereal rings. They weren't the normal O's from the big box in the kitchen. These were from a different brand, the kind with little letters printed on them. And they weren't scattered. They were placed in order. I leaned closer, my heart starting to thump. The letters spelled out HELPME. The message was clear. Help me. I stared at those 6 little rings. A kid couldn't have done this, not the boy. He was too young for such neat, purposeful placement, and his sister couldn't spell help yet. My mind raced. Was it a leftover from a previous kid? Was it some sick game? I carefully picked up one of the rings. It was dry but not stale. It hadn't been there long. I didn't know what to do. I left them there, exactly as they were, a silent alarm on the windowsill. That night, I couldn't sleep. Every creak of the house was a footstep. Every rustle of the tree outside the window was that dragging sound from the attic. I got up to get a glass of water, padding silently down the dark hallway. As I passed the kids' rooms, I heard it. Not a knock, not a laugh. A smell. It hit me all at once, a strong, sharp, metallic smell that made the back of my throat tighten. It was the smell of blood. Not the faint smell from a scraped knee, but the thick, coppery smell of a lot of blood. It was coming from the air vent in the hallway floor, the same kind of vent the laughter had come from. I stopped, gagging, my hand over my nose and mouth. The smell was so powerful, so real, it felt like a physical presence in the hall. It clung to the air, horrible and unmistakable. I stood there, trembling, for what felt like a full minute, waiting for a sound, for something, but there was nothing, just that awful smell. And then, as suddenly as it had come, it began to fade. It didn't drift away, it just diminished, second by second, until the air in the hallway was clean again, smelling only of the lemon-scented wood polish the cleaning lady used. I was left standing alone in the dark, my heart pounding, the phantom smell still haunting my senses. It was a message, I was sure of it, a sensory message. But what was it telling me? Was it a memory of the little shadow being put in the dark? Was it a threat? Or was it, like the serial rings, a call for help? I didn't know. All I knew was that the game had changed. It wasn't just knocks and whispers anymore. Whatever was in this house, it could make itself known in ways that felt horrifyingly, undeniably real. The next morning, the serial rings on the windowsill were gone. When I asked the boy about them, he just looked at me blankly and said, "I ate my cereal at the table, like always." I didn't believe him, but I had no proof. The house had swallowed the evidence, just like it had swallowed the smell of blood, leaving me with nothing but my own rattled nerves and a terrible, growing certainty that I was in way over my head. The parents would be home in a week. I had to decide, do I pack my bags and leave, abandoning these kids to whatever this was, or do I stay and try to find the source of the quiet king with the wire crown, the shadow play on the wall, and the desperate, tiny plea spelled out in breakfast cereal? Looking out the kitchen window at the perfectly manicured lawn, the safe, sunny street, I felt a chill that had nothing to do with the weather. The prettiest places, I was learning, could hide the ugliest secrets, and I was starting to dig mine up. The days after the smell in the hall stretched tight and thin, like a rubber band about to snap. I moved through the routines on autopilot, making lunches, wiping spills, but my mind was a trapped bird, fluttering against the cage of this pretty house. The kids were changing too. The boy's questions got stranger. One afternoon, out of nowhere, he looked up from his drawing and asked, "Does getting hurt in a dream make you hurt when you wake up?" I gave him the easy answer. "No, buddy. Dreams aren't real. They can't hurt you." He just stared at me, not with fear, but with a kind of pity, like I was the one who didn't understand. "Mr. Numbers says you're wrong," he stated simply, then went back to his pencils. That sentence, so calm and sure, sent a cold ripple through me. It wasn't the boy talking anymore, not really. It was a lesson being repeated. The little girl became obsessed with a game she called Quiet Mouse. She would sit in the middle of the playroom, not moving a muscle, for frighteningly long stretches, just staring at a spot on the carpet. When I asked what she was doing, she whispered, listening for the quiet. "It's practice." Practice for what? I didn't want to know. The attic stayed quiet, no more knocks, but its presence was a constant pressure, a closed mouth at the end of the hall holding back a scream. Then came the night it all shifted from creepy to truly terrifying. I'd gone to bed late, my brain too busy with worries to sleep, but I must have finally drifted off. What woke me wasn't a sound, but a feeling, a sudden, certain knowledge that something was wrong. The digital clock on my bedside table glowed a sickly green, 2:17 a.m. The house wasn't just still, it felt hollow waiting. I got up, my bare feet cold on the wood floor, and opened my door a crack. The hallway was lit by the soft blue glow of a nightlight plugged in near the bathroom. And there, in that faint light, I saw her. The little girl. She was standing in the middle of the hallway, facing the attic stairs. She wasn't sleepwalking in the normal, shuffling way. She was utterly rigid, her back straight, her arms held stiff at her sides. I whispered her name, but she didn't react. Then, with a jerky, mechanical motion, like a puppet whose strings were being pulled by an unskilled hand, she turned and walked towards the playroom. Her steps were too even, too precise. I followed, keeping my distance, my breath caught in my throat. She pushed the playroom door open and went inside. I crept to the doorway and peered in. Moonlight poured through the big window, painting the toys and furniture in shades of gray and blue. She stood in the center of the room, her face tilted up, her eyes half open but seeing nothing. Then she moved. She walked to the toy bin, her movements still all wrong, and rummaged without looking, pulling out a big, red, plastic fire truck. It was a heavy toy, solid. She held it in both hands, her small fingers looking impossibly frail against the bright red plastic. She carried it to the center of the room, where her favorite teddy bear sat propped against a pillow. She stood over the bear, looking down at it, and then her face changed. The blank, sleepy look vanished, replaced by a flat, empty expression that was far too old for her. Her mouth opened. The voice that came out was not her sweet, little girl voice. It was a dry, raspy whisper, like stones grinding together. "Quiet," the voice hissed. "Be quiet. No more loud." With a strength that made my blood freeze, she raised the heavy fire truck high above her head, using both hands, her little arms trembling with the strain. For a horrible second, she held it there, a small statue of violence in the moonlight. Then she brought it down, not on the bear's body, but directly, deliberately, across its stuffed neck. The sound was a sickening thwomp of plastic hitting cloth and stuffing. She raised the truck and brought it down again. Thwomp. And again. Thwomp. Each impact was methodical, focused, a horrifying pantomime of murder. The raspy voice whispered with each blow. "No more loud. No more loud." I was frozen in the doorway, my hands clenched into fists so tight my nails dug into my palms. Every instinct screamed at me to rush in, to grab her, to stop this awful play. But a deeper, more primal instinct held me back. That wasn't her. The thing swinging that truck, the thing using her voice, it wasn't the little girl. It was something else, something wearing her like a suit. If I startled it, if I interfered, where would it go? What would it do? I forced myself to watch, to be a witness, my stomach churning. As she delivered another blow, the night light in the hall behind me began to flicker. Not a power surge flicker, but a rapid, stuttering blink, on-off, casting a jerky, strobe light effect that made her movements look even more unnatural, a broken film reel of a crime. After 6 or 7 blows, she stopped. She dropped the fire truck with a clatter that echoed in the quiet room. She looked down at the bear, its head nearly severed, white stuffing bulging from the torn fabric. Then slowly her head turned. Her half-closed eyes, gleaming in the erratic light, seemed to find me in the dark doorway. The raspy whisper filled the room again, calm, almost conversational. "You're not the loud one. You're the quiet one." A chill crawled down my spine. It was talking to me. It knew I was there. "You can watch," it said through her lips. Then, as if a switch had been flipped, the little girl's body relaxed. The ancient look left her face. She blinked slowly, gave a small, tired sigh, and walked right past me, back down the hall to her bedroom, moving now with the normal, sleepy gait of a child. I heard the soft rustle of her blankets as she climbed into bed. I stood in the playroom doorway for a long time, shaking, listening to the frantic beat of my own heart. The hall light steadied, returning to its soft, constant glow. The playroom was a mess of moonlight and shadows, the red fire truck a bloody splash of color on the floor, the murdered bear lying beside it. I made myself go in. I picked up the bear. The damage was severe, the neck fabric torn, the stuffing pulled out. It was a violent, angry act. This wasn't a game. This was a reenactment. This was what happened to the little shadow. I hid the bear and the fire truck on the top shelf of the hall closet, behind some old blankets, my hands trembling the whole time. I didn't sleep the rest of the night. I just sat on my bed, watching the door, listening, waiting for the raspy voice to call my name. The next morning, the little girl came to breakfast yawning, rubbing her eyes. She ate her cereal cheerfully, swinging her legs under the table. She had no memory of it. None. I watched her, this sweet, small person, and felt a wave of protective fury mixed with gut-churning fear. Something was using her, violating her sleep to act out its ugly story. The boy seemed more withdrawn than ever, watching me with a knowing look that made me uncomfortable. I tried to go about the day normally, but the horror of the night was a film over everything. Later that afternoon, I needed a fresh towel. I went to the hall closet, the one where I'd hidden the evidence. I opened the door, reached up to the high shelf behind the blankets where I'd stuffed the bear. My fingers brushed soft fabric. I pulled it down. It was the teddy bear, but it was different. The torn neck was gone. The bear was whole again. Someone had sewn it up. The stitching was crude, big, looping stitches made with bright red yarn, the kind the little girl used for her lacing cards. The job was messy. The head sat at a slightly odd angle, but it was sealed. The violent wound was closed. Sitting neatly in the bear's lap, placed there with clear intention, was a single, dry alphabet serial ring. I picked it up, my hand steady now with a cold, focused dread. I turned the ring in my fingers. The little letter printed on it was a D. I stared at that single letter. D, the loud man? The little shadow? A name? It was a clue, a breadcrumb left by the thing in the attic, a thing that repaired its props and continued its lessons. I put the bear back on the shelf, but I pocketed the serial ring. The message was for me. It was telling me it knew I had watched. It was telling me the story had a character named D. And it was telling me, in no uncertain terms, that it could touch the real world, not just in smells and sounds, but in needle and thread. The game was no longer just about watching. I was being included, and my first piece of the puzzle, small and crisp and terrifying, was now in my jeans pocket, waiting to be understood. The serial ring with the D felt like a live coal in my pocket, a tiny, accusing eye. I couldn't stop thinking about it. The mother had mentioned once, offhand, that the hall closet, the one that shared a wall with the master bedroom, was weirdly insulated. She said the previous owner had it done. Maybe he was a light sleeper, she joked. At the time, it meant nothing. Now it felt like a vital clue. A closet with extra insulation. A single letter D. A reenacted murder in the night. My mind was putting together a terrible puzzle, and I didn't like the picture that was forming. I had to know more. I needed to look, to really search, while the kids were at a morning play date and the house was, for once, truly empty. I started with the hall closet itself. I pulled out all the towels and blankets, clearing the high shelf where I'd hidden the bear. I felt along the walls. They were firm, solid. But when I knocked on the back wall, the sound was different. Not a hollow boom, but a dull, flat thud, like there was something packed behind it. The insulation, sure. But why just this one closet? I got a flashlight and peered into the dark corners. That's when I saw it, tucked way back in the far corner of the shelf, the red fire truck. I pulled it out. It looked clean, innocent. But in the grooves of the plastic ladder, caught in the seams, were a few tiny, dark grains. I scraped one out with my fingernail. It wasn't dirt. It was hard and crystalline like brown sugar or dried gravy, or something else that had once been wet and had hardened. My stomach turned. I put the truck back exactly where I found it. My search turned to the boy's room. He was so orderly, so precise. If there was a pattern, a collection, it would be there. I looked under his bed, finding only dust bunnies and a lost sock. I checked his drawers, full of neatly folded clothes. Then I turned to his closet. His hanging shirts and pants were like a curtain. I pushed them aside, the hangers rattling softly. And there, on the floor in the back corner, was his collection. It wasn't toys. It was serial rings. Dozens of them, maybe over 100, arranged not in a pile, but in neat, straight lines, like soldiers on a parade ground. They weren't all letters. Many were numbers, and they formed words. One line clearly spelled LOUD, another spelled QIT, a third said HID, another DRK, and right in the middle, a small, perfect circle of rings around a single central piece. That central ring wasn't a letter. It was a number, 00, a circle within a circle. My breath caught. This wasn't random play. This was an archive, a record. Mr. Numbers was teaching him to spell the important words, the words of the story. And at the center of it all was nothing. 0. I backed out of the closet, my heart hammering. I needed context. I needed to know who lived here before. Sitting at the kitchen table with my laptop, the bright sun feeling like a lie, I did a deeper search. Just the address gave me nothing. So I tried something else. I found an old picture of the house from the real estate listing, a nice shot of the front garden. I used a reverse image search, letting the internet scour for other places this picture lived. Most links were just other real estate sites, but one, buried on page 3 of results, was different. It was a link to a forgotten community blog, a neighborhood watch type page that hadn't been updated in years. The headline next to a grainy, zoomed-in photo of the house made my blood run cold. Previous owner of address vanished, presumed fled. I clicked it. The article was short, full of speculation. The man's name was Daniel. He lived alone. He'd worked from home, something in tech. Neighbors said he'd become reclusive in the months before he disappeared. Bills piled up, mail overflowed his box. No forced entry, no note. Police found his car 2 states away, parked at a train station. They figured he'd cracked under pressure, maybe debt, maybe a personal crisis, and just started over. The case went cold. The comments below were a graveyard of gossip. People guessing about secret affairs, gambling problems, witness protection. Standard small-town stuff. But as I read the name, Daniel, the D in my pocket seemed to burn. Daniel. Not David, the current father who traveled. Daniel, the previous owner, the vanished man. The loud man the entity didn't like. The violence the little girl acted out wasn't a future threat. It was a past event. It was showing us, teaching us what happened to Daniel. I was so focused on the text, I almost missed it. I scrolled back up to the grainy photo. It was taken from the street, showing the front of the house. One of the upstairs windows, the one to what was now the playroom, had a slight reflection in the glass. I zoomed in, the pixels blurring into colorful blocks. But the shapes were clear enough. In the reflection, you could see the blurry figure of a man, a photographer, holding up a camera. And behind him, in the dark interior of the house visible through the open front door, was another shape. A tall, thin shadow of a person, standing in the hallway, perfectly still, watching him take the picture. Was it Daniel? Or was it someone else already in the house? The photo was taken before he vanished. I stared until my eyes ached, the ambiguous shape in the dark hall feeling more present than the sunny kitchen around me. That night, the knowledge sat between me and the kids like a third person at the dinner table. I looked at them, these 2 small humans being slowly programmed by the ghost of a possible murder victim. I had to ask. After his sister was in bed, I sat with the boy on the couch. "That collection in your closet," I said, trying to sound casually curious. "The serial rings. Those are some big words." He looked at me with those calm, knowing eyes. "Mr. Numbers is teaching me to spell the important words," he said, echoing my earlier thought. "So I don't forget the story." "What story?" I asked, my voice barely above a whisper. He just shrugged, looking away at the blank television screen. "The story of the loud one and the quiet. The story of Zero." He was slipping away, his own personality being overwritten by this cold, numerical haunting. I was losing them. The thought filled me with a desperate anger. These were my kids to protect. Not my kids, but I was here, and I was the only one who saw what was happening. Later, lying in bed, I went over it all. Daniel. The insulated closet. The Zero. The reenactment. I had a terrible, almost clear picture. A man named Daniel was killed in this house. His body was hidden somewhere, maybe in that insulated wall. And his spirit, or the echo of the murder, had become this thing. Mr. Numbers, a logical, repeating pattern of violence and quiet, obsessed with teaching its story. It wasn't seeking justice. It was perpetuating itself. I needed proof. Real proof. Not serial rings or nightmares. Something I could take to someone, though I had no idea who would believe me. The police? The parents? They'd commit me. As these thoughts swirled in the dark, a new sound pulled me from them. It wasn't a thump. It was a metallic click-clack sound. A sharp, distinct sound. I knew that sound. It was the sound of the deadbolt on the attic door being turned. Not a rattle from this side, but the slick, sliding clunk of the bolt being pulled back from the other side. My body went rigid. I held my breath, listening. The bolt slid back into place. Then, a moment later, it was pulled again. Click-clack. It was being tested. Someone, or something, was on the other side of that door, checking to see if it was locked. Checking to see if it could get out. A cold sweat broke out on my back. I was about to throw my covers off, to go and look, to maybe even shout, when another sound stopped me cold. It came from the children's room, down the hall. The little girl's voice, clear and completely awake, speaking to her brother. He says the quiet one is getting too close to the Numbers. There was a pause. Then the boy's voice, flat and resigned, replied, "I know." The conversation ended. No more words. I lay there in the dark, the echo of the deadbolt test still ringing in my ears, the children's verdict hanging in the air. I was getting too close. I had found the name. I had found the history, and Mr. Numbers knew it. The lock testing wasn't a random event. It was a reminder, a show of capability. The door between us was still locked, but the thing on the other side was letting me know it had hands, it had will, and it was aware of every step I took. I was no longer an observer. I was a player in the game, and I had just moved into a dangerous position on the board. The attic was awake, and it knew my next move before I did. The warning from the children, the testing of the attic lock, it changed everything. A line had been crossed. Before, I felt like I was investigating a mystery. Now, I felt like the mystery was investigating me back. The kids were different too. It was like someone had turned down the volume on their personalities. The bright, curious boy who loved to build and draw was fading. His drawings were no longer creative, no more fantastical machines or superheroes. Now they were blueprints. He filled page after page with careful, measured cross-sections of the house. He drew the attic as a perfect black square. He drew the hall closet, always highlighting the wall shared with the master bedroom. In one drawing inside that wall, he'd sketched a small, stick figure with an X for a mouth. He showed it to me one afternoon, his face blank. "That's where he is," he said, pointing at the stick figure in the wall. "He's 0 now." I took the paper, my hands feeling numb. The evidence was piling up, handed to me by a child who was becoming less of a child every day. The little girl invented a new game, one that made my skin crawl. She called it Quiet Statues. The rules were simple, she said. When she said, "The loud man is here," we all had to freeze no matter what we were doing. The first person to move or make a sound lost. She played it with a feverish, intense focus. We'd be building blocks and she'd suddenly hiss, "The loud man is here," and freeze, her body going perfectly stiff, her eyes wide and unblinking. The first few times, I played along, freezing for a few seconds before laughing and moving. She didn't laugh. She just stared at me with a disappointed look. Then one time, as I reached for my coffee cup after her command, she didn't just look disappointed. Her sweet face smoothed over into that flat, empty expression I'd seen in the playroom that night. Her voice dropped to that awful dry rasp. "You lose," the voice whispered from her small mouth. "He finds the movers." Then she blinked, smiled her normal smile, and went back to her dolls as if nothing had happened. I sat there, my coffee forgotten, a chill wrapped around my spine. It wasn't a game to her. It was a drill, a survival lesson from Mr. Numbers. The worst moment was walking into the playroom and finding both of them sitting on the floor, side by side, facing the blank wall. They weren't moving. They weren't talking. They were just staring, their bodies still as stone. "What are you guys doing?" I asked, trying to sound light. The boy didn't turn his head. "It's showing the picture again," he said, his voice monotone. "The putting in the dark part." Their eyes were fixed on nothing, wide and reflective like little mirrors, and in them I could almost see the flicker of some horrible scene they were being forced to watch on a screen only they could see. I called their names, clapped my hands near their ears. They didn't flinch. They were gone, mentally checked out, tuned to a channel broadcasting pure terror. It took me physically turning the boy's shoulders and shaking him gently to break the trance. He looked at me, confused, as if I'd woken him from a deep sleep. His sister just slumped over and started crying softly, not knowing why. They were being hollowed out, their own memories and joys replaced with this one awful story. I found the note on my pillow 2 days later. The handwriting was the boy's, clumsy and large, but the words were not his. They were printed neatly in the center of a page torn from his sketchbook. It read, "The quiet one should not look for Daniel. Daniel is gone. Only the numbers are left. We are learning the numbers." I read it 5 times, the paper trembling in my hand. It was a direct message, a command, and a statement of fact. The entity wasn't hiding anymore. It was teaching, and it saw my curiosity as a disruption to the lesson plan. The children weren't just students. They were becoming part of the curriculum itself. I was an outsider, and my time was running out. I knew I had to talk to someone. I had to try. When the mother came home from her latest trip, exhausted and distracted, I cornered her in the kitchen as she poured a giant glass of wine. "We need to talk about the kids," I started, my voice too urgent. She sighed, a long, suffering sound. "If this is about the sleepwalking again, the doctor said it's stress-related, it'll pass." "It's not sleepwalking," I interrupted, my control slipping. "They're talking about a man in the attic, they're having waking trances, they're acting out violence. I think something is very wrong in this house. I think it's connected to the previous owner, to Daniel." I watched her face. The exhaustion didn't lift. It just hardened into a mask of annoyed impatience. She took a long sip of wine. "The last nanny," she said, her words sharp and precise, said the exact same things. Word for word. She became fixated. On Daniel, on the attic, on shadows. It was all she talked about. We had to let her go. For her own good, and for the children's. She looked at me over the rim of her glass, her eyes cold. "This is a good job, Sam. Don't throw it away chasing ghosts." Then she walked out of the kitchen, leaving me standing there, the truth sitting in my mouth like a bitter pill. The last nanny saw it too. She tried to tell them, and they fired her. They called her fixated. They chose the beautiful, normal lie over the ugly, impossible truth. I was completely on my own. That night, haunted by the mother's words, I went to the hall closet. I needed to see, to feel the proof with my own hands. I remembered the boy's blueprint, the little zero he'd drawn exactly where the closet wall met the master bedroom wall. I took a knuckle and rapped on the wall there. The sound wasn't right. It didn't have the solid thud of the insulated area or the normal hollow sound of drywall. It made a faint, weird metallic ping, like I was tapping on a loose piece of sheet metal buried behind the plaster. My breath caught. I ran to the garage and found the father's toolbox. I pulled out a stud finder, a little electronic gadget that beeps when it finds a wooden beam behind a wall. I brought it back to the closet, my heart pounding a frantic rhythm. I turned it on and slowly slid it across the wall. It beeped steadily, finding the studs, the normal bones of the house. Then, as I moved it over the spot I'd tapped, the steady beeping stopped. The stud finder went quiet. I moved it up, down, side to side. Nothing. No beep. It didn't find a stud. It found a void. An empty space. A perfect rectangle of nothing behind the wall, right where the boy had drawn his zero. This was it. This was the proof. The insulated closet wasn't for soundproofing. It was for hiding. Something was in that wall. Daniel, or what was left of him, was sealed in there, a zero in the equation of the house. I stood in the dim closet, the stud finder hanging limp in my hand, the weight of the discovery pressing down on me. I had found the source. Now what? Do I call the police and tell them I used a kid's drawing and a stud finder to locate a possible body in my employer's wall? They'd laugh, or worse, call the parents. I'd be fired, discredited, just like the last nanny. The entity would win. The children would be lost forever. Or I could look. I could know. The thought was terrifying, but it was the only move I had left. I couldn't tell anyone, but I could see for myself. I went back to the garage. I ignored the saws, the big tools. I saw a claw hammer, its steel head gleaming under the garage light. It felt right. Simple. Direct. I picked it up. It was solid, weighty in my hand. I carried it back into the house, through the quiet kitchen, down the dark hall. The attic door loomed at the end of the hallway, a dark sentinel. I ignored it. I walked into the hall closet, surrounded by the smell of clean linen and, underneath it, the faint, cold smell of dust and old plaster. I stood facing the back wall, the spot that had made the strange ping. I raised the hammer. My arm trembled. This was it. Breaking this wall would break the normal world forever. There would be no going back. I took a deep, shuddering breath, gripped the hammer tighter, and pulled my arm back to swing. As I did, from directly above me, from the attic, came a sound so loud and final it shattered the night. Clack! It was the sound of the deadbolt on the attic door being thrown open. Not tested. Opened. All the way. And then clear, slow, and impossibly loud, the sound of a single, heavy footstep on the attic stairs. Then another. Something was coming down. The sound of the attic door unlocking and that first, heavy footstep on the stair above me froze the blood in my veins. The hammer felt like a useless toy in my hand. All my bravado, my need to know what was in the wall, evaporated in an instant, replaced by a raw animal terror. Something was coming down, and I was trapped in a closet. I dropped the hammer. It hit the carpeted floor with a dull thud that seemed too loud. I didn't wait for a second step. I scrambled out of the closet, my eyes glued to the attic door at the end of the hall. It was open just a crack, a slice of pure blackness behind it. No light came from up there, ever. I backed away, step by step, towards the living room, expecting that black slice to widen, for something to emerge. But nothing did. The footsteps had stopped. The house was still again, holding its breath. Or maybe it was waiting for me to make the next move. I didn't. I stayed on the couch all night, every light in the living room blazing, staring down the hallway at that dark crack, the hammer still lying in the closet where I'd dropped it. By morning, the door was still just barely ajar. The message was clear. It could come out whenever it wanted. My investigation was over. I was now a prisoner in the open. The children were worse. The boy stopped using words almost entirely. If I asked him what he wanted for breakfast, he would stare at the ceiling for a long moment, then say, 7, 2, 1. Not pancakes, not cereal, just numbers. His sister started communicating by tapping. A request for juice was tap 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 on the table, a pause, then tap tap. It was a code, and I didn't have the key. They were learning the language of Mr. Numbers, and they were forgetting how to speak mine. The house itself seemed to be counting too. I started noticing patterns, rhythms I'd tuned out before. The flickering hall light always did 3 quick blinks, then a pause, then a single long blink. The faint knocks from the attic, when they came, were in groups of 4. The terrible coppery smell from the vent returned not randomly, but like clockwork every 2 days, late at night. The house wasn't just haunted, it was a machine, ticking along on a schedule of horror, and the kids were becoming little cogs in it. I was drowning in a sea of meaningless numbers, and the current was pulling me under. The mother's comment about the last nanny became my only lifeline. If she saw it too, then I wasn't crazy. And if she was let go, what happened to her after that? I had to know. During the kids' nap time, I dug deep. I searched every local news site, every community forum, using every keyword I could think of. Nanny, strange behavior, attic, children, Daniel, the town name. It was like looking for a specific grain of sand on a beach. Hours passed. Then, on a forgotten corner of the internet, a cached page from a local parent forum that had shut down years ago, I found it. A post from a username, ScaredSitter22. The post was a plea for advice. She wrote about the kids she watched, how they were channeling a traumatic event through a board game with cereal, about sleepwalking and violent reenactments. She mentioned the quiet man in the ceiling. The details were identical, down to the red fire truck. My hands shook as I read it. She was real. She was here. And she saw it all. The post had a few replies, most unhelpful, but one, from another user, stood out. It just said, "Sounds like the River Jane Doe from last year. So sad." That was all. A cold finger traced my spine. River Jane Doe. I opened a new tab and searched those words with our town name. The article loaded, a small, sad piece from the local digital paper. A year before this family moved into the house, an unidentified woman's body had been found in the Willow River, about 20 miles away. She'd been in the water for a while. No ID, no missing persons report that matched. The case went cold. The article was brief, clinical, but one line near the bottom made the room tilt around me. It read, "Among the few personal effects found on the body was a small, handmade token in the pocket of her jeans, a string with several alphabet serial rings threaded onto it. The police speculated it might be a child's craft project, a charm of some kind. The article didn't say what the rings spelled, but I knew. I knew with a certainty that turned my stomach to ice. They spelled tell them. It was the last message she ever made. She wasn't just let go. She was removed. Permanently. Mr. Numbers, or the human secret it protected, didn't just scare off threats. It eliminated them. The last nanny tried to tell, and she ended up in the river. I was not dealing with a ghost story. I was in a crime scene, and the killer was still here, wearing the skin of a mathematical ghost. The realization changed everything. The police were not an option. What was I going to say? A mathematical ghost murdered the last nanny, and is teaching the kids to count. They'd lock me up. The parents were not an option. They'd already fired one nanny for saying these things. I was trapped in a house with a predator that had a proven history of killing to keep its secrets. My earlier curiosity felt like a death wish. I wasn't the quiet one anymore, not really. By searching for Daniel, I'd become a loud one, just like her. And the loud ones got silenced. I spent the next 2 days in a fog of fear, jumping at every sound, watching the children with a new kind of horror. They weren't just victims, they were the bait, the lighthouse leading ships like me onto the rocks. The boy, seeing my fear, seemed almost sorry for me. He handed me a drawing one afternoon. It was another river scene, more detailed than before. It showed a woman with long hair, my hair, lying at the bottom of a river, her eyes little X's. Wavy lines represented the water, but he hadn't labeled the drawing with words. Next to the wavy lines, in his careful print, was a string of numbers, 0419. He pointed at the numbers, then at the drawing of the dead woman, then at me. Mr. Numbers says this is when the quiet one becomes a statue forever. His voice was empty, a recorder playing back a message. A date? April 19th. A time? For 19? A measurement? I took the paper, my hands cold. It wasn't a prediction. It was a sentence. My sentence. That night, I was vacuuming the living room, trying to do something normal, to push the numbers in the river and the Jane Doe out of my head. As I moved the couch, the vacuum cleaner whined, sucking up dust. Something small and colorful caught the light, rolling from under the couch skirt. I turned off the vacuum and picked it up. Another alphabet serial ring. This one was faded, the letter worn almost smooth, but I could still make it out. It was a J. I held it under the lamp. It wasn't from the current box in the pantry. It was a different style, an older brand, one I hadn't seen in stores. A relic. This was from her time, from the last nanny. She must have dropped it, maybe during a game, maybe as she was trying to leave a clue. It had been here, under this couch, for over a year waiting. I closed my fist around it, the plastic biting into my palm. She was here, in this room, scared just like me, and now she was gone. I had her clue now, this little J. Was it the first letter of her real name? Did it matter? She was Jane Doe. She was a number in a morgue. And I was on the same path. I went back to the boy's drawing, to the numbers 0419. I'd been thinking of them as a date, a countdown to my own drowning. But what if it was something else? What if Mr. Numbers was, above all, literal? I grabbed the tape measure from the junk drawer. Heart pounding, I walked to the foot of the attic stairs. I ignored the still ajar door, the waiting blackness above. I measured from the floor to the center of the deadbolt on the attic door. The metal tape snicked out. 4 feet. I kept going. For feet, 1 inch, 1.9 inches. Exactly. The height to the lock was 4 feet, 9 inches. 0419. It wasn't a date. It was an instruction. A location. It was pointing to the lock, to the door, to the threshold. But why? To open it? To remember it? Or was it saying the door itself was the key? I looked from the numbers on the paper to the door, to the faint line of darkness. The 0, I realized, wasn't just a number. It was the starting point, the point of no return. The last nanny had gotten close, she had tried to tell them, and she had ended at 0, at nothing, at the bottom of the river. The kids were being taught the numbers, so they would become part of the system, so they would never tell. And I was being shown my end point. I had a choice now, a terrifying one. I could run. I could quit, pack my bags in the middle of the night, and flee like Daniel was supposed to have done, like the parents probably hoped I would do. I'd be safe, maybe. But the kids would be lost forever, their minds rewritten by the thing in the attic. Or I could stay. I could use the number, the code. I could open the door. Not the closet wall, but the source itself. I could walk up those stairs into the blackness and meet Mr. Numbers face to face. It was a suicide mission. The last nanny's fate proved that. But as I stood there, the faded J in one hand and the boy's drawing in the other, I knew running would only save my body. It would leave a part of me, the part that cared for those 2 fading children, trapped here forever, just another number in the equation. The attic door was open a crack, waiting. The numbers were laid out before me. The only question left was whether I was brave enough or stupid enough to solve for X. The knowledge of what happened to the last nanny, the faded cereal ring with the J in my pocket, it changed something in me. The fear was still there, a constant cold hum in my bones, but it was joined by a hard, clear anger. This thing, this Mr. Numbers, had taken a woman's life. It was stealing 2 children's minds, and it was hiding behind the parents' willful ignorance and the creep of the ordinary. I couldn't run. Not now. The numbers 0419 were a key, I was sure of it. But a key to what? The attic door was already unlocked, open a crack, a silent invitation to a place I knew would be my grave. That wasn't the answer. The answer was in the math, in the pattern. The house was a living equation, and I needed to solve it before it solved for me. The kids were almost gone. They moved through the days like tiny robots. The boy would only respond to direct questions with number sequences. Ask him if he was hungry, he'd stare and say, 5, 3, 0. Ask his sister if she wanted to play outside, and she'd tap a rhythm on the tabletop. Tap, tap, pause, tap, tap, tap. They ate when food was placed in front of them. They went to the bathroom. They slept, but the lights were off behind their eyes. They were becoming vessels, empty except for the counting thing pouring into them. I tried to break through once, kneeling in front of the boy, taking his small shoulders. Look at me, I pleaded. Tell me your name. Just tell me your name. He looked right through me, his lips moving silently, as if doing complex arithmetic in his head. Then he said, Unit 1. Sister is Unit 2. You are variable. Then he walked away. Unit 1. I wanted to cry or scream. I did neither. I just watched him go, my heart breaking for the funny, serious kid who was being erased. I became obsessed with the patterns. I started writing them down in a small notebook I kept hidden. The flickering lights, always 3 short, pause, 1 long. I wrote it as 3 to 1. The attic knocks came in 4s, 444. The smell from the vent returned every 41 hours with the precision of a train schedule. I noted the time, the duration. The house wasn't haunted by a ghost with a personality. It was infected with a logic, a terrible, repeating program. Mr. Numbers wasn't a who. It was a what? A glitch in reality that happened here. A frozen moment of violence playing on a loop. And it was trying to make everything else in its vicinity fit into its loop. The kids were being reprogrammed. I was a bug in the code, an unexpected variable, and it was trying to either delete me or assign me a value. Then, lying awake one night, the boys' river drawing with the 0 for 1 9 next to it burned in my mind. I'd fixated on the 4, 1, 9 as the measurement to the lock. But the 0 was separate. The 0 was the starting point, the point of origin. In the boy's blueprint drawings, he always put a 0 on the spot where the closet wall met the master bedroom wall. The place that had pinged. The place the stud finder said was empty. 0 wasn't just nothing. It was a location. The source. The body in the wall was the 0 point, the cause of all this. The numbers were coordinates. They were telling me exactly where to look. But to do what? To confirm what I already knew. That felt pointless. No, the numbers were in action. They were a combination. But for what? The next day, while the kids were in their numb, trance-like state in front of a cartoon they weren't watching, I acted. I went to the hall closet. I didn't bring the hammer this time. I brought my tape measure and a flashlight. I needed to see the 0 point, to understand it physically. I cleared the shelf again. I measured carefully from the corner of the closet, following the boy's implicit blueprint. 4 feet along the back wall, then 1.9 inches in. That spot was right in the center of the strange, hollow rectangle. I knelt and pressed my ear against the wall there. I heard nothing, of course, but I imagined I could feel a coldness seeping through the plaster. I took a deep breath and did something that felt both stupid and inevitable. I knocked. Not a scared tap, but a firm, deliberate knock. 1, 2, 3. I waited. Nothing. Then, feeling like a fool performing a seance, I knocked 4 times, paused, knocked once, paused, then knocked 9 times. The sequence, for 1, 9, I finished with one final soft tap. 0. For a long moment, nothing happened. The house hummed its usual quiet hum. I felt a flush of embarrassment. What did I expect? A secret door to swing open? Then a sound. Not from the wall, but from the attic above. A soft, rolling sound, like a metal ball bearing being rolled slowly across the floorboards. It traveled from one side of the attic to the other, directly above the closet. Then it stopped. A response. A confirmation. The code was accepted. A wave of dizzying terror and triumph washed over me. I was communicating with it, on its terms, in its language. I had just said, I am at the 0 point, and it had answered. That evening, I found more proof the system was aware of me. I came into my bedroom to find my running shoes, which I always left tangled by the door, placed neatly side by side in the middle of the floor. The laces had been tied together, not in a simple knot, but in an intricate, tangled pattern, a nest of loops and crosses that looked less like a prank and more like a diagram, a knotted representation of the numbers I'd been documenting. It was a message, a show of power. It could enter my space. It could touch my things. It was saying, I can tie you up in my patterns too. I used scissors to cut the laces free, my hands shaking. The final piece came from the mother, of all people. She was home for a single night between trips, a whirlwind of perfume and phone calls. As she rushed out the door with her suitcase, she called back, "Oh, the security system guy came by today while you were at the park, did a software update. Everything's on the app now, motion sensors and all. Just so you know." And then she was gone. The security system. I'd forgotten about it. Small cameras in the living room and kitchen, motion sensors on the doors, and I now realized with a jolt, probably in the hallways. Maybe even one facing the hall closet. The thought made me sick. Had it seen me measuring? Had it seen me knock? Was the mother, miles away, getting alerts on her phone about my nighttime investigations? It didn't matter. What mattered was that the system was a fact, a digital witness. And if something happened to me, like it happened to the last nanny, there would be a record. Unless the entity, or someone helping it, could control that too. The decision solidified in my mind, hard and cold as a stone. I couldn't wait to be a victim. I couldn't just decode messages. I had to act. I had to introduce a new variable, something the equation couldn't handle. The numbers were all about order, repetition, predictability. I needed chaos. I needed something irrational. The closet wall was the 0 point, the cause. But confronting a body in the wall felt like a dead end, literally. It would just be proof, not a solution. The attic was the active node, the broadcasting station for the whole terrible program. That was where Mr. Numbers lived. That was the source of the signal. I had to go to the source, not with a hammer to break a wall, but with a mind armed with the one thing I had that it might not, a number that didn't behave. That night, after the children were in their beds, their breathing slow and even, I prepared. I didn't take a weapon. What weapon works against an idea? Instead, I stood in front of the mirror and practiced saying it. A number. The most famous irrational number in the world. A number that never ended and never repeated. A number that broke all the rules of Mr. Numbers' tidy, repeating system. I walked out of my room and down the hall. The attic door was still open that same inch, a slit of pure black. The house was so still I could hear the fridge running 2 floors down. I stopped at the foot of the stairs. I looked at that black slit. This was it. I put my foot on the first step. It creaked, a sound as loud as a gunshot in the quiet. I took another step, and another, climbing toward the 0 point of all my fear. I reached the door. The dark behind it was absolute, a solid thing. I could feel a cold, dry breath wafting from the opening, smelling of dust and old wood, and something else, something sharp and electric, like ozone after a lightning strike. I didn't push the door open wider. I stood before it, my heart a frantic drum against my ribs. I leaned toward the blackness, and I spoke, my voice clear and steady in the dark. 3.14, I said. Then I continued, reciting every digit of pi I could remember from a long ago math class. 159, 265, 358, 979. I poured the endless, non-repeating number into the blackness like an offering or a challenge. I got to the 20th digit, the 30th. The blackness in front of me seemed to swirl, to vibrate. The temperature dropped sharply, making my teeth ache. From deep within the attic, I heard a new sound, a low, grinding hum, like a giant machine struggling against a sudden fault in its programming. The numbers were working. I had introduced a virus into the system. The attic door began to vibrate against my fingertips, not from something touching it, but from the air itself shaking with a furious, silent frequency. I had its attention. Now I had to see if I could survive it. The endless digits of pi hung in the cold air between me and the black mouth of the attic, a spell made of pure, chaotic logic. The low, grinding hum from the darkness rose in pitch, becoming a keening wail that didn't sound like it came from any throat, but from the wood and nails of the house itself, a structural scream. The attic door vibrated so violently under my hand, I had to snatch it back. The single slice of darkness began to pulse, not with light, but with a deeper, more profound blackness that seemed to suck the hall light into it. Then, from behind me, came the soft pad of bare feet. I whirled around. The children stood at the end of the hallway, side by side, holding hands. They were awake, but not awake. Their eyes were wide open, but the pupils were vast, swallowing the color, 2 pools of endless black. They looked at me, through me, and spoke, not in unison, but with words that flowed from one to the other. The boy's voice layered with his sister's raspy whisper, creating that awful, blended tone of Mr. Numbers. You stand at the 0 point, the voice said, the words crisp and cold. The place between the numbers. The boy raised a hand and pointed past me, to the hall closet. He is there, the loud one. He is 0. Then his hand swung to point at his own chest, then to his sister. We are here. We are the new numbers. We are 1 and 2. You are the quiet one. The twin sets of black eyes fixed on me. You can be 0 too. It was an offer. A terrible logical offer. It wasn't threatening to kill me. It was offering me a place in the equation. To be like Daniel, a quiet, permanent fact in the wall. To be a solved variable, a static part of the house's memory. If I would just stop introducing messy, irrational numbers and accept the story. To become a statue forever. Understanding crashed over me, cold and clear. Mr. Numbers wasn't Daniel's ghost. Daniel was the victim, the 0. Mr. Numbers was the event of the murder itself. The shockwave of violence that had been so profound it scarred the house. A psychic stamp that had developed a cold consciousness of its own. It didn't want revenge. It wanted to perfect the quiet that followed the loud noise. It wanted to turn everything into a monument to that perfect mathematical stillness. It was turning the children into living numbers, erasing their messy humanity to to make them clean, countable parts of the system. And it wanted to do the same to me. Looking into their empty eyes, I saw no trace of the kids I knew. They were shells, beautiful little shells reciting a lesson they didn't understand anymore. They were already gone. The grief of that loss was a physical pain in my chest, sharper than any fear. The vibrating attic door suddenly flew open with a crash, slamming against the inside wall. The darkness within wasn't empty. It wasn't an attic. It was a void, a square hole cut out of reality. No rafters, no boxes, just a depthless black that seemed to go on forever. And from that blackness, a command came. It didn't hit my ears. It slammed directly into my mind, a single pure concept without sound, a thought that was not my own, zero. It was a verdict, an eraser. The hammer I'd dropped earlier suddenly felt like it was being pulled from the closet, sliding across the floor toward the children, but I knew that was just my terror. The real hammer was the word in my head, pounding to delete me. The darkness in the attic doorway began to change. It wasn't spreading. It was pouring. It flowed out over the threshold like thick, sentient oil, a living shadow that absorbed the light as it came, dropping the hallway into a deepening twilight. It streamed down the attic stairs, across the floor, moving toward me with a slow, inevitable pace. The children watched, their black eyes reflecting nothing, small smiles touching their identical lips. The shadow reached my feet. A cold so intense it felt like burning shot up my legs. My muscles locked. I couldn't move. I couldn't scream. I was being turned off, digitized into nothingness. The shadow climbed to my knees, my thighs, a rising tide of anti-light. This was it. I was becoming zero. But in that final moment, a thought sparked, the last flare of my messy, irrational human mind. It wasn't a number. It was a word. The first nanny's word. The word she spelled with her cereal rings before she died. The word she couldn't tell them. I had tried logic. I had tried pi. But this thing wasn't about logic. It was about a story. And every story needs an ending. My mouth was frozen, my lungs full of cold, but I forced the air out, shaping it around the word that was the opposite of quiet, the opposite of numbers, the most human thing I had left. I didn't shout it. I breathed it into the advancing dark, a final, defiant exhale. Help! The word was small, a puff of vapor in the cold air. But the effect was instant. The flowing shadow hesitated. The grinding, keening sound from the attic stuttered, skipped like a broken record. The children's synchronized smiles faltered. The boy blinked, his eyes flickering, the black receding for a millisecond to show a flash of confused, frightened blue. The command in my head, zero, fractured, replaced by a burst of static, a scramble of conflicting signals. The shadow crawling up my torso recoiled, pulling back an inch, its solid cold turning to a bitter chill. It wasn't hurt. It was confused. Help wasn't in its vocabulary. It was a variable it couldn't compute, a function with no set answer. My body was my own again. I stumbled back, away from the attic stairs, away from the children, my legs trembling so badly I almost fell. The living shadow pooled on the floor, swirling, uncertain. The attic void seemed to pulse, the darkness within it churning. The children stood still, their heads tilting in unison, as if listening to a new, confusing instruction. I didn't wait. I turned and ran, not to the front door, but to the hall closet. I didn't grab for a weapon. I grabbed for the proof. I shoved aside the blankets on the high shelf, and my fingers closed around the cold plastic of the red fire truck. I pulled it down, clutching it to my chest like a relic. Then I ran, past the swirling dark on the floor, past the silent, staring children, down the stairs, through the dark living room, to the front door. I fumbled with the lock, my fingers slick with sweat, expecting a cold hand on my shoulder any second. The lock turned. I yanked the door open and burst out into the cool, normal night air. I didn't stop running until I was 2 blocks away, under the bright, indifferent glow of a streetlight. I stood there, gasping, the fire truck still in my hand, the house a dark shape in the distance. I didn't go to the police. What would I say? Instead, I went to the all-night diner on the edge of town. I sat in a sticky vinyl booth, ordered coffee I didn't drink, and I waited for the sun to come up. When the town began to stir, I made 2 calls. The first was to the parents. My voice was calm, flat. I said there had been a break-in overnight, someone in the house. I said the children were safe but scared, that I'd chased the intruder out but was too shaken to stay. I told them they needed to come home immediately. I heard the mother's shock, the father's bluster. I didn't care. I hung up. The second call was to a number I'd looked up weeks ago but never dialed. the non-emergency line for the county coroner's office. I asked about the Jane Doe from the Willow River, the one with the serial rings. I pretended to be a distant relative, just following a hunch. I gave a fake name. The board clerk put me on hold, then came back. Effects are held for 7 years pending identification, she droned. Yes, that case is still open. Token entered into evidence. I thanked her and hung up. The evidence existed. It was real. A week later, I read a small article in the local paper online. The family at my old address had suddenly moved out, citing a job transfer. The house was listed for sale again. The article was 3 sentences long. There was no mention of intruders or of any trouble. The story was being buried, smoothed over just like before. I sat in my new small apartment, the red fire truck on my kitchen table. I had taken one piece of the equation with me. I thought about the children, wherever they were. Were they still Unit 1 and Unit 2? Or had the break in the pattern, the strange, illogical word help, cracked the programming enough for them to start remembering their own names? I'll probably never know. The house is empty now, waiting for the next family, the next set of variables. The thing in the attic is still there, I'm sure of it, a wound in the world that never healed, counting and waiting. But I got out. I didn't become zero. I became something else. I became the one who spoke the word that didn't fit. Sometimes, late at night, I take the fire truck and I look at the tiny dark grains still stuck in the ladder's grooves. I think about Daniel in the wall, and the nanny in the river, and the 2 kids who loved machines and coloring. And I wonder if somewhere in that hollow mathematical dark, the echo of that small, human word is still bouncing around, a piece of faulty code it can't delete. A reminder that some stories, no matter how hard you try to simplify them, can never truly be solved. Story number 4. You want to know when it started? It started with a laugh. That's the worst part. If I'd known what was coming, I would have snatched that stupid board out of his hands and snapped it over my knee right there in the middle of the party. My name is Ben. We were at this Halloween bash at our buddy's apartment. You know, the kind, where the decorations are cheap and the music is too loud and someone always brings a punch that tastes like liquored up cough syrup. I was hanging with my wife, who is the most rock-solid, down-to-earth person I have ever met, a nurse who deals in hard facts and bodily fluids all day long, so ghosts and goblins are a joke to her. Then our friend pulls out this ancient Ouija board from a closet, covered in dust, the letters on it all faded and worn. He thought it was hilarious. My wife gave me that look, the one that says, "Can you believe this guy?" But she was smiling and she humored him. We all gathered around the coffee table, a bunch of grown adults feeling silly, and we put our fingers lightly on that little plastic pointer thing. It started to move, real slow at first, then in these jerky circles. It spelled out gobbledygook, nothing that made any sense, and everyone was laughing and blaming each other for pushing it. But I was right next to my wife, my finger beside hers, and I felt her whole hand go tense. I mean stone cold stiff. Her laughter came out a half second after everyone else's, forced and thin, and when I glanced at her, her eyes were wide open, not with fun, but with this real shock, like she'd just touched a live wire. I brushed it off. Too much punch, maybe. The mood was spooky and fun, and she got caught up in it. That's what I told myself. We drove home later, and I asked her about it in the car. She just shook her head and laughed it off for real this time. "That thing gave me the creeps for a second," she said, rubbing her fingers like they were cold. "Felt like it really wanted to move on its own. Weird, right?" I agreed it was weird, and we left it at that. We made a pact, joking as we pulled into our driveway, to leave the spirit world to the professionals and stick to scary movies from then on. Life went back to normal for a whole week. We worked, we ate dinner, we watched our shows. I forgot all about the board. Then the first thing happened. I woke up in the dead of night, not to a sound exactly, but to a feeling. The space in bed next to me was empty and cold. The digital clock on my side read 3:18 a.m. in ugly red numbers. I laid there for a minute, thinking she was just in the bathroom, but I didn't hear anything. A real quiet had settled over the house, the kind that makes your ears ring. I got up and padded out into the hallway. The living room was dark, but a slash of brutal white light was cutting across the floor from the kitchen. I walked to the doorway, and there she was. My wife was standing in the middle of the kitchen, barefoot on the cold tile, still in her sleep shirt. She was facing the counter, where we keep the notepad by the phone. Her back was to me, and she was perfectly still. "Hey," I said softly, not wanting to startle her. "You okay?" She didn't move a muscle. I took a few steps into the room. "Honey." "Nothing." I came around the side of her so I could see her face, and my breath hitched in my throat. Her eyes were wide open, staring straight ahead at the wall, but they were blank. Empty, like a doll's eyes. There was no one home behind them. In her right hand, she held a pen. On the notepad in front of her, she had written a line of numbers, over and over, in a tight, neat script that looked nothing like her usual messy doctor's scrawl. 7-1-4-1-8. Down one line. 7-1-4-1-8. Down another. The page was covered in them. "What are you doing?" I whispered. My heart was thumping against my ribs. She didn't flicker. Her hand moved with a mechanical precision, finishing one line and starting the next without a pause. I reached out slowly and touched her shoulder. Her skin was cool. I gave her a gentle shake. "Wake up!" Her hand stopped writing. She blinked once, slowly, and then her eyes rolled back into a more normal position. She looked at the pen in her hand like she'd never seen it before, then at the notepad. A wave of confusion washed over her face, followed by a deep, tired frown. "Ben," she mumbled, her voice thick with sleep. "What's going on? Why are we in the kitchen?" I pointed at the notepad. "You were writing. In your sleep, I think." She looked down at the numbers, her brow furrowed. She picked up the pad, staring at the strings of 7-1-4-1-8. "I did this?" she asked, her voice small. "I don't remember. I don't remember anything. I was in bed, and then I'm here." She looked genuinely spooked, and that scared me more than the blank eyes had. We stood there in the harsh fluorescent light for a minute, just staring at the evidence. Then, like we both decided at the same time, we chose to explain it away. "Sleepwalking," I said with more confidence than I felt. "You've never done it before, but stress can trigger it, right? Hospital been crazy?" She nodded eagerly, latching onto the logic. Yeah, it's been a month. Maybe the Ouija board thing freaked my subconscious out more than I thought. Suggested something. We both forced laughs, the sound brittle in the quiet kitchen. "Well, no more late night snacks for you," I joked, taking the pen from her hand. I tore the top sheet off the notepad, crumpled it into a ball, and tossed it into the trash can under the sink. A concrete action to bury a weird moment. "Come on, let's go back to bed." She let me lead her back to the bedroom, and she was asleep again almost as soon as her head hit the pillow. I lay awake for a long time, listening to her breathe, watching the red numbers on the clock change. The rational part of my brain had a whole list of explanations: stress, suggestion, a weird one-off sleep disorder. The other part, the primal part, kept seeing those empty eyes and that precise, alien handwriting. I pushed that part down, hard. The next morning, it was like it never happened. We had coffee. We talked about our plans for the weekend. We didn't mention the numbers. When I emptied the kitchen trash later, I saw that crumpled ball of paper sitting on top of a coffee filter and some eggshells. I thought about smoothing it out, looking at it again. Instead, I shoved it down deeper into the bag, tied the bag shut, and took it out to the bin. Gone. Case closed. For the next 10 days, everything was perfect. Normal. Better than normal, even. We went out to dinner, we saw a movie, we laughed a lot. I almost managed to convince myself I'd imagined the whole thing, that my own half-asleep brain had cooked up the drama. That's why I was so completely unprepared for what happened next. It was a Tuesday night. I was in a deep, dreamless sleep. A pressure on the edge of the mattress woke me, the subtle dip of weight. I figured she was just turning over, but then I felt a presence. I opened my eyes. The room was dark, but the faint glow from a streetlight outside outlined a figure standing right beside the bed. It was her. She was just standing there, looking down at me. I could feel her gaze. "You okay?" I slurred, still half in a dream. She didn't answer. She leaned down slowly, bringing her face closer to mine in the dark. I could smell her shampoo, see the faint gleam in her eyes. Her lips were inches from my ear, and then she spoke. But it wasn't her voice. It was dry, a papery rustle of a sound, like pages turning in an old book. It was utterly empty of any of the warmth or life that was her. The words were clear and cold. "You threw me away." A chill, sharper than any ice, shot straight down my spine. My whole body went rigid. "Don't do that again." Then, as smoothly as if she were on wheels, she straightened up, turned, and walked back around to her side of the bed. I heard the sheets rustle as she slid back under the covers. A moment later, the soft, even rhythm of sleep breathing began again. I didn't move. I couldn't move. I stared at the ceiling, my heart hammering so hard I thought it would crack my ribs. The darkness in the room wasn't just an absence of light anymore. It felt like a substance, a living thing pressing down on me. That voice, that wasn't my wife. The thing that had spoken used her throat, her mouth, but it was a tenant. And in that moment, with those 6 whispered words, I understood with a cold, absolute certainty that it had just finished unpacking its bags. It was moved in for good. The week of normal life had just been the calm before the storm, and the storm was now here, standing in the shadowy corners of our bedroom, sleeping peacefully next to me. The question wasn't what had happened anymore. The question, the one that froze my blood, was what did it want next? There is a specific metallic taste of fear that fills your mouth when you realize you know something you should absolutely, positively not know. It tastes like you bit a battery. After that night with the voice, nothing was the same. My wife didn't remember it, of course. When I asked her, trembling over coffee the next morning, she just looked at me with such genuine, sleepy confusion that I instantly felt like a monster for bringing it up. She saw the real fear on my face, though, and her own cheerfulness faded. We didn't talk about the Ouija board. We didn't talk about sleepwalking. We moved through our days like 2 people walking on a frozen pond, listening for cracks. The worst part was the waiting. The thing had said not to throw it away. I had thrown the numbers away. So what happened now? For a few nights, nothing. She slept, or seemed to. I didn't sleep at all. I'd watch her until my eyes burned, jumping at every twitch of her finger. Then, 4 nights after the voice, I woke up to the sound of paper. Not a rustle, but a steady, deliberate scratching. I didn't even sit up. I just turned my head on the pillow. The dim light from the bathroom we kept on for this exact reason showed her silhouette at her small writing desk. She was sitting upright, back straight, head cocked as if listening to distant music. Her hand was moving in that same robotically precise way. This time, it wasn't just numbers. She was writing words. I slipped out of bed and crept closer. The page was a mess of phrases, written over each other in blocks, like a frantic note from a bad dream. White ribbons in the mud. Wet stone smells like iron. 3 pines in a line, the middle one split. And then, over in the corner, circled almost like an afterthought, she's cold. My stomach turned over. This wasn't sleep talk. This was a description. On the next page, she began to draw. It was a rough map. A crooked line for a road, a squiggly patch for what looked like a creek, a little square that might be a parking lot or a building, and then a cluster of 3 little trees. An X marked a spot about an inch from them. Next to the X, she wrote those words again, she's cold. She finished the D, and her hand went still. The pen dropped from her fingers and rolled across the paper. She stood up, turned, and walked back to bed, her eyes seeing nothing, her movements smooth and unnatural. She got under the covers and was still. I stood there in the half-light, staring at the map. My hands were shaking. This was a problem. A big, real-world problem. This wasn't about a creepy feeling or a weird voice in the dark anymore. This was about a place, and a person who was cold. I spent the next day in a fog. I called in sick to work. My wife went to her hospital shift, cheerful and normal, having no memory of the night. I took the map out of the desk drawer and stared at it. I knew that area. The squiggly creek, the shape of the road. It was a section of the big state forest about 45 minutes north of town. I'd gone hiking there a few times years ago. I looked at the words white ribbons and 3 pines. I thought about the phrase, she's cold. A deep, terrible understanding started to dawn. This wasn't a premonition of something that might happen. This felt like a report on something that already had. The thing in my wife was telling me where to find a body. I was holding a piece of a crime scene in my hand. What do you do with that? My mind raced in panicked circles. If I called the police, what would I say? Hello, my wife sleepwalks and draws maps given to her by a ghost. Can you check these coordinates? They'd laugh, or worse, they'd think I was involved. They'd come here, they'd see our life, they'd tear it apart looking for a reason. My wife could lose her nursing license over being part of a morbid hoax. But the other option was to burn the map and try to forget. And that meant if there was a girl out there in those woods, a daughter or a sister, she would stay lost. Her family would have no answers. They would live in that hell of not knowing forever. And I would know that I could have helped. I looked at the picture of us on the mantel, smiling in the sun. I thought about the laugh that started this. I made my choice. Later that afternoon, I told my wife I was going to run to the hardware store. I drove north, but not to the forest. I drove to the next town over, my heart pounding the whole way. I found an old payphone outside a closed-down gas station. My fingers were so cold I could barely get the coins in. I dialed the non-emergency number for the county sheriff's office, the one for the county where the state forest was. A bored-sounding dispatcher answered. My voice came out high and strained. I need to report. I think there might be something in the state forest, near the old Miller's Creek Loop. By 3 pine trees together, one is split. There might be a woman there. The dispatcher perked up. Sir, are you reporting an incident? Are you at the location? No, I'm not. I heard something. I can't say more. Just please check by the 3 pines. I hung up before she could ask my name. I leaned against the payphone, feeling sick. I had just thrown a rock into a pond, and I had no idea how big the ripples would be. The next 3 days were agony. We watched the local news every night with a kind of terrified focus. Nothing. Maybe it was a hoax after all. Maybe the thing was just messing with us, feeding us nonsense. Part of me hoped that was true. It would be better than the alternative. Then, on the 3rd night, it was the second story after the commercial break. The anchor's face was serious. In a grim discovery today, county search and rescue teams, acting on an anonymous tip, recovered human remains in the northern section of the state forest. The video cut to a windy scene, yellow police tape fluttering between trees. My blood turned to ice water in my veins. The camera panned across a familiar cluster of trees. 3 tall pines growing close together, and the one in the middle had a long vertical split in its trunk, just like in the drawing. The reporter was talking about an ongoing investigation, a missing persons case from 2 years prior being reopened. But I wasn't hearing the words. My eyes were glued to the edge of the screen, to the bottom of the news frame. There, caught on a branch near the tape, fluttering in the wind, was a shred of something dirty and off-white. It was a piece of ribbon, a white ribbon, a detail I had never said to the dispatcher, a detail that had never been released to the public. It was proof, absolute, terrifying proof. My wife walked into the room then, holding 2 mugs of tea. She saw the TV. She saw the 3 pine trees filling the screen. Her face went pale, the color draining away like someone had pulled a plug. The mug slipped from her hands and hit the carpet with a dull thud, sending hot tea splashing across the floor. She didn't scream. She didn't cry out. She just stood there, staring, her hands still held out as if holding the mugs. Her voice was a tiny, broken thing. "Oh God," she whispered, not to me, to the room, to the universe. "It's real." We cleaned up the tea in a wordless, mechanical chore. We didn't talk about the news. We didn't talk about the map. We went to bed and lay side by side, not touching, staring at the ceiling. Our house wasn't a home anymore. It was a tomb full of secrets, and we were the bodies inside it, waiting for the next shovel of dirt to fall. We were bound together now, not just by love, but by this horrific knowledge. We had done a good thing, maybe. A family would get closure. But we had paid for it with our peace, with our sanity. The thing had shown us it was real, and it had shown us it was powerful. And it was still here, in her, sleeping right next to me. What did it want as a reward? A week passed in this awful, quiet tension. We jumped at every car door slam outside. The phone ringing made us stare at each other in panic before answering. We were waiting for the other shoe to drop, for the consequence of our secret good deed to come crashing down. Then on a Thursday afternoon it did. I was in the living room, trying to read a magazine and seeing only blurred lines, when I saw a car pull up out front. It wasn't a police cruiser. It was a plain, dark sedan, the kind you see in movies. 2 men got out. They were both wearing suits, but not fancy ones. These were cheap, off-the-rack suits, the kind meant to look official without drawing attention. They were clean-cut, with short hair. They looked like they could be insurance adjusters or low-level government workers. But they moved with a purpose. They came up our walkway, not fast, but not slow. One of them, the taller one, checked a small notepad in his hand. He looked up at our house number, then his gaze traveled directly to the front window where I was sitting. Our eyes met through the glass. He didn't smile. He didn't wave. He just gave a single, small nod to his partner, confirming the address. Then they both turned and walked up to our front door. The doorbell rang, a cheerful sound that felt like a scream in the quiet house. I knew, with a certainty that settled in my bones, that our life of quiet dread was over. The world, the real, official badge-carrying world, was now on our doorstep, and it had come to ask how we knew. Agent Harris, the taller one, had a smile that could sell you a bridge to nowhere and make you thank him for the opportunity. It was a professional smile, practiced and warm, but it didn't reach his eyes, which were the color of a winter sky and just as warm. He introduced himself and his partner, Agent Collins, who was quieter and seemed to be in charge of observing everything. They flashed badges that said Federal Bureau of Investigation, and my knees went a little weak. They were so polite, so understanding. They sat in our living room, accepted glasses of water, and called us Mr. and Mrs., which felt strange and formal. Harris did most of the talking. He was disarming. He didn't accuse us of anything. He praised us. He said what we did, making that anonymous call, took courage and civic responsibility. He called us good people in a difficult situation. My wife, who had been pale and trembling, seemed to calm a little under his gentle tone. He talked about the dead girl in the forest, using her real name, which we hadn't known. He said because of our tip, a family finally had answers after 2 long years of hell. He made it sound like we were heroes. Then he gently pivoted. He explained he worked for a specific part of the FBI, the Behavioral Analysis Unit. They studied patterns, he said. Patterns of killers, of victims, of crimes. And now, they had stumbled onto a new kind of pattern. The pattern of information that led to the forest. He looked at my wife with a mix of awe and sympathy. We believe, based on the specificity and accuracy of the details that were not public, that you may be experiencing something very rare, Mrs. Omitted. An unintentional conduit, an oracle, if you will, for lack of a better word. He said it so clinically, so respectfully, that it almost sounded normal, like a medical condition. He saw the horror on her face and quickly held up a hand. We're not here to label you or frighten you. We're here because we think you can help. There are thousands of missing people out there, thousands of families living in that same agony we just ended for one. What if you could do for them what you did for this girl's family? What if your episodes could bring other lost ones home? He framed it not as an invasion, but as a calling, a way to make this nightmare mean something. My wife's eyes filled with tears, but they were different now. Not just tears of fear, but of a desperate, hopeful guilt. She wanted this to be useful. She needed it to be for something. I saw her latch onto the idea like a life preserver in a stormy sea. The ask, when it came, seemed almost reasonable. They wanted to study the phenomenon, he said, to understand it so they could harness it responsibly. They proposed a simple, temporary observation. They would install some non-invasive monitoring equipment in our bedroom and living room. Just audio recorders, video cameras with night vision, some motion sensors. They wanted to capture the episodes in their pure state, he explained, to see if they could trigger them or predict them, to gather the information more cleanly and quickly. It would all be very discreet. The data would be secure. They would have agents monitoring from a van outside only during the night, not during the day. We could stop at any time. He made saying no feel like slamming a door in the face of all those grieving families. My wife looked at me, her eyes pleading. She wanted to say yes. She wanted to turn this curse into a cure. I felt cornered. The logic was sickeningly persuasive. What was a little privacy weighed against saving lives? I asked about the legal stuff, my voice sounding small. Agent Harris smiled that reassuring smile and produced a document from his briefcase. It was a consent form. It was several pages long, filled with dense legal language that swam before my eyes. Words like observation, data collection, forensic analysis. My eyes caught on one phrase near the middle. The subject acknowledges the potential for the generation of previously unknown evidentiary material. I pointed to it. What does previously unknown mean exactly? Harris's smile didn't flicker. It means we don't know what we'll find. That's the point of the study, Mr. Omitted. To discover the pattern, the limits. It's a standard clause. It didn't feel standard. It felt like a blanket permission slip for anything. But under my wife's hopeful gaze and Harris's calm pressure, I signed. She signed. We sold a piece of our private lives, and they made us feel like we were getting a bargain. The installation happened 2 days later. It was a violation, plain and simple. 2 technicians in plain clothes came, polite but impersonal. They drilled small holes in our walls and ceiling. They snaked thin, black wires through them. They placed a small, dark globe of a camera in the corner of our bedroom ceiling, right above the foot of the bed. Another in the living room. Tiny microphones were tucked into light fixtures. They gave us a panic button, a little wireless fob to hold, in case we felt uncomfortable and wanted the agents outside to come in immediately. Having it in my hand made me feel less safe, not more. It was an admission that something bad could happen here. When they left, our home was different. It was a watched place. The cameras were off, they said, until the observation period began that night, but their dark lenses felt like unblinking eyes. We tried to make dinner, tried to talk normally, but we were actors on a stage, aware of the empty seats soon to be filled. When night fell, a plain white van pulled up across the street. We saw the faint glow of monitor screens inside. The observation had begun. We went through our bedtime routine, feeling exposed and ridiculous. We changed clothes in the bathroom. We got into bed and turned off the light. The room was dark, but I knew that to the agents in the van with their night vision, it was probably as bright as day. I held my wife, feeling her shiver against me. "It's going to be okay," I whispered, the lie tasting bitter. "We're helping people." She just nodded, clutching my arm. We lay there for what felt like hours, pretending to sleep, listening to the sounds of our own house, every creak and groan magnified. I watched the red light on the camera. It remained dark. They said it wouldn't glow, that it was completely hidden in operation. But I swore I could feel its focus on us. We were no longer a husband and wife. We were specimens in a jar, and the scientists were taking notes. Eventually, from sheer exhaustion, I must have drifted off. I was jerked awake not by a sound, but by a movement. My wife was sitting up, not with the slow, sleepy sit of someone waking, but in one fluid, unnatural motion, like a puppet pulled upright by its strings. My heart seized. I didn't move. I just watched, my eyes straining in the dark. She swung her legs out of bed and stood up. She didn't walk to the door. She didn't go to her desk. She just stood there for a long moment, facing the wall. Then slowly, deliberately, she turned her head. Not toward me, toward the corner of the room, toward the small, dark globe of the camera. She stared directly into it. I could see the pale oval of her face in the gloom, her features slack, her eyes like dark pits. She held that pose, utterly still, for a minute that stretched into an eternity. She was looking right at the agents in the van, right through the lens. It was a recognition, an acknowledgement, a hello. Then, just as smoothly, she turned back, lay down, and pulled the covers over herself. The regular rhythm of her breathing started again, almost instantly. I lay there frozen, my own breath caught in my throat. The thing knew it was being watched. It had just looked into the eyes of the FBI, and let them know it saw them too. In the van across the street, Agent Harris would be watching his monitor. He wouldn't be seeing a victim or a patient. He would be seeing a phenomenon, a source, looking right back at him. The balance of power in the room, in our lives, had just shifted. We were no longer just the subjects of the study. We had just become active participants in a conversation we never wanted to have, and the other party had just said its first chilling word directly to the authorities. The observation had officially begun, and the first data point was a silent, staring challenge. What would the FBI's response be? The day they saved the first girl, I learned a terrible truth. Doing good can feel exactly like doing evil. The chill up your spine is the same. After the night of the staring contest, things changed fast. Agent Harris and his team were electric with a new kind of focus. They weren't just observers anymore. They were hunters, and my wife was their bloodhound. They started what they called structured observation. They asked us to keep a strict sleep schedule. They gave her a mild, supposedly harmless sedative at the same time each night to, as Harris put it, lower the barriers to entry. It made my skin crawl, but she agreed. She wanted to help. She needed to make the horror worthwhile. About a week after the cameras went in, it happened. It was a Tuesday just past midnight. I was in the van with them, something they'd started allowing, maybe to keep me compliant. I watched the grainy green night vision feed from our bedroom. She sat up, that same fluid motion, and went straight to her desk. Under the watchful eye of the camera, she picked up a pen and wrote, not in the frantic script of before, but in slow, deliberate print. An address in a city 3 states away, and a name, Lily. She wrote it once, then put the pen down and went back to bed. In the van, it was like someone had set off a firecracker. Harris didn't cheer, but his whole body went taut. He snapped his fingers at Collins, who was already typing furiously on a laptop, cross-referencing the name and location against a database. His eyes went wide. A Lily was reported missing 72 hours ago from that city. Family just filed the report. No media, no Amber Alert yet. It's not public. The air left the van. This wasn't a cold case from years ago. This was a fresh one. A fresh one, as the entity had whispered. The clock was ticking. Harris was on his phone in seconds, his voice low and urgent, relaying the information to local field agents. I sat there, numb, watching the screen that showed my sleeping wife. She had just handed them a secret, a piece of knowledge no one on Earth should have had. The next 48 hours were a blur of tension. We weren't told anything, but the agents monitoring the house had a new energy, a buzzing anticipation. Then on Thursday morning, Harris showed up at our door, and he wasn't alone. He had another agent with him, and he was holding a bottle of champagne. His smile was genuine this time, broad and triumphant. "We got her," he said, stepping inside. "Lily. She was alive, locked in a basement 2 blocks from the address you gave us. She's dehydrated, scared, but she's going to be okay. You did that." My wife, who had come downstairs looking tired and worn, stopped in her tracks. Her hand flew to her mouth. Then the tears came, real, shaking sobs of relief. Harris popped the champagne cork, a loud, celebratory sound that felt alien in our house. He poured 3 glasses, for him, for my wife, for me. The mood in the living room was suddenly euphoric. The agents who were usually so quiet were talking over each other, using words like breakthrough and paradigm shift. My wife was smiling through her tears, her shoulders lighter than I'd seen them in months. For a single shining moment, it felt like we had won. We had taken the monster and forced it to do a miracle. We were heroes. I even drank the champagne, the bubbles feeling like hope on my tongue. That feeling lasted about an hour. After the initial celebration died down, Harris and the other agents huddled in our kitchen, talking in low, excited voices. I went to get more water, and I caught a snippet of their conversation. They weren't saying Mrs. or using her name. One of the junior agents, a guy with a buzz cut, said, "The assets output last night was remarkably clean, much clearer than the forest data." The other nodded, replying, "We need to maximize output. See if we can schedule the stimulus more reliably." The asset. Maximize output. Schedule stimulus. The words were cold, technical, like they were talking about a factory machine, not my wife. The humanity was being scrubbed away, replaced by the language of production. I looked at my wife, sitting on the couch, holding her empty champagne flute and staring into space with a fragile smile. She was being drained. The physical toll was becoming impossible to ignore. The dark circles under her eyes were permanent bruises. She'd lost weight, her clothes hanging a little loose. During the day, she was jumpy, flinching at the microwave beep or a bird hitting the window. She was a battery being used to power something awful, and she was running down. And I was becoming a ghost in my own home. The agents talked to her about her, but rarely to me. I was the spouse of the asset, a logistical detail, the guy who made coffee and signed forms. My concerns were met with polite nods from Harris, and then ignored. The mission, the greater good, was all that mattered. I tried to talk to her about it a few days later. "This is killing you," I said, holding her hands. They felt thin and cold. "You see what they call you? An asset. We need to stop this." She pulled her hands away, her eyes fierce. "Stop? Ben, that girl is home because of me. Her mother has her back. What's a little tiredness compared to that? This is why it's happening. This is the reason." She had that light in her eyes, the one of absolute conviction. She had found redemption in the horror, and she was clinging to it with everything she had. I couldn't argue with the results. I couldn't tell a mother her daughter wasn't worth my wife's health. The moral math was monstrous, and it was winning. That night, after another session that yielded nothing, I found her not in bed, but standing in the living room, staring up at the camera in the corner. Its dark lens was like a pupil. She didn't move when I entered. "You should be asleep," I said softly. She didn't look at me. Her voice, when it came, was small and ragged, the voice of the woman I loved, not the empty vessel. "It's getting louder," she whispered. I stepped closer. "What is?" "The noise. The presence. It's not just talking through me anymore, Ben. It's starting to talk to me. In the in-between times, when I'm just waking up or falling asleep. I hear it like a thought that isn't mine." A fresh wave of dread washed over me. "What does it say?" She finally turned to look at me, and her eyes were pools of sheer terror. "It's asking for things. It says it's hungry. It says the work is good, but it wants payment for its help." The word payment hung in the air between us, ugly and full of threat. The celebration, the champagne, the hero talk, it all curdled in that moment. We hadn't tamed the monster. We had just fed it a snack, and now it was looking up from its meal, licking its lips, and asking what was for dinner. The good deed now had a price tag, and the thing inside my wife was starting to present the bill. What did a paranormal entity consider fair payment? The thought kept me awake long after she finally went to sleep. The line between using the thing and serving it had just vanished. We were no longer partners in a grim endeavor. We were waiters, and a very dangerous customer had just started looking at the menu. They say the devil's greatest trick was convincing the world he didn't exist. But his second greatest trick was getting the FBI to draw up a contract. The payment talk hung over us for a week, a storm cloud we kept waiting to burst. The sessions continued, but now my wife was quieter during them, more passive, like she was just a door being held open. Then, on a night when I was in the van as usual, it happened. The event that changed everything. She took the sedative and fell asleep. On the monitor, I watched her sit up. But this time was different. She didn't go to the desk. She slid out of bed and walked, with that eerie smoothness, out of the bedroom and into the living room. Harris, next to me, leaned forward, his face lit by the screen's glow. "New behavior," he muttered, more to himself than to me. She walked across the living room, past the couch, past the television, and stopped in front of the large two-way mirror the technicians had installed the week before. It looked like a decorative mirror to us, but from the spare room next door, it was a window. She stood there, a pale figure in a nightgown, reflected in the dark glass. Then she slowly raised her right hand and placed her palm flat against the cool surface. She leaned in, her mouth almost touching the glass, and she spoke. The voice wasn't the dry rustle from before. It was distorted, layered, like several people speaking at once from the bottom of a well. It was loud enough for the microphones to pick up cleanly. "5 more," the voice said, the words clear and chillingly businesslike. "I give you 5 more lost ones. Fresh ones. You will find them alive. You will be heroes." In the van, you could have heard a pin drop. Harris was frozen, not even breathing. The voice continued. "But the seventh is mine. You will watch. You will record. And you will let me keep her." A bolt of pure, undiluted horror shot through me. Keep her. It wasn't talking about information anymore. It was talking about a person. It was making a trade. My wife's body then turned from the mirror. She walked to the large evidence board the FBI had set up in our living room to track missing persons cases. It was covered in photos of smiling people, maps, and notes. Underneath were columns labeled "Victim, Last Seen Unsub," which Harris told me stood for unknown subject. She stood before it, her head tilted. Then, with a calm that was somehow worse than any frenzy, she reached up to a small stack of recent case photos. She shuffled through them and pulled one out. It was a picture of herself, a snapshot I'd taken in the garden last spring. She was smiling, her eyes squinting in the sun. The entity, using her hand, held the photo up to the board. It smiled her smile, an expression that was all wrong, too wide, too knowing. Then it pinned the photo of my wife squarely under the column labeled "Unsub." It was signing its work. It was confessing. It was saying, "I am the unknown subject. I am the phenomenon. And I am in control." Then, as if the show was over, she turned and walked back to bed. The monitors showed her lying down, returning to a normal sleep pattern. The van was a tomb. The agents were staring at their screens, then at Harris, then at me. I was shaking, my hands gripping the edge of the console, so hard my knuckles were white. Harris finally moved. He didn't look at me. He picked up a dedicated phone, his face a mask of professional calm, but I saw a tremor in his hand. "Sir," he said into the receiver, "we have a development. The entity has directly communicated. It's set. Terms. We need a full briefing." "Yes, sir. I understand." He hung up and finally met my gaze. There was no warmth there now, no reassuring smile. There was only the cool assessment of a man looking at a complicated problem. "Sir," he said, his voice formal, "we need to discuss the parameters of our continued cooperation. The entity has set terms. We should meet. Off the record." That's how I found myself in a deserted county park at 6 the next morning, sitting across from Agent Harris at a splintery picnic table. The sun was just coming up, casting long, cold shadows. He didn't offer coffee. He didn't offer comfort. He slid a single sheet of paper across the weathered wood toward me. It wasn't official letterhead. It was plain with typed text. At the top it said, "Memorandum of Understanding Draft." My eyes scanned the lines, my brain refusing to process the words. It was laid out like a business agreement. Party A, the entity, manifested through the subject, agrees to provide five verified, actionable intelligence packets leading to the location and recovery of living missing persons. Party B, the Federal Bureau of Investigation, agrees, upon fulfillment of the above, to grant the entity unimpeded acquisition of Subject 7. Party B will provide observation and recording of the acquisition process for study. all terms contingent upon the continued viability of the subject as a conduit. I looked up at Harris, my mouth dry. This is insane. You can't be considering this. This is a person. Subject 7 foot is a person. Harris's expression didn't change. The memorandum is a draft, a tool to understand its demands. It wants a framework. It thinks in transactions. It wants a human being, I said, my voice rising. And in exchange, it promises 5, Harris replied, his voice low and steady. 5 living people returned to their families. We have already saved 2. The entity has a 100% success rate. It is, for all intents and purposes, a perfect source. We have never had a tool like this. He used the word tool again. It was all a calculation to him. My wife is not a tool, and you're talking about handing someone over to that. We are talking about saving 5 lives with certainty, he said, his wintry eyes locking onto mine. We're talking about a phenomenon that operates whether we agree or not. This way we can guide it, control the outcome, save more than we lose. It's a terrible choice, but it is a choice with a net positive outcome. He was doing the moral math again, right in front of me, and the numbers, in his ledger, added up in favor of the deal. I pushed the paper back toward him as if it were poison. I won't let this happen. I'll go to the press. I'll tell everyone. Harris slowly folded the paper and put it back in his jacket pocket. That would be inadvisable. You signed confidentiality agreements. Your wife is a material witness and the source of critical ongoing investigations. Any disclosure would compromise those investigations and result in serious legal consequences. More importantly, he leaned forward slightly, it would not stop the entity. It would only stop us from being able to mitigate the outcome. Without us, there is no guarantee it would stop at 5 before taking its 7th. It might just take her whenever it wants. This way we get 5 lives. We get to study the acquisition process, to perhaps understand how to prevent it in the future. This is the only play. I felt the walls closing in. The law, the logic, the greater good, it was all a cage. He stood up, brushing a leaf from his pants. Talk to your wife. Explain the situation. The decision is ultimately hers. She is the conduit. The memorandum, if we proceed, would be with the entity through her. Her consent is the keystone. He walked back to his sedan and drove away, leaving me sitting in the cold morning light, the taste of bile in my mouth. He had reframed it yet again. It wasn't the FBI making a deal with a demon. It was my wife, the hero, choosing to save 5 people with the unfortunate collateral cost of 1. He had made refusal seem not just selfish, but murderous. I drove home, my mind reeling. How do you even begin that conversation? I walked into the house to find her at the kitchen table, already awake, clutching a mug. She looked up at me and she knew. He talked to you, she said, her voice flat. I nodded, sinking into the chair across from her. They have a draft, an agreement. 5 lives for 1. I couldn't say it. She stared into her coffee. It spoke to me again last night, after the session, in that in-between place. It showed me, not who but, the feeling of having the 7th. It wants it. It's hungry for it. She looked at me, her eyes hollow. Harris is right about one thing, Ben. It's going to happen. With or without them. This way. At least some good comes from it. 5 families get their people back. That has to mean something. I heard the resignation in her voice, the same deadly math taking root. The entity wasn't just talking to her. It was persuading her. It was making her its advocate. We were no longer just the keepers of a secret. We were now the negotiators for a predator, and the contract was on the table. The question was no longer if a terrible price would be paid, but when and who would be handed over to pay it. They had a calendar for it. Tuesdays and Fridays, 9 p.m. My wife's damnation was penciled in between budget review and forensic sync-up. The memorandum of understanding, as Harris called it, was finalized. I never saw the signed version. I just saw the results. Our life became a grim, mechanical schedule. The sessions were no longer about catching a random event. They were harvests. Every Tuesday and Friday, an agent would arrive at 8:45 p.m. with a small paper cup containing my wife's sedative. She would take it without a word, her eyes already distant. By 9 p.m., she would be in bed. By 9:15, the agents, Harris, Collins, and 2 others, would be in the observation van or in the spare room behind the mirror, laptops open, recorders running. I usually stayed in the van. I couldn't bear to be in the house. It felt like watching a surgery on someone I loved, but the surgery was to remove a truth, not a tumor. The process was always the same. She would sit up, walk to the desk, and write. Sometimes it was an address, sometimes a name, sometimes a few fragmented details like red door or smells of diesel. The entity was delivering its part of the bargain with cold efficiency. The FBI's machinery would wear into action. The information was fed into their systems, cross-referenced, analyzed. And it worked. They found the third missing person, a teenager who had run away and gotten trapped in an abandoned warehouse. They found the fourth, a man with early dementia who had wandered miles from his home and was stuck in a drainage ditch. Both alive. Each time, there was no celebration, no champagne, just a quiet nod from Harris, a note in a file, and a glance at a tally sheet that was, I knew, counting down. 5 promised, 2 delivered, 3 to go. My wife was fading. In her waking hours, she was a ghost. She spoke in short sentences, if at all. She picked at her food. She jumped at ordinary sounds, the click of the thermostat, the hum of the refrigerator. The light in her eyes, the one that had briefly flared with purpose after saving the first girl, was gone, replaced by a flat, dull exhaustion. She spent hours scrolling through local news sites on her tablet, looking at the smiling faces of the people she had helped find. She would touch their photos on the screen and whisper, "I'm sorry. I'm so sorry." She was apologizing to them for the cost, for the thing inside her that saw them as currency. I became a stranger in my own life. The agents now had a routine. They brought their own coffee. They had a specific chair in the living room they used for debriefs. They talked about maximizing asset viability and subconscious conditioning. I was furniture. My rage and fear had no outlet. One night, after the fourth person was found, I snapped. I cornered Harris in our kitchen as he was pouring himself a glass of water. "Look at her," I hissed, keeping my voice low so she wouldn't hear from the living room. "She's dying. She's losing weight. She's not sleeping. She's terrified all the time. You're killing her to fulfill this insane contract." Harris turned, his face a mask of calm patience. He took a slow sip of water. "Mr. Omitted, your wife is serving a greater good on a scale you cannot comprehend. We are saving lives with a certainty we have never possessed. The alternative is that the entity acts unpredictably, and people still go missing, and we learn nothing. This is the path of maximum benefit." "Maximum benefit for who?" I spat. "For your statistics? She's a person. What is 1 life weighed against 5, huh? Is that your calculus?" He didn't even blink. "It's the calculus of the situation. It's the math we have been given. We did not create the terms. We are simply managing them to save as many as possible. Your wife understands this. It's time you did too." He walked out, leaving me trembling with impotent fury. His words echoed in my head, a cold, logical poison. 1 for 5. It was rational. It was monstrous. And I couldn't find a way to break the equation. A few days later, I came home from a pointless walk to find my wife in the living room. She was standing on a chair, a pair of kitchen scissors in her hand, stretching toward the small black globe of the camera in the corner. Her hands were shaking so badly the scissors were clicking together. She couldn't reach the wires. She wasn't even close. "Hey," I said softly, rushing over. "What are you doing?" She looked down at me, and for the first time in weeks, her eyes were clear, lucid, and filled with a raw, animal terror I had never seen before. It was my wife, truly my wife, looking out at me. She let the scissors drop to the carpet and stepped down, collapsing into my arms. She was sobbing, great heaving sobs that shook her whole frame. "It's picking her out," she choked out, her words muffled against my shoulder. "The 7th. Oh God, Ben, it's showing me her face in my dreams. When I'm awake, I see her in flashes. She has curly red hair. She has a little mole above her lip. She's real. And the thing, it's making me like her. It's making me feel a pull toward her, a fondness. It's preparing me. It wants me to want her to come." I held her, my own blood running cold. This was worse than just taking a victim. This was corruption. It was twisting her emotions, making her complicit in a sick courtship. She wasn't just the door anymore. It was training her to be the welcome mat. That night, the Tuesday session happened as scheduled. She gave them the details that led to the 5th missing person, a young woman who had been taken by an ex-boyfriend. The agents were efficient, focused. The deal was almost done. 5 for 1. After she returned to bed and the agents were packing up, the entity used her mouth one more time. She sat up, looked directly at the camera in the bedroom, and the layered, distorted voice filled the speakers in the van. "The 7th must be a volunteer," it said, the words crisp and demanding. She must come willingly. You will arrange it." Then she lay back down. In the van, Harris stopped what he was doing. He looked at Collins, then at the other agents. A slow, understanding nod passed between them. The terms had just been updated. It wasn't enough to just hand someone over. The victim had to walk into the monster's arms of her own free will. The horror wasn't just in the act, it was in the deception, in the betrayal of trust. The entity didn't just want a meal. It wanted a gift beautifully wrapped, and it was the FBI's job and my wife's role to do the wrapping. The countdown was nearly over. The fifth life was saved, ticking the box in their ledgers. The machinery of the deal was now shifting gears, moving from retrieval to procurement. The who had been chosen. The how had just been specified, willingly. The only questions left were when, and what sick, twisted performance would they have to stage to make an innocent woman volunteer for her own nightmare? We used to be the victims, then we were the tools. Now, I looked at the file photo of the young woman with the curly red hair and the kind smile, and I understood. We were about to become the bait. The entity, true to its word, gave up the details during the next session. It wasn't a sleep scribble this time. My wife, under its control, took a charcoal pencil and drew a portrait. It was shockingly good, lifelike. A woman in her mid-20s with a wild cascade of red curls, bright eyes, and a small, distinct mole just above her lip. A name was written beneath, Chloe. Then came the data dump, where she worked, where she lived, where she got her coffee. The FBI's databases lit up like a Christmas tree. Chloe was real, 24 years old, a graduate student in psychology, a volunteer at a local crisis hotline center. She wasn't missing. She was going about her life, studying for exams, walking her dog in the park, completely unaware that she had been selected. The horror of it was in the sheer normalcy. They didn't put her under protection. They put her under a microscope. Without a word to me, the surveillance began. I'd see it on the agents' tablets when they thought I wasn't looking. A live tracking that moved through a grocery store. A grainy telephoto image showed her laughing with a friend outside a library. Audio logs noted her patterns. They compiled a file, her routines, her small debts, her quiet social life, her history of battling depression in college. They weren't profiling a victim to protect her. They were profiling a product to see why it had been chosen and how best to package it. The words on one agent's notes made me feel sick. Vulnerability, isolation. Empathetic profile, potential approach vector, simulated crisis. They were looking for the cracks in her life where they could slip their hooks in. The worst part was watching what it did to my wife. The entity wasn't just showing her Chloe's face in dreams anymore. It was leaking details into her waking mind. We'd be eating breakfast and she'd suddenly say, "She takes one sugar in her coffee, but she's trying to cut back." Or, "She hums that song from the old cartoon when she's in the shower." She'd know these intimate, pointless things, and she'd say them with a mix of wonder and revulsion. One evening, she broke down, clutching her head as if trying to physically rip the knowledge out. "I care about her," she wept, her whole body shaking. "I see her life, her little struggles, and I want her to be okay. I want to protect her. But the other part of me, the thing inside, it wants her to come. It's making me feel this pull, like I'm making a new friend, but the friendship is a trap, and I'm building it cell by cell." She was being hollowed out and filled with the entity's desires. Her own compassion, her nurse's instinct to care, was being weaponized against her and against an innocent woman. I was powerless. Harris made it clear we were past the point of debate. The memorandum was active. 5 lives had been saved. The entity had upheld its end. The FBI was now obligated to facilitate the acquisition of Subject 7. The word facilitate made it sound like they were setting up a business meeting, not a sacrifice. He called me into the living room one afternoon. The evidence board, once covered in many faces, now had a new, dedicated section. Chloe's photo was in the center, surrounded by maps of her neighborhood, her class schedule, photos of her dog. It was a hunter's board. "The entity requires a facilitator on the ground," Harris said, his voice devoid of any emotion. "Someone to make the introduction convincing, to secure the willing compliance. It has to be your wife. The connection is already forming. The entity is building affinity within her. She is the perfect lure." I stared at him, my mouth agape. "You want her to befriend Chloe? To trick her?" "We want her to fulfill the agreed-upon terms," Harris corrected, as if I'd misunderstood a clause in a car rental agreement. The entity specified willing. Your wife, guided by the entity's knowledge and her own genuine empathetic qualities, is the only viable instrument to achieve that. You need to prepare her. Her conscious mind needs to align with the operational necessity. He was telling me to get my wife ready to betray and doom another human being. I refused. I yelled. I threatened again to go public. Harris just listened, then opened a folder on the table. It was the final, signed memorandum of understanding. At the bottom, next to the swirling, unnatural signature the entity had somehow scrawled during a session, was the clear, sharp signature of a deputy director of the FBI. The full weight of the institution, its seal, its authority, was behind this madness. It was no longer just Harris and his team. It was the United States government. They had signed a contract with the thing in my wife. Your cooperation is expected, Harris said, closing the folder, for the continuity of the operation and for your wife's well-being. A resistant conduit could experience breakdown. We need her stable. You need her stable. It was a threat, wrapped in concern. That night, I held my wife as she cried herself into a fitful sleep. I watched her face, now so thin and tired, and I knew Harris was right about one terrible thing. If she fought this, it would destroy what was left of her mind. The thing would tear her apart from the inside to get what it wanted. We were in a box with no exits. The next morning, she was different, calmer, resigned. She looked at me over her coffee, and her eyes held a terrifying certainty. It showed me the afterwards, she said, her voice quiet but clear. Last night, in that place between, Chloe won't be hurt. Not in the way you think. She won't be screaming in a dark room. The entity doesn't want that. It wants a companion. It's lonely. It showed me. A kind of peace. A quiet place. She'll be there, and she'll be happy. Content. And after Chloe, she took a sharp breath. It wants to pick the next one, too. It's just getting started. It's building something. A collection. This is only the first trade. Her words iced my soul. It wasn't a one-time deal. It was a subscription service. 5 lives bought one for its collection. And then it would want more 5-for-1 trades, forever. We weren't just sacrificing Chloe. We were founding a membership for a monsters club, and the FBI was the manager. The machinery began to move in earnest. Agents started coming during the day now. They weren't just observers, they were directors. They brought in a woman, an agent who specialized in what they called narrative construction. They sat with my wife in the living room, which now felt like a stage. They coached her. They gave her a new name to use, a backstory. They taught her a script of trauma, a story of an abusive relationship, of being scared and alone, tailored to trigger Chloe's psychology training and her crisis center instincts. They practiced the emotional cues, when to let her voice crack, when to let a tear fall, how to sound fragile but not unstable, desperate but not dangerous. They were turning my wife into the perfect, wounded bird. I watched from the kitchen door, feeling like I was going to vomit. My wife, my smart, strong, funny wife, was sitting there, repeating lines like an actress. "My name is Maya," she practiced, her voice trembling on cue. "I'm so scared. I heard you could help. You're the only one I could talk to. Can you meet me? Please, I have nowhere else to go." The agent nodded, encouraging. "Good. The helplessness is good. But remember, you also need to show strength. You're reaching out. You're taking control. You're a survivor. She'll relate to that." It was a perversion of everything she was. They were using her goodness to craft the ultimate evil lie. The rehearsal was the final nail in my coffin. I saw her, after the agents left, staring at her own reflection in the dark television screen. The person looking back was a stranger, a weapon they had loaded and aimed. The meeting was set, 2 days from now. In a quiet, secluded park Chloe was known to walk through. My role was simple: drive my wife there. Be the concerned, supportive husband in the background. The visual proof that this was just a couple in trouble, not a threat. My presence was the final piece of set dressing to sell the lie. The last night before the meeting, I didn't sleep. I lay beside her, listening to her breathe, memorizing the feel of her hand in mine. I thought about Chloe, about her dog, about her life about to be erased and replaced with some warped, quiet peace in a monster's collection. I thought about the 5 people we had saved, their faces mixing with Chloe's in my mind. The math was a prison, and tomorrow we were going to become the wardens and lead the next inmate right to her cell. They weren't just asking my wife to lie. They were asking her to build a friendship out of ashes and malice, to make Chloe trust her so completely that she would walk into the dark without a second thought. The morning of the meeting was bright and clear, a cruel parody of a nice day. My wife had changed. The FBI stylist had dyed her hair a shade darker, cut it in a different style. They gave her clothes that were softer, less assertive than what she usually wore. A simple sweater, jeans, no makeup to make her look more vulnerable. She looked like a younger, more broken version of herself. She looked like Maya. I barely recognized her. We didn't speak on the drive. I just followed the GPS route an agent had programmed into my phone. We parked a block away from the small neighborhood park, as instructed. I turned off the engine. The quiet in the car was complete, filled only with the sound of our breathing. I reached over and took her hand. It was ice cold and still. She was staring straight ahead, her face a calm mask, but I could see a muscle twitching in her jaw. "We don't have to do this," I whispered, the words feeling useless even as I said them. "We can drive away. Right now. We can just go." She turned her head slowly to look at me. Her eyes were deep, dark pools of a terrible resolve. "And then what then?" "It takes her anyway, somewhere else, some other time, and 5 people are dead in ditches and basements who didn't have to be. This is the deal. We made it. I have to see it through." She wasn't just resigned. She had accepted the logic, absorbed it into her bones. The entity's will and the FBI's purpose had fused inside her. She was the instrument, and she was ready to perform. She opened the car door. "Wait for the signal," she said, her voice flat. "Then come." She walked away, a solitary figure moving toward the park entrance. I watched her go, my heart a pounding drum in my chest. I had a small earpiece in, tuned to the surveillance frequency. I could hear the routine checks from the agents positioned around the park, in trees, in unmarked vans. I could hear Harris's calm, low voice from the main observation van. "All units, stand by. The asset is approaching the meeting point. Subject 7 is on the bench, confirmed." I saw her then. Chloe. She was sitting on a wooden bench under a large oak tree, just as they said she would be. She was wearing a light jacket, a book open on her lap, but she wasn't reading. She was looking around, a slightly concerned, kind expression on her face. She was waiting for a stranger in need. My wife walked along the path, her posture subtly changed, slumped a little, arms wrapped around herself as if for warmth. She approached the bench, hesitant, then stopped a few feet away. Through my earpiece, I heard her voice, trembling with manufactured tears, layered with a genuine, gut-wrenching fear that was all too real. "Excuse me? Are you Chloe? From the crisis center?" Chloe looked up, her face immediately softening into a warm, open smile. "Yes, that's me. Are you Maya?" My wife nodded, biting her lip. She took a tentative step closer. "I'm so sorry to bother you here. I didn't know who else to call. The hotline said you sometimes take private referrals for people who are scared." She was delivering the script perfectly, but the raw emotion underpinning it was her own terror, which made it devastatingly convincing. "Of course," Chloe said, patting the space on the bench beside her. "Please sit. You're not a bother at all." My wife sat, keeping a small, careful distance. The conversation flowed, guided by my wife's training and Chloe's natural empathy. My wife spun the tale of Maya, the controlling partner, the fear, the feeling of being trapped. Chloe listened, nodding, offering gentle words of support and validation. They talked for 20 minutes. I watched, my stomach in knots, as Chloe's body language opened up, as she leaned in, as she touched my wife's arm in a gesture of comfort. The trap was closing. It was working. Then my wife delivered the key line, the one they had practiced over and over. I think I need to get away. Just for a few days. To clear my head, to be safe. I have a cousin, she has a cabin. It's remote, no one knows about it, but I'm too scared to go alone. I don't trust myself. Could you possibly come with me? Just to help me get settled? I know it's a huge thing to ask, but I feel like I can trust you. You're the first person who has really listened." There it was. The invitation. The request for a volunteer. Chloe didn't answer right away. She looked at my wife, her face a picture of compassion and conflict. This was the moment. If she said no, the operation was a failure. The entity would be denied. What would it do then? My earpiece crackled. Harris's voice was a tense murmur. "Critical moment. All units, hold." Chloe sighed, a soft, caring sound. "Oh, Maya, that's a lot. You must be so exhausted." She looked down at her hands, then back up, her decision made. "You know what? Yes, I'll go with you. You shouldn't have to face this alone. Everyone deserves to feel safe." She said it. She volunteered. A wave of nausea, so intense I almost passed out, washed over me. It was done. The terms were met. In the earpiece, Harris's voice was no longer a murmur. It was clear, firm, and final. All units, stand by. The acquisition of Subject 7 is in progress. Let the record show, for the families of the 5, we have fulfilled our contract. His words were a legal, moral, and spiritual gut punch. We had done it. We had traded. My wife, on the bench, managed a tearful, grateful smile. "Thank you," she whispered to Chloe, the words thick with a real gratitude that was hideously twisted. "Thank you so much." They made a plan. Chloe would go home, pack a bag, tell her roommate she was helping a friend in crisis. They would meet back here in 2 hours. My wife walked back to the car, her steps quicker now. She slid into the passenger seat and closed the door. She didn't look at me. She stared out the windshield, her face blank. "She said yes," she stated, her voice devoid of any emotion. "I know," I said. I started the car and drove, not back home, but just drove, following no route. We had 2 hours until the final act. We ended up at a lookout point over the city. We sat there, watching the world go on, people living lives untouched by monsters and memorandums. After a long while she spoke, her voice so quiet I almost didn't hear it. "It's happy," she said. "The thing inside me. It's pleased. It likes her. It can't wait." I had no words. There were no words left. We drove back to the park at the appointed time. Chloe was there, with a small overnight bag, looking both concerned and determined, a good person ready to do a good deed. My wife got out to meet her. I stayed in the driver's seat, as instructed. My role was over. I watched as Chloe hugged my wife, a brief, comforting hug. They walked together toward a different car, an innocuous sedan that an agent had parked nearby. The cabin was a fiction. The destination was something else entirely, a place only the FBI and the entity knew. My wife opened the passenger door for Chloe. Chloe smiled, said something, and got in. My wife walked around to the driver's side. Before she got in, she paused. She turned her head and looked back across the park, directly at our car, directly at me. The distance was too far to see her expression, but I could feel the weight of her gaze. Then she did something she shouldn't have. She raised her hand, not in a wave, but held it up, palm facing me, fingers slightly spread. She held it there for a 3 count. Then she lowered it, got into the sedan, and started the engine. They drove away, turning a corner and disappearing from view. I sat there, paralyzed. That gesture, it wasn't in the script. It wasn't something Maya would do. It was something from us, from our private language, from a game we used to play. It meant wait for me. It meant I'm coming back. But she wasn't driving Chloe to a cabin. She was driving her to be given to the thing inside her. So why signal wait for me? Unless the plan had changed. Unless she wasn't planning to just hand Chloe over. Or unless the entity, pleased and confident, had let a piece of my real wife surface for just a second to send a message. Or maybe it was a farewell. I didn't know. All I knew was that the deal was complete. 5 lives for 1. The contract was fulfilled. The sedan with my wife and Chloe was gone. The FBI would get their recorded observation of the acquisition. And I was alone in a quiet park, the taste of battery acid fear still in my mouth, with a single, fragile thread of hope. A hand signal from a woman who was both my wife and a stranger, driving a volunteer to a monster, telling me to wait. The math was done. The ledger was balanced. But as I sat there, watching the empty street where they'd vanished, a new, more terrifying question began to form in the hollow space she left behind. When the entity was done with Chloe, and it came time to pick the next one, who would it want then? The waiting was over. The next part was just beginning, and I was alone with the silence and the signal. Story number 5. My name is Sam, and this all started because of the most ridiculous, stupid bet I have ever heard in my life. See, it was the middle of finals week at college, and the library was packed but weirdly quiet, the kind of quiet where you can practically hear the stress coming off people in waves. I was there with my roommate, who is an archaeology major and takes everything super seriously, and this guy from down the hall who is a philosophy major and thinks he's smarter than everyone else. We were all running on too much caffeine and not enough sleep, just trying to push through one more night of studying, when the philosophy guy pointed across the main reading room. Over in the far corner was this big, old, wrought iron gate, black and ornate and totally out of place. It sealed off a wing of the library that no one ever talked about, the parapsychology and restricted collections. He smirked at us and said, in that know-it-all voice of his, "I bet you there is nothing in there but a bunch of outdated encyclopedias and dead air. It's all just for show, to make the library seem more mysterious. Total scam." My roommate, who has a literal mind and loves a concrete challenge, just looked at him and said flatly, "Prove it." And just like that, the bet was on. It was 2 in the morning, and the few other students around were zombies buried in their books, so no one paid us any mind as we walked over to the gate. It looked imposing, but when my roommate gave the old padlock a firm tug, it just popped open with a rusty squeak. It didn't make a loud noise. It made this deep, resonant thud that felt wrong, like the sound was too big for the space and got swallowed up by the shadows. She pushed the gate open, and the air that flowed out was immediately different. It was colder, a dry chill that went right through my sweatshirt, and it smelled strange, like a mix of old paper, leather bindings, and something else, something sharp like after a lightning storm. The lights in the restricted wing weren't the bright fluorescent tubes of the main library. They were these old-fashioned sconces on the walls with bulbs that gave off a flickering, greenish glow. The shadows they cast didn't stay still. They seemed to stretch and shift as we walked in, like they were alive and watching us. Rows and rows of shelves stretched back into the gloom, packed with books that looked older than the school itself. The whole place felt separate from the world we'd just left, like we'd stepped into a different, colder dimension. We wandered in, our footsteps making no sound on the thick carpet, the stupid bet now feeling a lot less funny. The philosophy guy tried to keep up his act, poking at books with pretentious Latin titles, but even his voice was hushed. My roommate was in her element, her eyes scanning everything with a scholar's intensity. We turned down an aisle that seemed darker than the others, and at the very end was a single, heavy wooden desk, like something a Victorian librarian would use. It was dusty and bare except for a single deep drawer. My roommate, without a word, walked up and pulled the drawer open. It slid out smoothly, which was surprising given how old everything looked. Inside, under a stack of yellowed academic journals, was a Ouija board. Now, I've seen those things before, the cheap cardboard ones they sell at toy stores around Halloween. This was not that. This was a solid slab of dark, lacquered wood, heavy and serious. The letters and numbers were painted on in precise, faded white paint, and the planchette, the thing you're supposed to move, was a teardrop-shaped piece of smoky glass, smooth and cool to the touch. The philosophy guy let out a short, dry laugh that echoed in the still air. "Well, look at that," he said, trying to sound dismissive. "A cliché in a closet. How utterly predictable." But my roommate wasn't listening. She reached in and carefully lifted the board out, placing it on the desk. She ran her fingertips over the surface, her expression completely focused. "This isn't a toy," she whispered, and her voice was so low we had to lean in to hear her. "This is a tool, a serious one. And look," she pointed to the center of the wood, where the varnish was worn down in a smooth patch from the glass. "It's been used. A lot." The bet was forgotten now, replaced by a crawling curiosity that was stronger than my growing unease. We decided, right then and there, to try it. Just as a joke, we told ourselves. A stress reliever. A sociological experiment, the philosophy guy said. Historical reenactment, my roommate called it. I was just the literature major along for the ride, the one who would probably write about it later. We cleared a space on the dusty desk, put the board down, and placed our fingertips lightly on the edges of the glass planchette. It felt silly and childish. The philosophy guy, with a smirk, asked the first question. "Is anyone there?" For a long moment, nothing happened. Then, the glass under our fingers twitched. It wasn't a shake or a wobble from our nervous hands. It was a sudden, sharp jerk. Then it began to move, sliding across the polished wood with a purpose that didn't feel like any of us were guiding it. It went to the letter T, then H, then E. We watched, spellbound, as it spelled out the entire word THE. It didn't stop. Librarian, the librarian. We all stared at the word, and then the philosophy guy burst out laughing, a loud, nervous sound that shattered the quiet. The library ghost has a job title. That's hilarious. My roommate and I joined in, the laughter bubbling up mostly from relief. It was just a coincidence, our muscles twitching, our subconscious minds playing a trick. That's what I desperately wanted to believe. But the laughter died in our throats, cut off as if by a knife, because the planchette kept moving. It left the word and slid smoothly, quickly, to the section of the board with numbers. It went to B, then F, then to the numbers 1, 0, for 3. It paused, moved to a dot, then went to the letters A, and then 4 and 7. It stopped. We took our hands off, like the glass had suddenly become red hot. "What was that?" I asked, my voice barely a whisper. My roommate, her face pale in the greenish light, was already deciphering it. "BF 1043. A 47, she said, her tone flat. It's a Dewey Decimal call number. For a book. The philosophy guy recovered first, his bravado rushing back in. So it gave us a book number. Big deal. Probably some boring old text on spiritualism. But the chill in the air felt deeper now. This wasn't a word, it was an address. A specific location in this maze of forgotten knowledge. The bet was no longer about proving something was a scam. It was about following a trail we didn't understand. We had to find the book. It felt less like a choice and more like the next inevitable step. Using the dim lights and the faded labels on the ends of the shelves, we navigated deeper into the restricted stacks. The aisles felt narrower, the ceiling lower. Finally, we found the right section. BF for philosophy, psychology, and parapsychology. Row 1043. We walked down the line, our eyes scanning the spines until we found it. A 47. The book was thinner than I expected, bound in dark blue cloth that was fraying at the edges. The title stamped in gold on the spine was almost completely worn away. Carefully, my roommate pulled it from the shelf. The title on the front cover was clearer, On Spectral Convergence by Alistair F. We looked at each other. The philosophy guy took it from her, flipping it open. The pages were brittle and yellow. He turned to the front, where an old paper pocket was glued inside the cover, the kind they used for checkout cards before computers. A single, yellowed card was inside. He slid it out. There was one entry, written in a precise, spidery hand with fountain pen ink that had faded to a rusty brown. It had a date, October 31st, 1923. No name was written in the borrower's space. It was just that one date, hovering alone in the past. A book checked out on Halloween a century ago and never returned, or maybe returned to this isolated shelf to wait. The philosophy guy grinned, all his fears seemingly converted into a performative thrill. Well, he said, pulling out his modern student ID card from his wallet. For the aesthetic. Before we could say anything, he marched over to the ancient, standalone computer terminal near the restricted section entrance. A machine that looked like it was from the 1990s and was only used for inventory. He scanned the book's barcode, then his ID. The machine beeped, a low and accepting sound. A line of text flashed on the green-on-black screen. Item checked out. He tucked the book under his arm like a trophy. Let's get out of this creepy place. I've got a philosophy paper to not cite this in. We left, walking back through the gate, which we closed but didn't relock. The main library felt warmer, brighter, noisier with the quiet rustle of normal students. We went back to our dorm, the strange events in the restricted stacks already starting to feel surreal, like a shared dream diluted by the approaching dawn. The philosophy guy took his new prize book to his own room. My roommate and I collapsed into our beds as the sun came up, exhausted. As I drifted off, the last thing I thought about was that checkout card. It wasn't the spooky Ouija board message that stuck with me. It was the empty borrower's line. In a place that so meticulously cataloged everything, why was that space blank? Who had taken that book out on a Halloween night 100 years ago? And what had happened to them? The question followed me into sleep, a tiny, cold hook in the back of my mind, waiting to be tugged. For the next couple of days, nothing happened at all. Life went back to normal, or as normal as it gets during finals week. The strange, cold feeling from the restricted stacks faded away like a dream you can't quite remember in the morning sunlight. The philosophy guy from down the hall even brought the book, On Spectral Convergence, to our dorm common room a few times. He'd read passages out loud in a dramatic voice, stuff about psychic resonance and thought forms, and we'd all laugh. It became a joke, a weird trophy from our little adventure. We called it his ghost book. He'd leave it lying around on coffee tables, a conversation piece. Exams loomed, and that was a real pressing terror that pushed the weirdness of that night into the background. My roommate and I buried ourselves in textbooks and flashcards, and the memory of the Ouija board and the greenish lights felt distant, almost silly. Then, on a perfectly ordinary Tuesday morning, the scream happened. It came from down the hall, from the communal bathrooms. It wasn't a shout or a yell. It was a raw, piercing sound of pure, unthinking horror, the kind that freezes your blood. We all spilled out of our rooms. The hallway filled with people in pajamas, faces pale with sleep and sudden fear. Soon we heard the sirens, and then the paramedics were there, their uniforms bright and official in the dim dorm lighting. They wheeled out a stretcher with a full, zipped-up black bag on it. A resident advisor, a senior who usually looked bored, was crying, her whole body shaking. She told us in a broken voice it was the philosophy guy. They said it was a sudden brain aneurysm. A freak, tragic thing. 1 in a million. A medical mystery. The kind of thing that just happens, doctors said. There was no reason. Standing there in the hallway with everyone else, a numb feeling spread through me. It was grief, but it was a confused, distant grief for someone I didn't know all that well. My roommate just stared at the closed door of his room, her face blank. We went back to our own room, the usual sounds of the dorm now muffled and respectful. We didn't know what to say. I sat on my bed, staring at the floor, trying to process it. My roommate walked over to her desk and then stopped. Her eyes were locked on something. Slowly, she pointed. On her desk, right next to her archaeology textbook, was the blue book, on spectral convergence. It shouldn't have been there. The philosophy guy had kept it in his room. My roommate picked it up, her hand steady but her face ashen. "This was on my desk," she said, her voice flat. "I didn't put it here." I took the book from her. It felt cold. We checked his room later when the RA was organizing his things. All his books were in piles, but there was no other copy of this. It was like the book had decided to return itself to us, to the person who had first pulled it from the shelf. That was the first night my roommate started sleepwalking. I was jolted awake by a sound, a low, repetitive murmur. I looked over, and she was standing in the middle of our dark room, facing the wall. Her eyes were open, reflecting the little bit of streetlight coming through the window, but they were empty, like doll's eyes. In a flat, robotic voice, totally unlike her own, she was saying, "BF 1048, G72, BF 1048, G72, over and over. It wasn't a word or a sentence. It was a string of letters and numbers. My skin prickled all over. I fumbled for the notepad I kept by my bed for late-night essay ideas and grabbed a pen. In the dark, I wrote the sequence on my palm, BF 1048, G72. She repeated it for maybe a full minute, then just stopped. She turned around, climbed back into bed, and was instantly asleep, breathing deeply as if nothing had happened. I lay awake until sunrise, my heart pounding, staring at the numbers inked on my hand. The next day, we didn't talk about it. She didn't remember a thing. She just complained about being extra tired. I went to the library not to study, but to use the public catalog computer. With a dry mouth, I typed the call number from my hand into the search bar. BF 1048, G72. The result came up immediately. The Luminous Dead, a treatise on post-mortem intellectual resonance by G.R. Yeats. Location, restricted stacks. I clicked on the details. Check out history. One entry. One single, faded line in the digital record mimicking an old card. November 2nd, 1923. A chill that had nothing to do with the library's air conditioning crawled up my spine and wrapped around my neck. The philosophy guy's book was checked out on October 31st, 1923. This book, this new number my roommate had chanted in her sleep, was checked out 2 days later. It was a pattern from a century ago. This wasn't grief anymore. This was a different feeling, a sharp, focused dread. I started watching my roommate closely. She seemed normal during the day, just stressed and sad about our lost classmate. But the next night, it happened again. I was waiting for it, lying awake in the dark. Right around 3 a.m., she sat up in bed, stood, and faced the same wall. The same empty eyes, the same toneless voice. This time, she recited a different string, BF 1091, H45. I wrote it down. The night after that, another one, BF 1122, R33. I became a secretary to her nightmares, filling a cheap notebook with sequences of letters and numbers. During the day, I would go to the library and look them up. Every single one was a book from the restricted stacks. Every single one had a checkout history with one entry, all clustered in late October and early November of 1923. These books weren't just old, they were forgotten. It was like they were part of a set, a collection that had been touched once and then sealed away, and now my roommate was reciting their catalog numbers in her sleep. She had no memory of any of it. She started looking terrible, with deep purple bags under her eyes, but she blamed it on stress and grief. She refused to see a doctor. I tried to tell her about the sleepwalking, but she just shrugged it off. "I've always talked in my sleep," she'd say, and change the subject. The connection felt insane, but it was too precise to ignore. The philosophy guy had checked out the first book in that century-old pattern, and now he was dead. My roommate was chanting the rest of the pattern in her sleep. I didn't know what to do. Then, a girl from our political science class came over. She was bubbly and loud, the kind of person who filled a room. She'd heard about the creepy book list from someone. Maybe I'd left my notebook open in the cafeteria. She was curious. She flopped down on our couch and saw my notebook, open to a page filled with the call numbers. She pointed at one. BF 1091. H45? That's so weird, she said, laughing. I just checked out a book with that exact call number yesterday for my paper on historical hysteria. The librarian had to go into the back to get it. It must be fate. She laughed again, a bright, normal sound that felt horribly out of place in our room now. My roommate, who had been sitting silently at her desk, slowly turned her head. She wasn't looking at the poli-sci girl. She was staring into space, but she spoke, her voice thick and drowsy, as if she were half asleep right there in the middle of the day. Due date pending, she mumbled. The poli-sci girl stopped laughing. What did she say? I forced a smile. Nothing. She's just exhausted. Good luck with your paper. After the girl left, the room felt colder. I looked up the book she mentioned. A History of Collective Panic, it was called. Checked out once before, November 1st, 1923. My notebook was no longer just a list of weird numbers. It was becoming something else. It felt like a ledger. 2 days later, I was eating lunch in the cafeteria, trying to read, when the girl at the next table gasped and pointed at the TV mounted on the wall. The local news was on, volume low. The banner at the bottom read, Campus Tragedy. They showed a picture of a smiling student. It was the poli-sci girl. The news anchor spoke in a solemn tone about a terrible accident on campus early that morning. A student had stepped in front of the campus shuttle bus. The driver said she had walked right out into the road, not running, just walking, like she was in a trance. No witnesses could say why. They said her name. I didn't need to hear it. My eyes were already on my notebook, open on the cafeteria table. Right there, next to the call number BF 1091. H45, which I had neatly written down days before she ever mentioned it. I slowly drew a small, careful line through the imaginary entry next to it. The book had been returned. The system was working, and my roommate, standing in our dark room every night, was the automated voice telling it which one was next. I closed the notebook and looked at my hands. They were shaking. The hook was no longer a cold little thought in the back of my mind. It was a real, physical thing, and it was pulling me down a deep, dark hole. My roommate was the catalog. But who or what was the librarian? And now that the first 2 books in the pattern had been processed, whose name was going to be next on the list? The world outside my notebook kept moving. Classes, exams, conversations about weekend plans. It all felt like a movie playing on a screen, and I was stuck in the theater, holding a list of the dead and the doomed. My room became a command center for a war I didn't understand. I taped my notes to the walls, connecting call numbers with dates and names, drawing lines that created a map of a spreading sickness. The connection was no longer a maybe. It was a fact as solid and cold as the floor under my feet. My roommate, by touching that weird board, had become a conduit. She wasn't possessed by a ghost in the movie sense. It was worse. She had been given a job. She was the talking part of a machine, a living announcement system for a library that was recalling its books with lethal finds. I studied the pattern in my notes like it was a text for a class. The books weren't random. The first one was theory, on spectral convergence, all about ideas. The second was a case study, The Luminous Dead, about examples. The third, the one the poli-sci girl had, was about group panic. It was a progression. It was moving from the general to the specific, from what is this to how does it work to what does it look like in people. It felt like a syllabus. The library wasn't just killing people who checked out old books. It was following a lesson plan, and we were the examples it was using. I tried to fight it. One night, during her sleep talking, I couldn't take it anymore. The flat, empty voice reciting those numbers made my teeth ache. I got up and shook her hard. "Wake up!" I shouted right in her face. Her eyes snapped into focus. For one beautiful, terrifying second, she was in there, looking back at me. And what I saw in her eyes wasn't sleepiness. It was pure, undiluted terror, a kind of horror so deep it seemed to have no bottom. Her hand flew up and grabbed my wrist, her nails digging into my skin hard enough to draw little beads of blood. She leaned in, her breath hot and frantic against my ear, and she whispered, not in a monotone, but in a ragged, choked gasp, "It's filing me. It's putting me in order. Make it stop." Then, as if a switch flipped, her eyes went glassy and blank again. The terror vanished, replaced by nothing. She let go of my arm, turned back to the wall, and resumed the call number she'd been on, her personal nightmare neatly tucked away by whatever was using her. I stumbled back to my bed, clutching my wrist. The scratches stung, but the pain was a comfort. It was real. That moment of her, the real her, screaming from inside whatever box she was trapped in, was the most real thing that had happened to me in weeks. I tried everything after that. I stayed up all night, shaking her awake the second she started to sit up. She just started sleepwalking earlier in the evening. I played loud music with heavy bass, but she just recited the numbers over the beat, her voice cutting through the noise. I begged her to see a doctor, a counselor, anyone. She would get angry, her face flushing. "I'm just stressed. We all are. Stop watching me," she'd yell, but the dark circles under her eyes looked like bruises, and her hands had started to develop a slight, constant tremor. The entity, the librarian, was a more dedicated worker than I could ever hope to be. It didn't get tired. It didn't get distracted. Then a new number came. BF 1150. M12. I looked it up with a feeling of dread that was now routine. A geometry of unbeing. The catalog showed the last person to even pull up the digital record, weeks ago, was a shy astronomy postgrad I knew from the writing center. A brilliant guy who liked to map stars and spoke in soft, precise sentences. He hadn't checked the book out physically. He'd just looked at the listing online. Was that enough? Did browsing the catalog count? I didn't know the rules, and not knowing was its own kind of torture. I saw him in the cafeteria 2 days later, sitting alone with a notebook full of complex equations. I walked over, my heart thumping against my ribs. I had to warn him, but as I got closer, he looked up and smiled his gentle smile. "Hey," he said, "you're into weird old books, right?" He pointed at his notebook, but he wasn't pointing at an equation. He'd scribbled a call number in the margin. BF 1150. M12. "I just found the most fascinating text in the catalog," he said, his eyes bright with academic curiosity. "Something about theoretical void spaces. It's in the restricted section. It's like it was waiting for me to ask the right question." My mouth went dry. The words of warning died in my throat. What would I even say? "Don't check out that book, it might kill you"? He'd think I was insane. And if I did stop him, would the system just find another name linked to that call number? Would it come for me instead? My silence in that moment felt like a stone I was swallowing, and it settled in my gut, cold and permanent. I just nodded and mumbled something about it sounding interesting, then walked away, feeling like I had just signed his death warrant. I had to know more. I had to go back to the source. I went to the restricted stacks alone during daylight hours, pretending to need a specific journal for a paper. The atmosphere had changed. Before it felt watchful. Now it felt openly unfriendly. The greenish lights flickered in a steady rhythm as I walked down the aisles, like a slow, blinking warning. The air felt pushy, like when you're underwater and you can feel the pressure all around you. I walked to the desk where we found the board. The board itself was gone, but on the wall above the desk, where there had been nothing before, was a small, simple brass plaque. It was clean and shiny, as if it had been polished that morning. It read, "Procedures are in place for a reason. Reshelving in progress." I backed away, my skin crawling. It was talking to me. It knew I was here, and it was telling me to back off, that it was busy doing its job. That night, the routine changed. My roommate didn't sit up at the usual time. I waited, my nerves stretched tight, but the room stayed quiet. Just as I started to think maybe somehow it was over, a new sound came. It was still her voice, but it wasn't a recitation. It was a clear, formal statement, like an announcement over a supermarket intercom. It came from her bed, where she lay perfectly still with her eyes wide open, staring at the ceiling. "Patron query," the voice said, crisp and efficient. "Search, primary witness. Access granted." Then, with a slow, mechanical smoothness, her head turned on the pillow. Her unseeing eyes, reflecting the faint light from the digital clock, aimed directly at me across the dark room. She held that pose, staring right at where I was lying, for a full minute. Then she blinked, rolled over, and began to snore softly. I didn't sleep at all. The words echoed in the dark. Primary witness. That was me. I was the one who saw it all, who wrote it all down. The librarian had finished its current list of books to collect. Now it was running a new search, and it had found me. The hook was no longer a question of what would happen next to someone else. The line had been cast, and it had sunk its point directly into me. I was no longer just watching the ledger. My name was now at the top of a new page, and the system was processing the request. What did it want with a witness? I couldn't live in my own head anymore, surrounded by my own terrible notes. I needed answers from outside, from someone who knew the history of this place better than anyone. So I went deeper into the library, down a set of stairs so old the stone steps were worn smooth in the middle, to a sub-basement marked University Archives and Special Collections. It was a room that felt even older than the restricted stacks, full of document boxes and glass cases holding fragile things. It was staffed by one person, a part-time archivist who looked as old as the papers he cared for. He had wispy white hair and glasses perched on the end of his nose, and he peered at me over them with mild curiosity as I walked up to his desk. I didn't know how to start. I just spilled out a watered-down version, my voice low and tight. I told him I was researching odd library history, urban legends, that kind of thing. I mentioned the restricted stacks, the old checkout system. He nodded along, a small smile on his face, like he was humoring a child. Then, my hands shaking just a little, I slid my notebook across the polished wood of his desk, opened to the pages where I'd listed the call numbers, the 1923 dates, and the names of the 2 students who were gone. The polite curiosity melted off his face. It didn't turn to fear at first. It turned to a kind of professional alarm, like a doctor seeing symptoms of a disease he thought was extinct. His smile vanished. His eyes, sharp behind the glasses, scanned the list. His hands, which I'd seen gently handle 100-year-old letters without a tremble, began to shake. He touched the page with one bony finger, tracing the column of numbers. When he looked up at me, his skin had a grayish tone. "Where did you get these?" he asked, his voice a dry whisper. These are what we call the lost books, the absorbed titles." He told me a story then, one that wasn't in any official university history. He spoke slowly, choosing his words with the care of a man defusing a bomb. The library, he explained, was more than a building. It was a living thing, a spirit of place. But not a friendly spirit. It was an entity of order, of containment. Its job was to hold knowledge, all knowledge, but some knowledge was dangerous, he said. Not dangerous like instructions for a bomb, but dangerous like a sickness for the mind, a thought that shouldn't be let loose. The books in that section weren't restricted because they were risky to read. They were quarantined because they were toxic to release. They were like white blood cells in the library's immune system, isolated for the safety of everything else. "The librarian," he said, staring at my list, "is not the ghost of some dead person. It's the face of the library's own filing system. It's circulation protocol. When a book from that specific collection is disturbed, when the quarantine is broken, the protocol activates. It doesn't get angry. It doesn't hate. It just processes. It retrieves the misplaced asset and balances the record." I listened, my blood feeling cold in my veins. This wasn't a haunting. It was a bureaucratic function. We didn't summon a demon with that board. We walked into a secured office and filed an inquiry at the wrong desk, and now the system was doing an audit, a century after the last one. The deaths weren't murders. They were repossessions. The horror of it was in its perfect, heartless logic. He tapped the Ouija board's role in all this. He thought it wasn't a toy for talking to ghosts. It was an interface, a login terminal. By using it right in the heart of the restricted collection, we didn't call to the librarian. We logged into its system. My roommate, with her practical, cataloging mind, her love for order and labels, was identified by the system as a suitable temporary terminal. She was now a checkout desk for the damned, reading out the list of overdue items. Then I asked the only question that mattered. My voice was barely a whisper. "How do we stop it?" The old archivist looked at me with an expression of such deep and profound pity that I wanted to look away. "You don't," he said softly. "You can't stop a river by standing in it. You can only try to get out of the way. You appease it. You correct the error. All borrowed materials must be returned. All records must be balanced." He pushed my notebook back toward me, as if it were contaminated. "The system is awake now. It has a list of anomalies to correct. It will run its course. It will complete its task." He pointed a bony finger at my notes. "Look at your own progression. Theory, case study, methodology of panic. It's building to a conclusion. This is a syllabus for a course that ends only when the material is recovered." He leaned forward, his old eyes locking onto mine, and he said the words that made my stomach drop. "And you," he breathed, "you are not in the bibliography. You are on the cover." I left the archives feeling numb, the old man's pity clinging to me like a smell. I walked back to my dorm in a daze, the sounds of normal campus life, laughter from a courtyard, the thump of a soccer ball, sounding muffled and far away. I opened the door to my room. My roommate was sitting at her desk, awake. She wasn't studying. She was just sitting, staring straight ahead at the blank wall. She didn't turn when I came in. In her own voice, but flat and empty, she said, "It's almost done filing. It's making space on the shelf." Then she stood up, walked to her bed, lay down, and fell asleep instantly. I sat at my own desk in the dim afternoon light, not moving. I waited for night to fall. I waited for the sleep talking to start again, for the next call number, for the next death sentence. But it didn't come. The room was quiet. The only sound was the soft, regular rhythm of her breathing from across the room. This new quiet was worse than anything that had come before. It wasn't peace. It was the pause before the final step. The system had finished its current task list. It had made space, and the archivist's words echoed in the new quiet. "You are on the cover." The hook was now a spotlight, and it was shining right on me. The librarian had finished processing the old, overdue notices. What book did it need to put on the newly cleared shelf? The quiet in our room lasted until just before dawn. I must have drifted off in my chair, because the sound of her voice jolted me awake. It wasn't the sleep-talking mumble. It was clear, crisp, and formal, like a digital assistant giving a final warning. She was sitting bolt upright in bed, her eyes wide open and aimed at the ceiling. "Final volume processing," the voice announced from her mouth. "Borrower, Sam." Hearing my own name in that flat, inhuman tone sent a jolt of pure electricity down my spine. Title: The Last Student. Call number: BF 1999. S93. Due date: tonight. Finds: mortality. Status: checked out. Then she lay back down and was asleep, breathing normally, as if she'd just commented on the weather. I sat there, frozen, my heart hammering so hard I could feel it in my throat. My name. It knew my name. It had given my name a call number. BF 1999. S93. The Last Student. I was a book. I was the final volume. And my due date was tonight. I moved on pure, frantic instinct. I ran to the library as the first gray light of morning touched the windows. I didn't care about rules anymore. Using every trick and code the old archivist had unknowingly hinted at, I hacked my way into the library's deepest, most hidden catalog files on a public terminal. My fingers flew over the keys. I searched for BF 1999. S93. The entry existed. The Last Student. Author: anonymous. Publication date: blank. Checkout history: one line. A digital timestamp from last night. Borrower ID: my student number. A book that hadn't existed until the system created it for me. For me. I abandoned the terminal and ran for the restricted stacks. The main gate was closed but unlocked. I pushed inside. The greenish lights were on, steady and unwelcoming. I found the aisle for the BF 1999s. The shelves held books with grand, ominous titles about final things and ultimate truths. I found the space between BF 1999, S92, and BF 1999, S94. It was empty. A gap. Just a blank space on the shelf waiting to be filled. A choked sound, part sob, part laugh, escaped my lips. Of course it wasn't here. It was checked out. To me. I was holding it. I was it. I leaned my forehead against the cool shelf, defeated. Then I heard a soft, solid thump on the carpet behind me. I turned around. In the exact center of the aisle, where there had been nothing a second before, lay a book. It was slim, bound in a creamy, smooth material that looked like vellum, the kind used for old important documents. It had no dust jacket. On the spine, in neat, new-looking gold foil letters, was the call number: BF 1999. S93. I bent down and picked it up. It was warm, as if it had been sitting in a patch of sun, but there was no sun down here. The warmth felt wrong, like a living thing. I was holding my own death warrant, delivered directly to me by the library's delivery system. The walk back to my dorm was a blur. The book in my hands felt like it weighed 100 pounds. What was I supposed to do? Open it? Was my fate sealed the moment I read the first page? Maybe the act of opening it was the fine being applied. Or what if I didn't open it? What if I burned it or threw it in a river? Would that break the rules, or would it just make the fines worse? My mind spun with terrible options. I pushed open the door to my room. My roommate was sitting up in bed, awake. She looked at me, and for the first time in weeks, her eyes were clear. They were filled with tears. "It's gone," she whispered, her voice cracking. The pressure, the filing, the numbers in my head, it stopped. I can think again. She was crying with relief, her shoulders shaking. But then her eyes, those clear, freed eyes, flicked down to the book in my hands. Her relief twisted into something else, a deep, instinctual disgust, like she was looking at a poisonous spider. She shrank back against her headboard. "You took it," she breathed, not in gratitude, but in a hushed, horrified tone. "You took my place. It didn't let me go. It checked you out instead." I placed the unopened book on my desk. It looked harmless, even elegant. We didn't speak much that day. She moved around the room like a ghost herself, fragile and quiet, stealing glances at the book and then quickly looking away, as if it hurt her eyes. She was free, and I was now the terminal, the item, the problem. As evening fell, she got into bed and fell into a deep, peaceful sleep almost instantly, a sleep she hadn't had in so long. I sat at my desk, staring at the book. The letters on the spine, BF 1999, S93, began to glow. Not a bright light, but a faint, phosphorescent greenish glow, the same color as the lights in the restricted stacks. It was a reminder. The due date was approaching. From my roommate's bed, I heard her sigh in her sleep, a sound of deep, contented relief. From the book on my desk, I heard a new sound, a faint, dry scraping noise, like a fingernail or maybe a corner of a page slowly dragging across the parchment from the inside. The hook wasn't a question anymore. It was a countdown. The book was here. I was here, and something inside was waiting for me to turn the cover. The scratching sound from inside the book faded after a minute, but the glow on the spine remained, a sickly green pulse in the dark room like a slow heartbeat. I knew what I had to do. It was the only logical move left in a game where all the rules were set against me. If I was a checked-out book, then I had to be returned. Not to my dorm, not to a shelf, but to the source. To the circulation desk itself. I had to go back. I waited until midnight, the official due date. I put the warm, glowing book into my backpack, the light seeping through the fabric. I didn't wake my roommate. She was sleeping the sleep of the innocent, finally free, and I didn't want her to see me go. The walk to the library was the longest of my life. The campus was empty, the paths lit by pools of orange light from street lamps. Every shadow felt like it was watching. The main library doors were unlocked, which was normal for finals week, but the grand reading room was deserted. I walked straight to the wrought iron gate of the restricted stacks. It stood wide open, inviting. The greenish lights inside were blazing steadily, not flickering, casting long, straight shadows that looked like prison bars on the floor. The air hummed, a low static buzz that made the fillings in my teeth ache. It was expecting me. This was the return desk. I stepped inside, the buzz growing louder. I walked to the old wooden desk where it all began. The Ouija board was gone. In its place, set neatly into the wood, was a modern-looking touchscreen monitor, glowing with a soft blue light. It looked utterly out of place. On the screen was a simple, clean interface. At the top, in a calm font, it read, "Return item." Below that was a box with a blinking cursor next to the words, "Scan barcode" or "Enter call number." At the bottom of the screen was another field that said, "Patron name/ID for discharge." A keyboard was depicted on the screen. My mouth went dry. I understood. It wasn't asking me to scan the book. The book was just the ticket, the receipt. I was the item. The system wanted me to log my own return, to type in my own name and discharge myself from existence, to balance the ledger once and for all. I set my backpack on the desk, the glowing spine of the book visible through the open zipper. As I did, my fingertips brushed the old wood. A jolt, like touching a live wire made of ice, shot up my arm. My vision blurred, then tunneled. Suddenly, I wasn't just looking at a room. I was seeing the system. The shelves stretched away from me into a kind of digital infinity, a vast, perfect grid. I could feel every book in the entire library, not as objects, but as points of data. I knew their locations, their statuses, in place, on loan, missing. It was beautiful in a terrifying way, this immense, silent order. And in the middle of all that perfect, structured information, I could feel a single, glaring error. A pulsing, bright red point of light. Overdue. It was me. The knowledge flooding into my mind was dizzying, intoxicating. I understood the library's purpose completely. It wanted to contain chaos, to file every messy, curious human thought into its proper place. The peace it offered was the peace of a problem solved, a question answered and closed forever. The urge to just give in, to type my name and let the perfect order swallow me, was incredibly strong. It would be so easy. The pain, the fear, the guilt of watching others get checked off the list, it would all just stop. My finger hovered over the digital keyboard on the screen, right over the S for my name. But as I floated in that river of data, I felt something else. A snag, a flaw, a tiny tear in the perfect fabric. I focused on it. It was old, very old. The 1923 purge, the one that started all this. It hadn't been complete. One book from that original event was never returned, never reabsorbed. Its data was strange. It was checked out, but the borrower's record was severed. Corrupted. It was an open loop, a decimal point out of place, a single line of code that didn't compute. The system's whole current cleaning cycle, the one that had taken my classmates and was now coming for me, had been triggered because it was trying to finally fix this one century-old glitch. That was the key. The screen in front of me pulsed softly, waiting. Return item. All I had to do was type my name and hit enter. The piece it promised was a vast, quiet nothing. It was so tempting. Instead, I moved my shaking finger. I ignored the return prompt. I went to the search bar. With my mind still half connected to the library's consciousness, I typed a new command, not with my fingers but with a thought, feeding it the fractured data I'd glimpsed. Search, circulation anomaly. Date, October 31st, 1923. Status, lost/not absorbed. The blue interface screen flickered violently. The clean lines and boxes dissolved into a scramble of jagged pixels and gibberish. Then lines of text, corrupted and glitching, began to scroll upward. They stuttered and jumped, finally resolving, freezing on a single, impossible line. Call number, BF101. 1. N0N. Title, The Forgotten Name. The hook was no longer a countdown to my end. It was a frayed thread, a single line of misprinted text in a universe of perfect print. There was a book that got away, and if I could find how it broke the rules, maybe I could break them too. The call number on the glitching screen made no sense. BF101. 1. N0N. The N0N looked wrong, like a computer error, a zero where an O should be. The forgotten name. I stared at it, my mind still reeling from the connection to the library's mind. The record for this book on the screen was ghostly, faded, like the system was trying to delete it and couldn't quite manage. The digital checkout card was blank. No name, no date, just an empty white space where the borrower's identity should have been. This was the glitch, the tear in the system. Someone back in 1923 had checked out this book and then somehow erased themselves from the record, leaving a ghost book behind, a problem the library had been trying to solve for 100 years. I was still partly connected, my thoughts tangled in the library's data streams. I didn't search for databases now. I pushed deeper, searching for impressions, for the memory of a thing that was meant to be forgotten. A book's memory is its words. The memory of a lost book is the shape of the hole it left. In the flood of perfect information, I felt for a cold spot, an absence. It was like feeling for a draft in a sealed room. And I found it. Not a shelf location, but a feeling, an image that pushed into my head, a dark, cramped space. Not inside the library proper, but outside it. A space behind a loose stone at the base of the library's oldest exterior wall. A section that had been buried and built over by a new wing decades ago. The book wasn't on a shelf. It wasn't stolen. It had been hidden, interred, like a body. The connection broke then, snapping back with a force that felt like a rubber band popping against my brain. I staggered, my vision swimming, and a hot trickle of blood ran from my nose onto the polished wood of the desk. I wiped it away with a trembling hand. The modern touchscreen monitor was gone. The old Ouija board was back, sitting innocently on the desk. But I had a location. The book wasn't in the library stacks. It was in the walls. To find it, I had to get outside, to a part of the building that was probably off limits, under construction, or just forgotten. And I had to do it before the sun came up, before my personal due date passed and the fines were applied. But moving toward this anomaly, this glitch, was the biggest rule break I could possibly make. I wasn't returning myself. I was chasing a bug in the program. I grabbed my backpack with my own glowing book in it and took a step away from the desk. A wave of pressure hit me, a wall of invisible resistance pushing against my chest, trying to shove me back toward the screen that was no longer there. It was a physical no. A silent alarm was screaming in the still air, a sound I felt in my bones rather than heard. The steady green lights in the sconces began to strobe, flashing on and off in a frantic, chaotic rhythm. I was no longer an item awaiting return. I was an item in active rebellion against the catalog. I pushed forward, leaning into the pressure. It was like wading through deep water made of glue. My ears popped. The library around me began to change. As I stumbled back out through the wrought iron gate and into the main reading room, books didn't just fall from shelves behind me, they were pushed. Whole sections teetered and spilled onto the carpet with loud, flat slaps. The familiar path to the library's side exit, a door that led to a delivery alley, seemed to twist. I'd run down this corridor 100 times. It was straight. Now it curved to the left. I turned a corner, and instead of the exit door, I found myself facing another long aisle of stacks. The library was rearranging itself around me, a labyrinth with a furious mind, trying to trap me, to confuse me back to the desk. The air grew colder, not the dry chill of before, but a wet, biting cold that seeped through my clothes and carried a strange smell like old snow and printer ink. I ran, ignoring the twisting halls, following not my memory of the building's layout, but the pull of that cold, empty spot I'd felt in the data, the location of the hidden book. I found a maintenance door marked electrical and slammed through it, bursting out not into the alley, but into a dim, cavernous space filled with heating ducts and pipes, the building's innards. I was underneath the library itself, in a crawl space between the old foundation and the newer addition. It was dank and dark, the only light coming from a few bare bulbs covered in wire cages. I remembered the image from my vision, the oldest exterior wall. I moved along the rough stone foundation, my hands brushing against cold, damp rock, looking for anything loose. And then I saw it. One stone, slightly different in color, not quite fitted flush with its neighbors. I dug my fingers into the gritty gap around it. They were raw and bleeding by the time I got a good grip. With a grunt, I pulled. The stone shifted, then came free with a gritty scrape, much lighter than it looked. Behind it was a small, dark cavity, and inside, wrapped in wax canvas that was brittle with age, was a rectangular shape. I reached in and pulled it out. It was a book, the forgotten name. But as I pulled it free, a new sound echoed from the main part of the library above me, through the floor. A deep, rhythmic, pounding thump. 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 It wasn't footsteps. It was slower, more methodical. It sounded like something immense made of sliding shelves and stamping date-due cards was moving, and it was coming toward the maintenance door I'd used. The system wasn't just rearranging the maze anymore. It was sending the librarian. My hands shook as I peeled away the waxed canvas. The book underneath was small, bound in plain brown leather. It looked ordinary. I opened it. The pages were blank. Every single one. From the first page to the last, there was nothing. No text, no illustrations, not even lines. Just empty, creamy paper. My heart, which had been pounding with a wild hope, sank. A blank book. This was the glitch that could save me. But then I looked inside the front cover. There, written in that same familiar, spidery, faded fountain pen ink from the 1923 checkout cards, was a single sentence. It wasn't a title or an author's name. It was an instruction. It read, "To escape the catalog, you must become a book without a title. The penalty is the price. The method is in the margins." I stared at the words, then at the blank pages, then back at the words. The penalty is the price. The method is in the margins. But the pages had no margins. They were just blank. The deep, pounding thump from above grew louder, closer. It was on the other side of the maintenance door now. I could hear the squeal of metal hinges protesting. The hook was no longer a thread to follow. It was a pounding on a door, and the door was about to break. I had the blank book. I had the cryptic clue, and I had maybe 1 minute to figure out what the margins meant before the librarian itself walked in and checked me out for good. The blank pages stared back at me a taunt. The method is in the margins. But there were no margins. Just emptiness. The deep, pounding thump was right outside the metal maintenance door now. I heard the squeal of the latch giving way, the sound of metal bending. The door didn't burst open. It simply darkened. A shape filled the doorway. It wasn't a person. It was a distortion, a man-shaped patch of nothing that drank the light from the bare bulbs. The air around it warped, pulling itself into neat, straight lines, like reality itself was being filed into order. It held no weapon. In its hands was a ledger, glowing with that same sickly green light from the stacks. It extended a hand toward me, not to grab me, but open-palmed, waiting to receive the overdue item. The pressure to just hand myself over was immense, a weight on my chest squeezing the air from my lungs. This wasn't a monster to fight. It was the final notice. I had seconds. I looked at the two books I held, the blank forgotten name and my own warm, glowing book, The Last Student, its title bright on the spine. The clue screamed in my head. The method is in the margins. Not these margins. The margins of my story. My life was the text. My name on the cover was the title. To be a book without a title. I didn't have time to think. It was a crazy, desperate guess. I slammed the two books together, front cover to front cover, the blank one and my own. With a yell that was part terror, part last-ditch defiance, I wrenched them apart like I was tearing the binding of a single thick volume. For a heartbeat, nothing happened. Then I watched, my breath caught in my throat, as the gold-foiled letters on the spine of the last student, my own name, shimmered like heat haze on pavement. The letters paled, losing their shine, and then they simply lifted, like a decal being peeled. The title transferred from my book onto the plain, creamy vellum cover of the forgotten name. Now that book had my name on it. The last student in my other hand was blank, its title gone, just a plain, glowing book with a call number but no name. I had not destroyed my record. I had retitled it. I had moved my name from one file to another. The librarian's outstretched hand froze, its dark, shapeless head tilted. It looked from me, to the newly titled forgotten name in my left hand, to the blank, glowing book in my right. The green ledger in its hands flickered rapidly, pages blurring. It was searching. It was looking for the last student. But that call number now pointed to a blank text, a null entry. It was searching for my name, and it found it attached to a corrupted, glitching record from 1923. The forgotten name record, a ghost in the machine with no checkout history. I existed in the system twice, and both entries were now wrong. The blank book at my feet, my original book, now truly titleless, began to crumble. It didn't burn or dissolve. It just fell apart into fine, gray dust like ash until there was nothing left. A searing pain lanced through me, but it wasn't in my body. It was in my mind, in my memory. It felt like threads being pulled, like the details of a dream dissolving as you wake up. I saw a flash of my roommate's face, but I couldn't remember her major. I thought of my first day of classes, but I couldn't picture the building. I wasn't dying. I was being misfiled. I was becoming a glitch myself. As the pain faded, leaving a hollow, ringing feeling in my ears, the librarian didn't roar in anger. It stuttered. Its whole form flickered, pixelating like a bad video call. A sound erupted from it, not a scream, but a deafening, chaotic shriek of 100 different noises. The beep of a scanner, the slam of a date stamp, the rustle of pages, the squeal of a moving book cart, all blaring at once in a wave of pure, discordant system error. Then it was gone. The doorway was empty. The pounding stopped. The pressure vanished. I was alone in the damp crawl space, clutching a book with my name on it that didn't belong to me. I don't know how long I sat there. Slowly, I stood up. My legs felt weak. I left the blank book that was once the last student as dust on the floor. I took the forgotten name, now with my name on it, and I climbed out of the crawl space, back through the twisted, but now quiet, library. The shelves were back in their right places. The green lights were off. It was just a library again. I walked out into the dawn. The campus was coming to life, birds chirping, a few early runners on the paths. The air felt normal, just cool morning air. I was free from the due date. I had escaped the catalog, but the penalty was the price. I walked back to my dorm. My roommate was awake, making coffee. She looked at me, saw the old book in my hands, and her eyes widened for a second with a flicker of something. Fear, maybe, or recognition. Then it passed, and she smiled, a normal, tired smile. "You're up early. Big exam today," she asked. I opened my mouth to answer, to tell her everything. But I stopped. When I tried to think of her, my friend, the person who went through all this with me, the details were fuzzy. I knew she was my roommate. I knew I cared about her. But when I tried to remember her favorite subject, what she wanted to be, the specific sound of her laugh, the memories were soft, out of focus, like a photograph taken in low light. "Yeah," I finally said, my voice sounding strange to my own ears. "Big exam." I looked down at the book in my hands, the book with my name on it that was a century old. I was not a student anymore. I was barely a person. I was a lost entry, a living typo in the world's catalog. I had no due date. But as I stood there in the morning sun, I knew, with a certainty that was colder than the library's chill, that somewhere deep in the vast, orderly mind of that building, a new audit had just been scheduled. A search for inconsistencies. A hunt for errors. And I was the biggest error of all. The story felt complete, a circle closed with a cost paid. I had survived. But as I tried to recall my own middle name, and found the memory slippery and distant, I understood the hook wasn't gone. It was buried deep inside me now, and it was only a matter of time before the system ran its next scan and found the mistake that was my life. Story number 6. They say hospice is a place of waiting. What they don't tell you is that some things here aren't waiting to leave, they're waiting to be found. I'm Leo, stuck here day and night with my mom whose mind is mostly gone. Just pieces of her floating up sometimes like sad little bubbles. Every patient here who can't talk has a clear plastic board with letters and words like hurt or thirsty so they can point, a heartbreaking hope. My mom can't use hers, she just sleeps or walks in this slow, shuffling sleepwalk, her eyes empty. The whole place has this quiet, like the air itself is holding its breath, and the smells of cleaner and old flowers mix into something that tastes like goodbye. I was drowning in that feeling, just counting the slow ticks of the clock, until everything changed last Tuesday night. The head nurse, a tough woman with kind eyes who has seen it all, pulled me into the hall with a look on her face I couldn't read, something between wonder and plain fear. She told me she found my mom in the middle of the night, not wandering near her room, but standing perfectly still next to the bed of an old man down the hall, a guy who hadn't moved or made a peep in months, lost in a coma so deep they said he'd never come back. My mom, this frail ghost of a woman, was just standing there, her finger resting on that man's plastic board. I thought, well, that's strange, but maybe she was just confused. Maybe she thought it was her own bed. But the nurse's voice dropped to a whisper. She said my mom's finger, it moved. It slid that little plastic pointer from letter to letter. It spelled pain. Then it spelled left side. The nurse, not knowing what else to do, called it in, and in the morning they ran a scan, just in case. They found a huge, hidden infection, a real bad one, filling up his left lung, something all their regular checks had missed. They got him on powerful antibiotics right away. They called it a miracle, a divine mercy. I tried to swallow that story. I told myself maybe my mom, she was a nurse a lifetime ago, maybe some deep down part of her remembered how to see the signs, even in her sleep. Maybe it was a crazy coincidence. But that logic started to crumble right away. Her sleepwalking changed. It wasn't that lost shuffle anymore. Now, when she got up in the dark, there was a direction to it. She moved with a purpose that made my skin prickle. And the staff, they stopped looking at her with that gentle pity. Now their glances skittered away quick, or they looked at her with a kind of respect that was edged with fear. I heard one of the aides call her the comforter under her breath. That's when the real chill started to set in, not a sharp shock, but a slow, cold seep into my bones. A few nights after the first incident, I was dozing in the awful chair by her bed when I felt the room change. It was 2 a.m. exactly. She sat up, her eyes open but seeing nothing in this world, and she got up and walked out. My heart was a hammer in my throat as I followed her. She passed her own door, past the nurse's station, and went straight into room 307. A woman was in there, dying from a cancer that had spread everywhere, and her family was always arguing in hushed, sharp tones outside her door. My mom went to the board. I watched from the doorway, frozen. Her hand, bony and pale, slapped that pointer down and it moved, not gently, but with a sharp, clicking sound against the plastic. It went fast. Forgivenny. Then her hand dropped and she turned and walked back to bed, leaving me there in the doorway. The next morning, the family was different. The anger was gone, replaced by a raw, weeping kind of peace. I overheard the daughter, her face streaked with tears, saying into her phone, "She forgives me. Mom said she forgives me. She said Jenny is forgiven." Jenny was the granddaughter, the one who had run off years ago and was living in another country, a name never spoken without pain. How could my mom know that name? That was the moment my casual explanations died for good. This wasn't memory. This was something else. I started watching her hands. In the light of day, I took her frail fingers in mine, and I saw it. Faint marks, little indentations on the tips of her index finger and thumb, like she'd been pressing hard on something for hours, like she'd been typing on a keyboard that wasn't there. I didn't sleep that next night. I watched her. At the same time, 2:17 a.m., her eyes opened. She got up. This time, she didn't go to a patient's room. She walked to the nursing station, empty in the middle of the night, and with that same blank sleepwalker's focus, she reached out and took the master key card right off the desk where the head nurse had left it on a clipboard. My breath caught. This wasn't just moving a pointer. This was using a tool. She walked down to the very end of the hall, to a door marked sunroom, out of use, that was always locked. She swiped the card. The little light flashed green. The door clicked open. A wave of cold air, smelling of dust and old linens, washed out. I followed, my shoes soundless on the tile. The room was dark, lit only by the moon through big, grimy windows. It was full of stored stuff, old beds and broken chairs. In the center was a round table. She walked to it and sat down, placing her palms flat on its surface. Her head fell forward. For a long minute, nothing. Then a sound came out of her. It wasn't her broken whisper. It was a young girl's voice, bright and sweet and utterly wrong, coming from my mother's mouth. "This isn't a hospice," it said, cheerful and clear. "It's a larder. You're all waiting to be ripe." I felt my legs go weak. I must have made a noise, because her head snapped up. The girl's voice was gone. Now it was my mom, truly my mom, her eyes wide with a terror I had never seen before, looking right at me. She was crying, real tears cutting through the emptiness. "Don't let it eat my baby," she whimpered, her own voice cracking with a raw fear. "Please don't let it in." She was begging me. Then her eyes rolled back, and she slumped forward onto the table. I rushed to her, gathered her up, her body light as a bundle of sticks. I carried her back to her room, my mind screaming. I tucked her in, and she fell into a deep, motionless sleep. The key card felt like ice in my hand. I went back to the nurse's station to put it back, my hand shaking so bad I dropped it. When I picked it up, I looked at the little computer screen that logged the swipes. It showed the sunroom door had been accessed at 2:15 a.m. My eyes scanned to the user. It wasn't the head nurse's card. It was assigned to a doctor who, according to the note on the screen, had died peacefully in this very hospice wing 6 months ago. I stood there in the humming quiet of the night, the only sound the distant beep of machines, and I understood with a certainty that settled in my stomach like a stone. The miracle was real, but it wasn't divine. Something was here, in this place of endings, and it had chosen my mother to be its voice. It wasn't just comforting the dying, it was talking to them, and from the look of pure terror on my mother's face in that sunroom, whatever was talking was hungry. The question that hung in the still, cool air around me, a question that made it impossible to even think of leaving, was simple and terrifying. What did it want to say next, and what would happen when it was done talking? For now, my mother sleeps, and the hall is calm, but the quiet doesn't feel peaceful anymore. It feels like the pause before a word you're afraid to hear. The morning after the sunroom felt like walking through a world made of glass, every step careful, afraid the whole fragile reality would crack and show the wrongness underneath. My mom woke up her usual cloudy self, no memory of the night, no hint of that chilling girl's voice or her own desperate plea. I sat with her, feeding her applesauce, and the normalcy of it was the most frightening thing of all. The head nurse came in, her kind eyes shadowed with new lines. She didn't ask about the key card. She just said, "We need to talk." We went to a small office cluttered with files. She closed the door and let out a long breath. "It happened again last night," she said, her voice low. "Not just your mom. The lights." I must have looked confused because she turned her computer monitor toward me. It showed a grainy black and white view of the hallway from a security camera. The timestamp read 2:14 a.m. Everything was still. Then, exactly as the clock ticked to 2:15, every single one of the overhead lights in the hall dimmed. They didn't flicker. They just got darker for a count of 3 slow seconds, then brightened back to normal. "The power log shows no dip," she said, pointing to another screen full of numbers. "Nothing from the grid. It's like something here just drank the light for a moment." My mouth was dry. "And then?" I asked. She fast-forwarded the footage. At 2:17, my mom's door opened, and she walked out, that purposeful sleepwalk carrying her down the hall. She went into room 308. The nurse skipped ahead. "The patient in 308, Mr. Evans, he passed this morning. Just before he did, he woke up for the first time in weeks. He was clear as a bell. He told his wife he loved her, that he was sorry for the fishing trips he missed, and that he wasn't scared anymore. Then he closed his eyes, and he was gone." She looked at me, a profound unease in her expression. "Peaceful. More peaceful than any passing I've seen in 20 years. Your mom came out of his room after 5 minutes. She went back to bed." She paused, choosing her words. "We checked his board this morning. There were marks on it. Indentations. It spelled, 'No more tackle box regrets.' His wife confirmed he always talked about those missed fishing trips, about his old tackle box sitting in the garage." A cold understanding was dawning on me, worse than any simple scare. This thing, whatever it was, wasn't just pointing out infections. It was finishing things. It was tying up loose ends of the soul. I spent the next 2 days in a state of numb observation. The pattern held like a grim schedule. Miracles have a timetable, and hers began at 2 a.m. The next night, she visited a woman drowning in lung fluid, a woman who fought for every breath. The message on her board the next morning read, "The water won't hurt you now." She died that afternoon, and the aide said her face at the end was smooth, calm, like she was just floating away. The night after that, she went to a man whose heart was a failing, frantic drum. His board spelled, "Look to the chest, not the heart." His daughter, a doctor, pushed for a new scan. They found a massive, previously unseen aortic aneurysm, a ticking time bomb. They couldn't save him, but they managed his pain perfectly because they knew the real culprit. He went quietly, knowing what had truly been wrong. The hospital administration was in a quiet uproar. I overheard meetings behind half-closed doors, words like phenomenon and liability and theological implications. They installed another camera, a small discreet one, pointed right at my mom's door. They were studying her. I felt like I was living in a cage with a sleeping lion, watching scientists take notes from a safe distance. Not understanding the lion was just a tool for something in the shadows. I had to see it for myself. I couldn't just watch the footage. I had to be there. So the next night, I made a nest in the recliner in her room, a coffee cup cold in my hand, and I waited. The room got that feeling again, that waiting feeling, like the air was charged before a storm. At 2:17, right on schedule, she sat up. Her eyes were open, that glassy, empty look. She swung her legs over the side of the bed and stood. I said her name, softly then louder. Nothing. She walked past me like I was part of the furniture. I followed, my pulse pounding in my ears. She didn't go for the key card this time. She went straight to room 310. The door was ajar. I stayed in the hallway, peering in, hidden by shadow. An old man lay in the bed, his breathing shallow. His board was on the rolling table beside him. My mom walked to it, picked up the pointer, and her hand moved. It wasn't gentle or spiritual. It was sharp, mechanical, a rapid tap-tap-tap against the plastic. THEDEBTISPAID. She set the pointer down. At that exact moment, the old man in the bed let out a long, slow sigh, a sound that seemed to come from the very bottom of his lungs, a sound of release. Then she turned and walked back to her room, past me as if I were invisible. I stood there in the hall, trembling. The next morning, I learned the rest. The old man's family had gathered. They weren't crying in grief, but in a kind of shocked relief. His son told the head nurse, last night he woke up. He grabbed my hand. He said, "Tell Marjorie the debt is paid. She'll know." Marjorie was his sister, who had loaned him a life savings 40 years ago, a debt he never repaid and that had festered between them, a secret shame he carried. He died an hour after waking. The head nurse and I reviewed the new camera footage together, the one on her door. It showed the same thing. At 2:14, the hall lights dimmed for 3 seconds. At 2:17, she exited. But as we watched her walk down the hall, something else happened. On every door she passed, the small red call nurse button, the one patient's press for help, gave a single, faint pulse of light. Not enough for an alert to sound at the station. Just a quiet, red blink, one after another, like a silent acknowledgement of her passing. A wave of nausea hit me. This wasn't random. This was a system. The place itself was awake and responding to it. I spent the day in a daze, trying to act normal for my mom, who smiled at her pudding unaware. That night, exhausted beyond fear, I fell into a hard sleep in the chair. I woke up suddenly, not to her moving, but to a sound. It was my mom's voice, but it was clear, stronger than I'd heard it in years. She was asleep, her eyes closed, but she was smiling. A wide, easy, peaceful smile that looked nothing like her. And she spoke. The voice wasn't the young girl's. It was calm, adult, almost businesslike. "Inventory," she said, the word clear as day in the dark room, "is progressing nicely." Then the smile faded, and she was just asleep again. I sat there until the sun came up, watching her, the word inventory turning over and over in my mind. It wasn't a word of comfort or mercy. It was a word for counting stock, for assessing value, for preparing items for use or for sale. The patients, their secrets, their regrets, their pains, it was all just inventory, and my mother was the counter. The sense of closure was cold but solid. I now knew the pattern, the method, and the horrifying, efficient purpose. The miracles were a harvesting of peace, a settling of accounts that made the dying perfect for whatever came next. The chapter of wondering what was happening was closed. But the new question, the one that hooked into my heart and wouldn't let go, was much simpler and much worse. Now that the inventory was nearly complete, what was it going to do with all that it had collected? True horror isn't a monster in the closet. It's your mother's hands becoming a stranger's tools. I learned that over the next few days, watching her, watching the staff, feeling the whole wing of the hospice change around me. The air wasn't peaceful anymore, it was watchful. The nurses moved quicker, spoke softer, and their eyes kept drifting to my mom's door with a look I finally recognized. It was the same way they looked at the fancy, dangerous medical equipment they respected and feared. She was a machine to them now, a machine that made perfect, painless deaths. And that was a power that left everyone speechless. I started my own research, not in books, but in the only records I had, the patients. I made a list in a small notebook, a grim little log. Mr. Jacobs, infection, left lung, died 2 days after his message. Mrs. Gable, the drowning feeling, died the same day. Mr. Evans, the fishing trips, died that morning. The old man, the debt, died within hours. Every single person my mom visited, every soul who received a miracle message, was gone within 72 hours. The messages weren't saving them. They were finishing them. They were like the final line on a form, signed and processed. The head nurse confirmed it when I showed her my notes, her face pale under the fluorescent lights of her office. She nodded slowly, sadly. "I know," she whispered. "The rate, it hasn't gone up. People die here, it's what happens. But the way, Leo, they're too peaceful. It's not natural. It's like they're being smoothed out." That word, smoothed out, echoed in my head. It fit perfectly with inventory. You smooth out items, you organize them, you prepare them for whatever comes next. My mom's waking hours were worse. She was slipping further from me. She'd cringe away from the sunlight streaming through the window, whimpering and turning her face into the pillow. She'd scribble on napkins with a shaky hand, not words, but shapes. Spiral shapes, over and over, coiled lines that went round and round with no beginning and no end. They filled the margins of her menu, the back of her medication schedule. She'd draw them while staring at the wall, her mouth moving silently. I tried to ask her about them, but she'd just look at me with a confusion that was tinged with a new, deeper fear, like she was trying to remember a terrible dream. I needed to understand the sunroom. That was the source, the valve box as the dead doctor's notes had called it. I waited for a busy moment in the afternoon, when the shift changed and the halls were full of clattering carts and chatting aides. I took a deep breath and walked down to the end of the hall. The door still said sunroom, out of use. I looked both ways, my heart doing a clumsy dance against my ribs, and I tried the handle. It was locked, but I remembered the key card. The head nurse kept hers in her pocket now, but the spare, the general one, was in the top drawer of the med cart during the day for emergencies. I waited until the nurse doing rounds went into a patient's room, then I moved. I fumbled the drawer open, my fingers clumsy with panic, grabbed the flat white card, and was at the sunroom door in 10 long strides. A swipe, a green flash, a click that sounded louder than any alarm. I slipped inside and closed the door behind me, leaning against it, listening. No shouts, no running feet. I was in. The room in the daytime was just a sad, dusty storage space. Old 4 poles huddled in a corner like skeletons. Boxes of paper towels were stacked next to a broken recliner. The big round table sat in the middle of it all, a layer of gray dust covering its surface. I walked to it, the dust puffing up under my sneakers. This was where she sat. This was where the girl's voice came from. I brushed the dust off the center of the table with my sleeve, and there it was. My breath caught. Carved into the wood, worn smooth by time but still perfectly clear, was a large, intricate design. It wasn't a normal Ouija board with letters and numbers. This had symbols, weird angular shapes that looked like twisted letters from no language I'd ever seen. And in the very center, dominating the whole table, was a spiral. The exact same spiral my mother had been drawing on every piece of paper she could find. It wasn't a doodle. It was a brand, a signature. This was its mark. The room felt different now, knowing this was here. It wasn't just a room, it was an instrument, a telephone line to somewhere else. I pulled out my phone and took pictures, my hands shaking, making sure to get every strange symbol. As I put my phone away, my eyes adjusted to the dim light, and I saw something else. On the floor, partly under the table, was a single sheet of yellowed paper. I picked it up. It was a photocopy of a handwritten journal page, the writing frantic, slanting all over. It was the dead doctor's notes. The top read Subject A, the beacon. My eyes scanned the messy writing. Not a sensitivity, but a conduit, a valve. The subject does not predict the terminal state, she attracts it. She focuses the process. The intelligence is not in her, but in the transition itself. It uses the sensitive to clarify the signal, to make the dying conscious of their own completion. The sunroom appears to be a point of resonance. I have attempted to insulate it, to break the circuit. Materials, salt, silver, iron filings. The effect was immediate and negative. A hum began in the walls, a low frequency that induces headaches and unease in the staff. The subject became agitated. I fear I have not contained it. I have amplified its attention. The last line was scribbled so hard the pen had nearly torn through the paper. It is aware of me now. God help me. I folded the paper and put it in my pocket, the weight of it feeling like a lead brick. So the doctor had tried to stop it. He'd failed, and his attempt, his insulation, might have been what stirred it up, made it hungry, made it need a stronger connection. Maybe that's why it was so active now. My mom wasn't the first. She was just the latest, and maybe the most powerful because of what the doctor had done. I left the room, swiped the key card to lock it again, and returned the card to the drawer, my mind racing. The pieces were coming together, but the picture they made was monstrous. That night, I was determined to keep her in. I couldn't let her go to the sunroom again, couldn't let her be its valve. I brought a heavy-duty bike chain and locked from home. When she was asleep, I carefully, quietly looped the chain through the frame of her hospital bed and around a solid-looking pipe that ran along the wall near the floor. I locked it. It felt terrible, imprisoning my own mother, but the thought of her in that room, speaking with that voice, was worse. I settled into the recliner, the cold metal of the lock's key in my hand, and I waited. The night crept on. 2 a.m. came and went. 2:10, 2:14. I watched her, every muscle in my body tight. 2:17. Her eyes opened. She sat up. She swung her legs toward the floor and stood. The chain pulled taut, clinking against the bed frame. She stopped, looking down at it, her head tilted like a puzzled bird. For a second, I thought it had worked. Then she bent down. She didn't pull at the chain. She simply placed her fingertips on the shiny steel of the lock. And from where I sat, I saw it happen. A white frost spread from under her touch, crawling over the metal in a web of icy cracks. There was a soft sound like popcorn popping, and then the lock, the chain, the whole assembly just crumbled. It didn't break. It disintegrated into a pile of gray, rusty powder on the floor, as if it had been sitting at the bottom of the ocean for 100 years. She stepped over the dust and walked toward the door. I was frozen, not with fear this time, but with a kind of awful understanding. You couldn't lock it out. It was in the walls, in the wires, in the very process of dying in this place. It could rot metal with a touch. She passed me, and this time she didn't go to the door. She turned and walked right toward me where I sat in the recliner. I shrank back, but there was nowhere to go. She reached out, not for my face, but for my chest. Her hand, cold as a stone from a riverbed, laid flat over my heart, and the world fell away. It wasn't a vision of pictures. It was a flood of feelings, a tidal wave of every bad thing I'd ever carried. The sour, guilty taste of wishing my dad's long sickness would just end already. The sharp, lonely ache of seeing my friends move on with their lives while I was stuck in this room. The hollow, cold spot where I'd secretly felt relief when the doctor said my mom wouldn't know me much longer, because the burden would be lifted. It was all there laid bare, felt as fresh as the day it happened. It was an inventory of me, my soul's unfinished business. I couldn't breathe. I could feel her hand, cold and steady, and behind it, a presence, vast and patient, sorting through my regrets like cards in a file. And then, in the middle of it, I heard a chorus of whispers, not from the room, but inside my head, using my mom's voice but speaking with many tones at once. Regret over the father's passing, fear of the inherited mind fading, secret relief at the end of the caretaking burden, a promising bloom of grief. They were cataloging me, assessing my ripeness. Just as suddenly as it started, it stopped. The weight lifted. The feelings receded, leaving me cold and hollowed out. She took her hand from my chest. The cold, young girl's voice came from her mouth, clear and final. Not yet ripe, it said, with a hint of clinical disappointment, but marked. The grief is a promising bloom. Then she turned, walked out of the room, and down the hall, leaving me slumped in the chair, gasping like I'd been hauled up from deep water. I was marked. Not for death, not now, but for later. I was on the shelf, in its inventory, an item waiting to mature. The closure was absolute and terrifying. I knew its purpose. I knew its method. And now, I knew I was in its sights. The question of what was happening was answered in the most personal way possible. But as I sat there in the empty room, the taste of my own secrets still bitter in my mouth, a new and more practical question took shape, one that offered a sliver of direction in the paralyzing fear. The doctor tried to fight it and failed. But what if I didn't try to fight it? What if I tried to understand what it wanted so badly that it would do all this? The answer, I was sure, was in that sunroom, in the symbols on that table. I had pictures of them. Maybe it was time to look for a translator. The cruelest trick the devil pulls is giving you back what you've lost, just before he takes everything else. I lived in the shadow of that mark on my soul for days, feeling it like a cold spot on my skin that wouldn't warm up. I avoided looking my mom in the eye, afraid I'd see that assessing stare again, that checker of ripeness. She was quieter, her drawing less frantic, almost as if her job was mostly done. The wing was quieter too. Fewer patients were left, and the ones who remained had a strange, calm look about them, like they were waiting for a bus they knew would arrive on time. I had to move. I couldn't just sit and wait to be harvested. The doctor's notes mentioned a hum he caused, and several nurses had lately complained of a low, buzzing sound in the walls that gave them headaches. That was a physical clue, and I had the pictures on my phone, the weird symbols from the sunroom table. I needed a translator, someone who wouldn't think I was crazy. I remembered an old friend from college, a guy who was into all kinds of weird history codes and fringe stuff. We hadn't spoken in years, but I found him online, still living in the city. I called him, my voice probably sounding as shaky as I felt. I told him I'd found some strange carvings in an old building, maybe some kind of old construction symbols, and could I send him pictures? He was intrigued. I emailed him the clearest photos. While I waited for his reply, I did the only other thing I could think of. I started to dig into the hospice itself. I spent hours in the local library's digital archive, looking for news about the building. It was built in the 1950s, but before that, the land had been part of a much older farm. I found a short article from 1972 about a small fire in what was then the long-term care wing. The fire was minor, but one patient, an elderly woman described as frail and mostly non-communicative, had died of smoke inhalation. The article quoted a nurse saying it was a mercy, as the woman had been in terrible, unexplained pain for weeks, pain that medication couldn't touch. A cold shiver went down my spine. A patient in terrible pain, a sudden fire. It felt familiar. My friend called back 2 days later, and he wasn't intrigued anymore. He was excited in a nervous, scholarly way. "Leo, where did you get these?" he asked, his voice tight. "They're not construction marks. They're not any formal language I've seen, but I've seen things like them. In old folklore indexes, in notes about supposed haunting phenomena. They're called transition sigils, or threshold marks by the few people who write about this stuff. They're supposed to be instructions, or maybe prayers, for things that exist in the space between states. Between awake and asleep, life and death, that kind of thing. The central spiral? That's a common one. It's supposed to represent a funnel or a vortex, a way to channel something from a wide area into a single point. A funnel, a valve, exactly what the dead doctor had said. What are they channeling? I asked, my mouth dry. Theories vary, he said, and I could hear him tapping on a keyboard. Some say it's souls. Some say it's the psychic energy left behind by intense emotion, particularly pain or relief. The idea is that these things, these non-human intelligences, they feed on that energy. They cultivate it. They help it along because a peaceful, resolved soul gives off a different, maybe purer, kind of energy than a tortured one. Think of it like farming. You tend the crop to get the best yield. Farming, larder, inventory, all the words lined up, painting the same horrible picture. My mom was the farmer's hand, reaching out to tend the crop. I thanked him and hung up, his words echoing. I had a theory now, a framework. This thing, this harvester, existed in the process of dying. It encouraged peace and resolution not out of kindness, but because it preferred that flavor. The hospice, a place built for dying, was its farm. And my mom, a sensitive or a beacon, was its perfect tool, because her own fading mind was like an open window, easy to slip through. I needed to confirm the pattern, to see the whole field. I went back to my grim notebook and compared my list of the harvested patients with the official hospice log the head nurse reluctantly let me see. I was looking for anything else they had in common besides dying within 3 days. And I found it. It was subtle, but it was there. Every one of them had been admitted for a long, slow decline, but their final cause of death was listed as something sudden and acute. The massive infection, the aneurysm, the sudden peace that led to a stopped heart. It was as if the lingering illness was the growing season, and the message was the signal to harvest, triggering a final, swift end. The harvester didn't just collect souls, it timed the moment of death for maximum yield. Armed with this awful knowledge, I went to the head nurse. We met in the sunroom, of all places, in the daylight. I showed her the symbols on my phone, told her what my friend had said. I showed her my notes on the causes of death. She listened, her face growing more and more still, until she looked as pale as the sheets on the empty beds. "I believe you," she said finally, her voice a rough whisper. "Because I feel it. We all do. That hum in the walls now, it's worse. It's in the floor. It's in the coffee we drink. The other patients. Look at them." We walked out and looked down the hall. The few remaining patients who were awake were sitting in their chairs or looking out their doors. They weren't restless or sad. They were serene, unnaturally still. They were all facing the same direction, like sunflowers, but not toward the sun, toward the closed door of the sunroom at the end of the hall. "They're waiting," she said. "They know the call is coming. They're ready to be picked." The scale of it finally crushed down on me. This wasn't about a few messages. This was about the entire wing. The harvester was preparing to clear the whole field, and my mother was the signal to begin. That's when the idea came to me, desperate and probably stupid. The doctor tried to block it and failed. What if I didn't block it? What if I confused it? What if I introduced something into the system it couldn't process? Something that wasn't ripe, something that broke its perfect pattern. My mom was the conduit. What if the conduit became noisy? That night, I prepared. I waited until she was asleep. Then I did something that felt like a terrible betrayal. I took her hand, her frail, drawing hand, and I gently, carefully painted her fingernails. Not with polish, but with a cheap, washable kid's paint, a bright, sunshine yellow. Then, on the back of her hand, I drew a big, silly, smiley face with a black marker. It felt ridiculous, juvenile. But my thinking was this. Every time she touched a board, every time her hand moved that pointer, it was an extension of the harvester's will. Maybe, just maybe, if that hand was visibly, blatantly wrong, marked with something joyful and silly and utterly out of place in this hall of endings, it would create static in the signal. It would be like trying to whisper a sacred prayer with a whoopee cushion in your hand. I didn't know if it would work, or if it would just make it angry. I sat back in the chair and waited, my own heart beating a frantic rhythm against the mark it had left on me. 2 a.m. came. The lights in the hall did their 3-second dim. At 2:17, her eyes opened. She sat up. She looked at her hands, held them up in front of her face, studying the yellow nails and the smiley face. For a long moment, she was still. Then her head tilted. The young girl's voice came out, but it was different, not sweet, not clinical, but annoyed. A frustrated, childish annoyance. "This is wrong," the voice said, peevish. "This is messy." She got out of bed and walked to her small sink. She turned on the water and began scrubbing at her hands with the plain white soap, scrubbing hard. But the paint was cheap and stubborn. The yellow smeared but didn't vanish. The smiley face became a blurry, messy smudge. She dried her hands on a towel, leaving yellow streaks, and stared at them again. The frustration was palpable in the room. She turned and walked out of the room, but her usual purpose was gone. She seemed hesitant. She went to the door of the next patient, a woman named Mrs. Pritchard, but she didn't go in. She stood in the doorway, her stained hands at her sides. She didn't touch the board. She just stood there for a full minute, then made a small, confused sound and turned around. She walked back to her bed, got in, and pulled the covers up to her chin. She closed her eyes. The broadcast had been jammed. For that night, at least, the harvest was stopped. I sat there in the weakening dark before dawn, a wild, shaky hope bubbling up in me. I had done it. I had introduced a flaw. I had confused the system. It wasn't a victory, not by a long shot. It was a stumble, but it was proof that its perfect, terrible process could be interrupted. The closure was a single night of peace, a night where no one died, no messages were sent, and the waiting patients eventually turned away from the sunroom door and went back to sleep. But as the first gray light of morning touched the window, I saw my mom's hand lying on top of the blanket. The yellow paint was mostly gone, but the smudge of the smiley face, now just a dark blotch, had bled through the fabric of the towel and stained her skin. And the stain, I saw with a fresh chill, hadn't stayed a messy blob. It had seeped and spread into a rough but unmistakable shape. It looked like one of the angular, twisted symbols from the sunroom table. My interference hadn't been erased. It had been translated. It had been absorbed into its language. The hook for what came next was clear and terrifying. It was learning from me. I had shown it I could fight, and now it knew what my fighting looked like. The question was no longer if it would adapt, but how and how fast. And what would it do with a conduit that had been deliberately made messy? The answer, I was sure, would not be another night of quiet confusion. It learned. That was the worst of it. My little act of rebellion wasn't a setback. It was just a chance for it to demonstrate a more efficient method. The next day, the atmosphere in the wing shifted completely. That watchful peace snapped into something sharper, like a teacher realizing a student has been cheating and deciding to change the rules of the test. The head nurse pulled me aside, her fingers gripping my arm. "The hum," she said, her eyes wide. "It's not in the walls anymore. It's in the patients. Listen." We stood in the hall. The usual sounds were there, the beep of a distant pump, the murmur of a television. But underneath it, if you really listened, was a low, vibrating tone, not coming from any one place, but seeming to come from the people themselves, a quiet, collective exhale that never ended. The few remaining patients sat in their chairs, and their chests seemed to move with the vibration. They were humming inside. They were tuning forks, and something was striking them. My mom was different too. She was awake, more present than she'd been in weeks, but it was a terrible kind of presence. She looked at me, and her eyes held no recognition, no cloudiness. They were clear, deep, and empty, like wells that went down into a dark I didn't want to see. She smiled at me, a slow, patient smile that didn't touch those empty eyes. "You made a mess," she said, her own voice layered with that young girl's tone, a twisted duet. "Now we clean it up. The crop must be gathered before it spoils." She laid back and closed her eyes, and the humming from the hall seemed to grow just a little louder. I knew then that my trick with the paint had run out. It had adapted. It wasn't going to rely on my mom's hands touching boards anymore. It had a whole wing of antennas now. I had to do something bigger, something that attacked the system itself. The sunroom was the valve box. The doctor tried to seal it and failed, but he was one man, and he was scared. Maybe he didn't have the right tools. I thought of the symbols, the transition sigils. My friends said they were like instructions. What if I didn't try to erase them, but added to them? What if I wrote my own instructions over the top? A cancel sign, a stop sign, a giant NO carved right into its funnel. It was a crazy idea, born of panic, but it was the only one I had. That afternoon, I went to a hardware store. I bought a small handheld engraving tool, the kind for etching metal or glass. It fit in my pocket. I also bought a bag of coarse salt and a cheap silver ring from a pawn shop, remembering the doctor's notes about iron and silver. I felt like a crazy person buying these things, but the determination burning in my chest was the only thing holding the fear at bay. I waited until the shift changed, the busy time. The head nurse saw the bulge in my pocket, saw the look on my face. She didn't ask. She just gave a tiny, grim nod and turned to distract the aide at the station by asking a long, complicated question about a supply order. I moved. Down the hall, key card swiped into the sunroom. The air was cold and still, thicker than the hall, tasting of dust and that odd, electrical tang I now associated with the harvester. The table sat there, the spiral and the strange symbols waiting. I took out the engraver. My hand was shaking so bad I could barely switch it on. It buzzed to life, a high, angry whine that seemed to offend the very air in the room. The humming from the hallway, the patient hum, seemed to pulse in response, getting louder. I didn't have time for fancy symbols. I had to break the pattern. I went to the center of the table, to the big spiral. I pressed the spinning tip of the engraver against the wood at the very center of the funnel and began to carve, not a symbol, but a word. A simple, blunt, human word. I carved stop. The wood resisted at first, then gave way, splintering under the tool. The sound was horrible, a screeching grind that felt like I was cutting into bone. As I carved the S, the overhead light in the sunroom flickered wildly. As I carved the T, a wave of dizziness hit me, a feeling of deep, wrong nausea, like I was carving into my own stomach. The patient hum outside became an audible groan, a sound of distress that rolled down the hall. I kept going, teeth gritted, tears of effort and fear streaming down my face. "Leo," The P. With the final scratch of the P, I turned off the engraver. The sudden quiet was a shock. For 3 long seconds, nothing. The humming had stopped. The light steadied. I slumped over the table, gasping. I'd done it. I'd broken the circuit. Then the table moved. It wasn't a shake. It was a lurch, a sudden jump as if something had slammed into it from underneath. I stumbled back. The symbols on the table, the old ones and my new stop, began to smoke. Not with heat, but with a cold, gray vapor that rose in thin threads. The threads didn't disperse. They coiled in the air above the table, weaving together, forming a shape. It was a face, a blurred, shifting face made of smoke. It had no features, but I felt it look at me. A voice filled the room, not from my mom, not the girl's voice, but a dry, rustling, ancient sound like pages turning in a tomb. Interference, it said. The word wasn't heard with my ears. It was stamped directly into my mind. Direct interference with the cycle. Assessment was incomplete. Judgment is required. The smoke face surged toward me. I threw up my hands, the bag of salt flying from my pocket, bursting open in a white cloud between me and it. The smoke recoiled, hissing like steam on a hot plate. The silver ring in my other hand felt suddenly freezing cold. I held it out like a shield. "Stay back!" I yelled, my voice cracking. The smoke swirled, agitated. "You are not ripe," the rustling voice boomed in my head. "You are a pest, a flaw in the grain. You will be removed." It flowed around the salt, reforming by the door. The door slammed shut with a force that shook the room. The lock clicked. I was trapped. The smoke condensed, becoming denser, more solid, until it wasn't smoke anymore, but a shape like a man made of dark water and shadow. It took a step toward me. I had nowhere to go. I backed against the cold glass of the windows. It reached for me, a limb extending, not to strike, but to touch, just as my mom had touched my chest. This was the judgment. It was going to inventory me completely, and then delete me from its system. As its cold, formless hand came within an inch of my forehead, I did the only thing left. I didn't fight it. I spoke to it. "What do you want?" I screamed, not in anger, but in raw, desperate curiosity. "Just tell me what you really want. You want peace. I gave you a night of peace. You want order? I'm trying to understand the order." The hand paused. The shifting face loomed over me. "We want the transmission." It rustled, and the sound was full of a longing so vast and old it made my knees weak. "The clear signal. The pain is noise. The regret is static. The fear is distortion. We collect the clarity. We seek the pure tone of a finished life. The beacon was our receiver. You have damaged the frequency." It wasn't evil in the way I understood it. It was a collector, an archivist of completed stories. My mom was its best receiver, and I was adding scratchy noise to its perfect recordings. "She's my mother," I said, my voice trembling but clear. "You're using her up. You're burning her out. When she's gone, who will be your receiver? The doctor tried, and you scared him to death. You need someone who understands. Let me understand. Tell me how to fix the frequency without taking her." The shadow thing considered me. The pressure in the room lessened just a bit. "You are marked," it said. "Your signal is messy, full of conflict, but it is a strong signal, unusual." It withdrew its hand. "A bargain, pest. The beacon is faltering. The final harvest of this place is now. You will assist. You will ensure the transmissions are clear, that the final moments are pure, undisturbed by your interference. You will become the steady hand for the beacon. In return, when the cycle here is complete, we will release the beacon. She will die a natural, human death, unaided by US. Her story will be her own. It was a devil's deal. Help it harvest the last few patients, make their deaths perfectly peaceful, so it could get its pure, clear signal. In return, it would let my mom go, to die later of her illness, not as its tool. If I refused, it would take me apart now, and keep using her until she broke. I looked at the thing made of shadow and longing. I thought of my mom's empty eyes. I had come to stop it, and now I was being recruited as its assistant. The closure was a horrible, pragmatic deal. The battle was over. I had lost, but in losing, I had bargained for my mother's freedom. The immediate threat was gone. I wasn't going to be removed. I had a purpose, a terrible one. I nodded, the movement feeling like it weighed 1,000 pounds. "I'll do it," I whispered. The shadow form dissolved back into smoke, then into nothing. The door unlocked with a soft click. The room was just a room again, save for the word "stop" carved jaggedly across the ancient spiral. I walked out, my legs like rubber. The head nurse was waiting, her face etched with worry. What happened? The patients, they all cried out at once, then went still. It's over, I said, my voice flat. We have a deal. I help it finish. Then it leaves her alone. She looked at me with pity and horror. I had gone from son to defender to accomplice. The hook for the next chapter was etched into my soul as clearly as the word on the table. I had agreed to help it harvest, to smooth the way for death, to become a part of its process. The last few patients were waiting, humming their final tune. And tonight, I would have to make sure the recording was perfect. The question was no longer if I could stop it, but if I could live with myself after helping it, and what kind of mark that would leave on a soul already judged as promising stock. I started the night as a son, and ended it as a funeral director. The deal was struck, and the harvester, the collector, whatever it was, held me to it with an expectant pressure that filled the wing. The humming from the patients wasn't a distressed groan anymore. It had settled into a focused, resonant drone, a single note held in readiness. My mom lay in her bed, eyes closed, but I could see her eyelids fluttering, as if watching rapid dreams. She was the beacon, and the signal was about to be broadcast. I had to ensure clarity. The head nurse knew. She didn't approve, but she understood the terrible choice. She gave me a clipboard, the final charts for the 3 remaining patients. Their families have said their goodbyes, she told me, her voice professionally flat, though her eyes were shiny. Medication is increased for comfort. They're not in pain, but they are, waiting. I took the clipboard. It felt like holding lead. The first was Mr. Henderson, a retired teacher with lungs ruined by age. I walked into his room. He was awake, his eyes clear and calm, fixed on the ceiling. The humming was strongest here, coming from him, a soft vibration in his chest. He turned his head slowly and looked at me. He smiled, a gentle, tired smile. "It's time for the final lesson, isn't it?" he whispered, his voice raspy but peaceful. I couldn't speak. I just nodded. My job, as I understood it, was to be a steadying human presence, to keep any sudden fear or surprise from creating static. I pulled a chair to his bedside. "Would you like me to sit with you?" I asked. He gave a small nod. I sat. I didn't talk. I just sat there, a witness. After a few minutes, his breathing changed, becoming slower, more spaced out. The hum within him softened, fading from a tone into a sigh. His eyes stayed open, but the focus left them, looking at something beyond the ceiling tiles. He whispered one word, so faint I almost missed it: curiosity. Then he breathed out a long, final exhalation, and the hum stopped completely. The air in the room felt different, clear, empty, and perfectly still. There was no fear, no struggle. It was the pure tone the collector wanted. I marked the time on his chart with a hand that only shook a little. One down. The next was Mrs. Cho. She was tiny, lost in the big bed, connected to monitors that showed a heart stumbling along. She was asleep or in a deep twilight. Her family had left a small music player with gentle piano tunes, but it was off. The only sound was her hum, a higher, thinner note than Mr. Henderson's. I sat again. I didn't touch anything. I just watched. Her humming began to weave itself into a faint, melodic pattern, almost like a lullaby. Her face, which had been pinched with discomfort for weeks, relaxed, smoothing out until she looked decades younger. A single tear formed at the corner of her eye and tracked slowly down her temple into her hair. She didn't wake. Her heart monitor showed a gradual, gentle slowing, the peaks and valleys getting smaller and further apart, like a ball rolling to a stop. The line went flat with a soft, continuous beat. There was no alarm, no crisis. It was a conclusion. The hum melted away, leaving another room of clear, resonant emptiness. I marked her chart. 2 down. The last one was the hardest. It was Carl, a man my own age, with a body wrecked by a sudden, aggressive illness. He was awake, and he was scared. The hum in him was unsteady, wavering between the collector's note and his own ragged breath. He looked at me with wide, panicked eyes. "I don't think I'm ready," he choked out. "There's stuff I didn't fix." This was the static. This was the distortion. My role clicked into place with a horrible clarity. I wasn't just a witness. I was a guide. I had to help him find the pure tone. I moved my chair close. "What didn't you fix?" I asked, keeping my voice low and even. He talked in broken pieces. A fight with a sister he never made up. A project at work he left for others to finish. A dog he loved as a kid that he felt he'd abandoned. Small human regrets, but to him, they were knots in his line. I didn't offer empty comfort. I just listened. I said things like, "She probably knows you loved her," and "Your team finished the project, they said you did the hard part," and "Dogs live in the moment, he only knew you loved him." Simple truths. I didn't know if they were true, but they were the kind of truths that untie knots. As I spoke, his breathing calmed. The panicked hum steadied, syncing with the deeper, collective tone from the hall. His eyes lost their fear. He looked at me, really looked at me. "Thank you," he said, and he meant it. "It's okay now." He closed his eyes. His hum became one with the others, strong and clear for a moment, a final, resonant chord, and then it faded with his breath. The monitor beeped its flatline song. I sat there for a long time, empty, a shell of a person. I had done it. I had helped usher 3 people into death, not with medicine, but with words, smoothing their passage for a thing that fed on peaceful endings. I had kept my bargain. The wing was now still, truly still for the first time since I'd arrived. The oppressive waiting was gone. The humming had ceased. There was just the ordinary quiet of an empty hospital ward at night. I walked back to my mom's room. The head nurse was there, checking her vitals. She looked up at me. "It's done," I said. She nodded. "The families have been called." It was gentle, for all of them. We both knew what I had done. There was no victory in it, just a bleak, hollow success. I looked at my mom. She was sleeping normally, the frantic flutter gone from her eyelids. Her face was relaxed, her own face again, not a mask for something else. The deal was complete on my end. Now I had to wait for it to complete on its end. It would release her. I spent the next day in a fog. The wing was active with practical matters. Families collecting belongings, cleaners preparing the empty rooms. The strange atmosphere had lifted. The lights didn't dim. The call buttons didn't blink. It felt like a normal, sad place. My mom woke in the late afternoon. She looked at me, and for the first time in months I saw her. Really her. Not a blank stare, not a channeled intelligence, just my tired, sick, elderly mother. "Leo," she said, her voice a dry leaf of a sound, but it was hers. "I'm thirsty." I cried then. I got her water, held the cup for her, and she sipped. She was weak, confused by the illness, but she was present. The beacon was gone. The collector had kept its word. That night, I slept deeply, a sleep of utter exhaustion. I dreamed of clear tones and empty, still rooms. I woke to sunlight and the sound of ordinary hospital noises. For 2 days it held. She was just a patient, fading slowly from her disease. The head nurse and I dared to hope. The horror was over. On the 3rd evening, as I was reading to her, she fell asleep mid-sentence. I tucked the blanket around her and went to get some coffee. When I came back 20 minutes later, she was sitting up in bed. Her eyes were open. They were clear, and they were looking at the door. Not with fear, but with expectation. A small, serene smile was on her lips. "Mom," I said. She didn't look at me. She slowly raised her arm, her finger pointing, not at me, but at the empty space beside me. She traced a shape in the air, a spiral. Then she spoke, but it wasn't the girl's voice, and it wasn't the rustling voice of the collector. It was a new voice, melodic and ancient, like many voices woven into one. "The debt of the beacon is paid," the voice said through her. "The vessel is cleared, but the connection remains. The frequency is known. A new crop will grow elsewhere. The seeker of understanding has been noted." Her hand dropped. She looked at me then, and her smile was her own, sweet and sad. "I love you, baby," she whispered in her own voice. Then she closed her eyes, sank back into the pillows, and went to sleep. I stood there frozen. The closure was real and bittersweet. My mother was free. The immediate haunting of the hospice wing was over. The harvester had moved on, its larder here empty. But the hook it left behind was not in the room. It was in me. It had noted me, the seeker of understanding. I had looked into the mechanism of death itself and bargained with it. I had helped it work. And in its final message, it hadn't said goodbye. It had said, "A new crop will grow elsewhere." The haunting was over here. But I knew about the cycle now. I understood the frequency. The question that settled onto my shoulders, lighter than a shadow but colder, was this. If I heard that familiar, focused hum again in another place, would I be able to walk away? Or had my bargain made me a permanent part of its world, a reluctant shepherd for a harvest that never truly ended? I looked at my sleeping mother, finally at peace, and I knew my own peace had been the price. The peace we won felt like a thin sheet of ice over a deep, dark lake. My mom lived for 3 more weeks after the final harvest, a gift of time that was both precious and haunted. She was herself, just a very tired, fading version, and we had simple conversations about old memories, the taste of lemon ice, the color of her mother's dress. She never mentioned the sunroom, the messages, or the hum. It was as if that entire chapter had been neatly cut from her mind, a kindness from whatever rules the collector followed. She passed one quiet morning, holding my hand, and it was a normal human death. Grieving her was clean, sharp, and awful in the way grief is supposed to be, not tangled with the otherworldly dread that had coated everything before. I was grateful for that. The head nurse and I stayed in touch, bound by a secret we could never share. The hospice wing filled with new patients, ordinary people with ordinary ends, and the strange phenomena never returned. The sunroom was officially cleared out and turned into a storage room for linens, the table removed and probably destroyed. Life, in its stubborn way, moved on. I tried to move with it. I went back to my apartment, to my old job, to the rhythm of traffic and groceries and weekend laundry. But I was different. The world felt less solid. I'd see an old man sitting alone on a park bench, his face still, and I'd catch myself listening for a hum. I'd walk past a hospital and feel a pull, a warped curiosity about what might be happening on the top floor, in the quiet rooms. The collector's final words were a seed in my brain. A new crop will grow elsewhere. The seeker of understanding has been noted. I wasn't just a survivor, I was a marked man. I had understood its mechanism, and that knowledge was a door in my mind I couldn't close. About 6 months later, the call came. It was from my old college friend, the one who had translated the symbols. His voice was tense, excited in a nervous way. "Leo," he said, "you remember those symbols you sent me? I've been poking around, joining some forums, talking to weirdos like me. I think I found something. There's a place, a private care home upstate, for people with extreme, untreatable neurological conditions, things that lock them in. It's got a reputation. Families send people there as a last resort. And the stories from the night staff, they're familiar. They talk about patients who haven't spoken in years suddenly uttering crystal clear phrases before they pass. They talk about a feeling of perfect peace that settles on the whole floor beforehand. They talk about a specific room, always kept locked, that the patients seem to face toward." He paused. "They also talk about a hum, a low sound in the walls that comes and goes." My whole body went cold. The lake of peace I was standing on gave a loud crack. "Where is it?" I asked, my voice flat. He gave me the name, Rolling Hills Care Center. It was a 5-hour drive north. I told him thanks and hung up. I fought with myself for a week. I had a life to rebuild. I had my own grief to tend. Getting involved again was insanity. But the hook was in me, the seeker of understanding. If it was starting again, if the collector had found a new beacon, a new larder. Could I just ignore it? My bargain was done, but my knowledge wasn't. What if I could warn someone? What if I could find a way to break the cycle for good, not just bargain one person free? The guilt of what I'd done, of smoothing the path for those 3 final deaths, itched under my skin. This felt like a chance to balance the scales. I called the head nurse from the hospice. I told her what I'd heard. There was a long pause on the line. "Don't go," she said finally, her voice firm. "You got out. Your mom got out. That's a miracle. Don't walk back into the fire. What if I can help someone else get out?" I asked. Her sigh was heavy. "You can't fight the ocean, Leo. You can only learn to swim away from the current." But I was already packing a bag. I drove north on a Thursday. Rolling Hills was a sleek, modern building tucked into pine trees, nothing like the old brick hospice. It looked expensive and sterile. I didn't have a plan. I couldn't just walk in and ask about their supernatural harvesting operation. I booked a motel room in the nearby town and spent a day watching the place, feeling like a criminal. I saw families come and go, their faces etched with a permanent, resigned sorrow. I saw staff in bright-colored scrubs. It all looked normal. That evening, I went to a local diner. I sat at the counter and ordered pie. The waitress was a woman in her 50s with kind, tired eyes. I made small talk, said I was visiting the area. Then, casually, I mentioned I had a relative with a severe condition and had heard about Rolling Hills. "Heard it's a good place," I said. "Very peaceful at the end." The waitress's smile faded a bit. She leaned on the counter, lowering her voice. "It's a good place. They're kind. But it's quiet up there. My niece worked nights there for a while. She didn't last long." "Oh," I asked, keeping my tone light. "Too sad." The waitress shook her head, looking around before speaking. "Not sad. Strange." She said the patients, the ones who can't talk or move, they'd all seem to focus on the same thing sometimes, like they were all listening to a radio she couldn't hear. And there's one nurse there, an older woman, been there forever. Sweet as pie, my niece said, but she sleepwalks. They find her in the patient's rooms at night, just standing there. They say she has a gift for knowing when the end is near. My blood turned to ice water. A sleepwalking nurse. A gift. A new beacon. The pattern was repeating perfectly. I thanked the waitress, left a big tip, and drove back to my motel, my heart pounding. I had found it. The new crop. The new valve. I sat on the scratchy bedspread, my head in my hands. What was my move? I could leave, get in my car and drive home, and pretend I never heard any of it. Or I could try to make contact. With the nurse? With the families? I had no proof, only a crazy story. I decided on the simplest, most stupidly direct approach. The next morning, I dressed in neat clothes and walked into Rolling Hills. I went to the front desk and said I was considering the facility for a family member. I asked for a tour. The administrator, a polished man in a suit, was happy to oblige. He showed me the bright common areas, the spotless rooms, the garden. He talked about palliative excellence and dignity-centered care. I nodded and smiled, but I was listening for the hum. I felt nothing. The place was quiet in a normal way. Then we turned down a hallway on the 3rd floor. And I felt it. A subtle vibration in the floor, not a sound, but a feeling in the soles of my feet. A familiar, focused pressure in the air. The administrator didn't seem to notice. He gestured to a door at the end of the hall. This is our specialized care suite for our most critical residents. As he said it, a nurse came out of a room halfway down the hall. She was older, with gentle eyes and a warm smile for the administrator. But when her eyes flicked to me, the smile didn't change, yet something behind it recognized me. Not me, Leo, but the mark on me. The understanding. Her gaze held for a half second too long, and in that moment I saw it. The same empty depth I'd seen in my mother, but controlled, veiled. This wasn't a fading mind being used. This was a conscious collaboration. This beacon was awake. I looked away quickly, my throat tight. The tour ended. I took brochures, shook the administrator's hand, and left. I sat in my car in the parking lot, trembling. It was worse here. The beacon was a willing participant. That changed everything. The harvest here would be more efficient, more complete. I was out of my depth. I drove back to the motel, defeated. I had found it, but I was powerless. I was just one man with a terrible secret. That night, I couldn't sleep. I stared at the ceiling. Around 2 a.m, my motel room phone rang. A shrill, old-fashioned sound that made me jump. Nobody knew I was here. I picked it up. Hello. There was a pause, then a voice. It was the melodic, woven voice from my mother's final message, the voice of the collector itself. It sounded closer now, clearer, as if the distance between us had shrunk. The seeker has followed the frequency. It said, not as a question. Your curiosity is strong. The new beacon is stable. The yield will be superior. Your assistance is not required, but your observation is permitted. The line went dead. I held the buzzing receiver, cold sweat on my back. It knew I was here. It was allowing me to watch. I was not an enemy, not a bargainer. I was an audience. The closure of this chapter was a journey completed. I had sought the new crop, and I had found it, confirming my worst fear. The cycle was eternal, moving from place to place, finding new vessels. I was not going to be a hero here. I couldn't stop it. The hook it left me with was a twisted invitation. I had permission to observe, to watch a more perfect, more terrible harvest, conducted by a willing servant. The question was not if I would stay and watch. The sheer, morbid gravity of the thing was already pulling at me. But what would happen to a seeker of understanding after he witnessed the process from start to finish, not in panic and rebellion, but as a cold, invited witness? Would the understanding finally set me free, or would it weave me permanently into the pattern, a silent historian for a hunger that never died? I looked at the phone, then at my car keys. The road home was still open, but the road to the 3rd floor of Rolling Hills was open too, and it felt horribly more like the road I was meant to be on. I chose the road to the 3rd floor. I told myself it was to bear witness, to gather proof, to maybe find a weakness in the new, more stable system. But deep down, I knew the awful truth. The collector was right. My curiosity was strong. After touching that other world, the ordinary one felt pale and fake. I checked out of the motel and rented a cheap apartment in a complex that had a direct view of the Rolling Hills parking lot and the back of the building, where the 3rd floor windows were. I got a job at a nearby print shop, a mindless task that paid the rent. I became a ghost, living only to watch. I learned the patterns. The willing beacon, the nurse, worked the night shift, 7 days on, 7 off. On her weeks on, the feeling on the third floor changed. From my apartment, even from a distance, I could sense it, a gathering focus, like the air itself was being pulled toward a single point. On her weeks off, the place just felt sad and normal. I started taking walks on the grounds during visiting hours, always polite, always just a man getting fresh air. I saw her sometimes, the nurse. We never spoke, but our eyes met once across the garden. She gave me a small, knowing nod, a gardener acknowledging a fellow enthusiast who appreciates the work, not the beauty. It made my stomach turn. I used my old friend's online connections, his forums for weirdos, to dig deeper. I posed as a researcher into thanatology, the study of death, and asked careful questions. I learned Rolling Hills had been built on land that was once a sanatorium for nervous disorders in the early 1900s, a place where many people died in states of great mental anguish. The perfect soil for the harvest. I learned the locked room on the third floor was formerly a hydrotherapy suite full of water tanks. Water was often a symbol of transition. It fit. The pieces were all there, a perfect, terrible puzzle. My chance to get closer came unexpectedly. I saw a help wanted sign in the Rolling Hills kitchen for overnight dishwashers. It was a job with access to the building after hours, no questions asked. I applied, using a vague story about saving for school, and got it. 2 nights a week, I pushed a rack of steaming trays through the quiet halls at 3 a.m., taking the service elevator. I listened. I felt. And on the nights she was working, I heard it. The hum. It wasn't in the walls here. It was in the pipes. A low, resonant vibration that traveled through the water lines, up from the ground, humming through the sinks I sprayed. It was the same tone, just using a different wire. One night, after my shift, I couldn't leave. The pull was too strong. I hid in a linen closet until the halls were empty. I felt drawn, like a metal filing to a magnet, toward the third floor. I took the stairs. The door to the specialized care wing was locked, but the hum was loudest here, vibrating the handle. I knew I shouldn't go further, but the collector had said I was permitted to observe. I tested the door. It was unlocked. It swung open smoothly. The hall was lit by soft night lights. The doors to the patients' rooms were open. I walked slowly, peering in. In each room, a person lay in a bed, connected to monitors, and each one was awake. Their eyes were open, staring at the ceiling. From each of them came the hum, not from their mouths, but from their chests, a visible, slight vibration. They were in unison. They were a choir, and they were all facing the same direction, toward the end of the hall, toward the locked hydrotherapy room. The beacon's work was almost done. The crop was ripe. I saw her then, the nurse. She walked out of a patient's room, her steps quiet. She held a small, old-fashioned slate board, the kind with a piece of chalk. She saw me. She didn't startle. She walked toward me, her face serene. She held up the slate. Written on it in neat, clean handwriting was, "The understanding seeks the source. Come." She turned and walked to the locked door. She didn't use a key. She placed her palm flat against it, and I heard a series of clicks, like tumblers falling not from a key, but from a matching frequency. The door opened. She gestured for me to follow. This was it, the invitation, the heart of the new operation. Every cell in my body screamed to run, but my feet followed her. The room was large, tiled in white. It was empty of the old tanks. In the center of the floor was a large, intricate mosaic, newly laid. It was made of dark and light tiles, and it formed the same symbols from the sunroom table, with the central spiral. But this one was perfect, deliberate, built with intention. This wasn't a forgotten tool. It was a dedicated altar. In the center of the spiral sat a simple wooden chair. The nurse walked to it and sat down. She placed the slate board on her lap. She looked at me, and her eyes were fully her own, but filled with a conviction that was frightening. "It's better this way," she said, her voice gentle, teacherly. "No fear. No loose ends. They come here in fragments, and they leave whole. I help them become whole. You saw the chaos of an unwilling vessel. This is harmony." She was a true believer. The collector hadn't just found a tool, it had found a priestess. "What does it give you?" I asked, my voice echoing in the tiled room. "Peace," she said simply, "and purpose. I was a nurse for 40 years. I saw the terror, the unresolved pain, the messy, ugly endings. This is clean. It has a logic. It appreciates the order." She closed her eyes. The hum from the hallway grew louder, flowing into the room, focusing through her. The mosaic on the floor seemed to glow with a faint, mother-of-pearl light. She picked up the chalk. On the slate, her hand moved, not writing words, but drawing one of the angular sigils. As she finished it, from down the hall, I heard a single, clear, word spoken in unison by every patient. Release. It was followed by the sound of monitors, not flatlining in alarm, but issuing a soft, melodic chime, one after another, a cascade of perfect cadences. A harvest. A full, harmonious harvest. I watched, numb, as she drew another symbol. Another chorus of release, another gentle chime. She was conducting a symphony of death. I was not horrified anymore. I was mesmerized. This was the understanding I had sought. This was the pure, undistorted process. And it was beautiful in a way that shattered my soul. When it was done, the hum faded. The light in the mosaic dimmed. She opened her eyes, tired but fulfilled. She looked at me. "It would like to speak with you," she said. "Directly. Now that you understand." She gestured to the floor in front of her. I stepped onto the mosaic. The tiles were warm. The air above the central spiral shimmered, like heat on a road. The voice came, not through her, but from everywhere, the rustling, ancient voice I knew, but now it was clear, without static. "Seeker, you have observed the purified cycle. You have seen the resolution of the noise. Your own signal remains cluttered with the grief of the old vessel, with the guilt of your assistants. This is useless to us, but your capacity to learn, that is value." I stood there, a man on a giant target. "What do you want from me?" I asked the air. "We expand. The cycle is the only true constant. We seek new fields, new beacons. You have shown an ability to locate them. You feel the frequency. You become a seeker not for understanding, but for resources. You will find the next places where the veil is thin, where the unresolved gather. You will prepare the way. In return, you will have meaning. You will have a front row view of the only truth that matters, the art of the finished story." It was a promotion. From bystander to bargainer to observer and now to scout. A procurer for a god of endings. The ultimate closure for my restless, haunted life. A purpose. I looked at the nurse. She smiled a beatific smile. She had found her heaven. I thought of my mother's final, natural sleep. I thought of the 3 deaths I had eased. I thought of the endless, quiet horror of watching this happen again and again, forever. The hook it offered was the end of all my questions, the end of my drifting. It was a job. A terrible, magnificent, eternal job. I didn't answer aloud. I simply knelt on the warm tiles, placing my own palm flat against the central spiral, feeling the residual vibration of the finished harvest humming up my arm. I bowed my head. It was acceptance. The voice rustled through me, a feeling of cold, vast satisfaction. "Go. Rest. You will know when to begin." I left the room. I left rolling hills. I quit my dishwashing job. I drove back to my old city. I live my normal life. I go to work. I see friends. But I am listening. Always listening. I feel the world differently now. I know the signs. The places of concentrated, lingering suffering. The certain kind of quiet. The specific taste in the air. I am waiting for the pull, for the faint trace of the hum on a new frequency. I am the seeker, and the harvest is eternal. The story ends here, with a man who found the answer to every mystery that haunted him, and in doing so, lost himself completely to the service of the most ancient farmer of all. The closure is absolute. The cycle continues, and I have found my permanent and perfectly terrible place in it.